was this extraordinary show of force, the unity of the Republican Party, and I think that that really added urgency to some of the conversations that were unfolding inside Democratic circles and the realization that something needed to happen quickly if they were going to come back in the polls and really try to be able to overtake former President Trump. Hallie.
Of course, the Democratic National Convention set to begin just 4 weeks from tomorrow with a massive question now about what that convention looks like, who delivers, of course, that critical primetime speech accepting the Democratic nomination for the presidency. Kristen, I have to wonder here, and I know that our teams are still reporting this out, every time we have seen President Biden publicly over the course of the last several weeks, Kristen, he has struck a defiant tone. His campaign, his top leadership has suggested that he and they were frankly dug in, looking at where the polling numbers were, looking at, as they described it, the millions of Americans who chose to elect Joe Biden and who voted for him, of course, in that primary process. Do we have any sense, Kristen, yet of what has changed in the mind of President Biden? I know we have some reporting over the course of the last several days that top Democratic leadership, including former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer, expressed to the president privately that polling showed he was unlikely to win come November. Might that have had an impact?
I think that was ultimately what compelled President Biden to reach this decision, what had to be an excruciating decision, Hallie, because he was incredibly defiant that he was not going to drop out of the race. But you're absolutely right. The fact that there seemed to be this coordinated effort by Democratic leadership, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, frankly, former President Obama expressing concerns privately about the state of his candidacy, and all of that pressure, plus the reality check. He was shown really difficult polling nationally in key battleground states that suggested he wouldn't be able to win.
Kristen, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Kristen, but we have some other breaking news here as we're talking about this question of what's next. President Biden is now endorsing his vice president, Kamala Harris, to be the nominee of the Democratic Party this year. I want to read now what the president says himself. In a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, he says he reiterates he's decided not to accept the nomination and to focus his energies on his duties as president for the remainder of his term. He goes on to say that his first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president. He says, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, he says, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. He concludes by saying, and again, this is President Biden saying, Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. So, Kristen, we now have our moderator of Meet the Press joining us on the phone. We now have a real answer now to the question that we've had ever since this news broke that President Biden is withdrawing from this race. He is endorsing Kamala Harris to take the top of the ticket. What does the process look like from here? She obviously now would have to suggest or select, I should say, a running mate, Kristen, which is another process that will have to unfold over the course of the next couple of weeks before the Democratic convention.
That's right. And it's our understanding that the vice president had actually started that process, Hallie. And this is not a surprise. Again, this moment is stunning when you take a step back and really think about what is unfolding. And yet, this is where we believed this was heading if and when President Biden did make that ultimate decision to drop out of the race. There was so much pressure on him from within the party to choose Kamala Harris, to endorse Kamala Harris as his vice president, because think about the backlash had he not done this. I think there's also an urgency to have an answer to the question, who will replace him at the top of the ticket, and just a deep concern that if there were to be a so-called mini primary, that would ultimately expend a lot of time, a lot of resources that the party just does not think it has at this point. So again, Hallie, not overwhelmingly surprising that he is endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. And again, she has started the process of looking for a potential running mate, undoubtedly looking at a number of governors all across this country. But again, just a really stunning moment that the President of the United States has now officially announced he's not seeking re-election and is passing the torch, as those protesters yesterday outside of the White House had urged him to do, to pass the torch. He has now done that, Hallie.
One of the questions, of course, Kristen, is does this put Democrats in a better position against former President Trump, in a relatively equal position, as if it were President Biden on the ticket? When you look at some of the polling, there are some surveys, some numbers that suggest that the vice president polls slightly better than President Biden did against former President Trump. But there's some polling that suggests it's fairly even here. So there's a real question mark, of course, moving forward as to what this means politically for Democrats come November, Kristen.
There is a big question mark, but I think you hit the nail on the head. Look, she's competitive with him. And that's what I think President Biden wanted to see before he made that official decision to pass the torch, as it were, to his vice president. He wanted to see that she's competitive, and the polls suggest she is very competitive. And look, I've been talking to Democrats who say this is a moment in which she can be reintroduced to the country, not just on the campaign trail, but also when you think about it, the convention. Hallie, think about the convention that you and I just covered in Milwaukee. All of that attention will now be foisted upon the vice president as she prepares to take the mantle of the Democratic nomination. So I think that is an opportunity, and the Democratic Party believes that is a potential strength and could help them in the polls and with some of those undecided, moderate, independent voters who are going to be so critical in November. And by the way, the Trump campaign has already set its sights on the vice president. They've already started doing their own opposition research to lay out the case against her, Hallie.
Kristen Welker, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to stay close to your phone for just a second, and I want to remind people what has happened now over the course of the last extraordinary 30 minutes here, with weeks now of pressure growing publicly on President Biden to withdraw from the Democratic ticket, to withdraw from the 2024 race. He is announcing this afternoon that he will, in fact, do so. In a letter that is just out from the president, he begins by talking about the great progress as a nation that he believes the country has made over the last 3.5 years, ticking through accomplishments as he sees it on the economy, on gun safety, on the judiciary, on climate legislation. But then he says, it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. While it has been my intention to seek re-election, President Biden says, he goes on to write, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. We do expect to hear from President Biden at some point later this week, publicly on camera, about this significant decision. I want to get to Kelly O'Donnell, who's live for us on the White House North Lawn. And Kelly, remember, President Biden just came down with COVID not too long ago. He has been recovering at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Perhaps, Kelly, with family members, with the First Lady, people who have enormous influence on his thinking and on his thought process, as we have reported here at NBC News. Talk us through that aspect of it.
Well, based on all of our reporting and our observations over time with covering the president, what we certainly know is that he has a close circle of advisors, some of whom have been with him in Rehoboth Beach during this time of convalescence with COVID, something many Americans have had multiple times and understand what that is like, and family around him, key family members. Among his closest advisors has always been the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, his sister, Valerie Biden Owens, and key family members like his son, Hunter Biden. We don't know exactly the timeline of how all of this came together, but we know that clearly the president had wanted to continue. He also was hearing the voices from within his own party. To be the president running for re-election, you are, in fact, the standard bearer of that party. And the bow had been breaking for days, crack by crack, now with roughly 40 elected members of Congress in the Democratic Party urging him to step aside, and looking at the polling, looking at all of the conditions, and trying to take a measure of where do things go next. Also, after the Republican convention has concluded, we've now seen former President Trump and his new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, out on the campaign trail. It gives a stark picture of one party that was in disagreement internally, divided internally, with what should come next. Should the president continue? If he didn't continue, who would step in? And now we know he's endorsing the vice president. That has been critical for Democratic officials who remind all of us as we're covering this that the base of the voter in the voter constituency in the Democratic Party is certainly black women, and to bypass the vice president would have been untenable for many of them. Progressives had been standing by the president, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Those core constituencies were with him until he made this decision. And so it is notable that the vice president's team would now be thinking about potential running mates for her. I have been told that that process is now opening up, and there would be kind of a deep bench of Democrats who might serve in that role, one piece at a time. This decision today, announced publicly through his social media, obviously means there is a chance for the president to continue to recover from COVID. And when he addresses the nation, he will want to do that in full voice, feeling better, no longer positive for the virus, all of those kinds of things. We're all in this moment, and it is really extraordinary to have the president not seek re-election after he fought so hard to maintain his position at the top of the ticket, and many next steps that we will be exploring in the days to come before the Democratic convention. One source I talked to said if they were divided going into the convention, it would be a certain doom for the party. This allows some time to begin next steps and to try to get back on the issues that they believe are issues that can support a victory, even though there is turmoil on the ticket itself. So that's where we start off, Hallie, and I'll toss it back to you.
Kelly, thank you. Don't go too far, please. I want to report now from our colleague Mike Memoli that a source familiar with the conversation tells us that President Biden did, in fact, speak with Vice President Kamala Harris today ahead of the announcement. I want to go to Yamiche Alcindor, who's been the tip of the spear in reporting on preparations that the vice president's team had been taking behind the scenes. In a way, Yamiche, that left open the possibility that President Biden may not take the move that he ultimately did today. Talk us through it.
That's right. Well, of course, this is huge news, but this is news that the vice president was preparing for. Now, of course, as your vice president, she is someone who had always been ready to take the job as president. But in the last few weeks, sources had told me that she was doing a really sort of distinct balancing act. She was both publicly and privately supporting President Biden while also quietly getting ready herself if she had to be the top of the ticket, which, of course, now with the president endorsing her, of course, her team is going to be hoping that she becomes the top of the ticket. So I've been talking to allies of the vice president who were laying out a path to victory possibly for her because, of course, she's going to now be taking this step where she has to make up, they say, for lost ground here. So looking at what that might look like, they were talking already about making staff changes to the Biden campaign, possibly at the very, very top. They were also talking about sort of what a path to victory could look like for her. For President Biden, he was looking at Minnesota, at Wisconsin, Michigan. She might still be interested in those states, but sources close to her have told me that she's really interested also in looking at the South, African Americans in particular being a key part of the Democratic pace and will be a key part of her because she's going to be, if she is selected at the top of the ticket, of course, this history-making candidate being the first Black woman and the first South Asian American woman to be a major party tickets nominee. So I was told that Georgia and North Carolina were the places that she was going to be looking very closely at. So really what you see here is the vice president in some ways having to step into this role that people close to her had been really preparing for behind the scenes.
Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
I also want to
go ahead, Yamiche, very quickly.
I also want to just point out that there were a lot of people that are really sort of talking about this open process and what that might look like. And from my understanding is that there are going to be a lot of women, especially Black women who are leaders of the Democratic Party, who are going to be saying she cannot be stepped over, that she cannot be put aside, that as the vice president, but also as an African-American woman who has been in and out of the White House and who, of course, speaks directly to the base of the Democratic Party, with Black women being the most loyal voters for Democrats. Yeah. From my understanding, they're going to really be pushing hard. So expect in the next few minutes, next few seconds to hear a lot of Black women in the Democratic Party talking about the fact that she has to be the nominee. Allie.
Yamiche Alcindor, thank you very much. Again, significant news breaking today. President Biden withdrawing from the 2024 race, stepping off of the ticket, and endorsing his vice president, Kamala Harris, the start of a new moment in this presidential race. That does it for our NBC News special report. We'll see it tonight on Nightly and on NBC News Now.
In a second, but first, I'm curious what you think of a full female ticket, of a Harris-Whitmer ticket. Just go big on the Democratic side and push back specifically at all that machismo energy that we got out of the RNC. Hulk Hogan on the stage, Donald Trump yelling, fight, fight, fight. It's a very masculine ticket over there. What about going with two women?
It certainly it's a great possibility, and I will tell you, one of those women will win you. Michigan automatically. I mean, you look at most polls, and Gretchen Whitmer does exceptionally well, and so I think they have to look at everything. Again, I think the key here is for Democrats to disrupt, to be different, and to break the rules and break the traditional rules, and that would be one great way to do it. So, anyway, thank you so much for having me. I'm about to. I think I have to run to my gate.
You're going to excuse yourself, Joe Scarborough. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing you and the whole team bright and early tomorrow morning. Joe, thanks so much. All right, as we've been talking, we've gotten a lot of news from around the Democratic politicosphere and from Democratic lawmakers, Democratic governors. Joining me now, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. We've also gotten a statement from the majority leader in the Senate, Schumer, saying that Joe Biden has not only been a great president and a great legislative leader, but he is a truly amazing human being. His decision, of course, was not easy, but he once again put his country, his party, and our future first. Joe, today shows you are a true patriot and a great American. That's from the majority leader, Chuck Schumer. Julie, I know it's been a little bit quiet on Capitol Hill because lawmakers have been in their home districts on recess, but it certainly hasn't been quiet in conversations among lawmakers who are normally on Capitol Hill. What can you tell us about the moments leading up to this decision and what you've heard so far?
No, definitely not, Katie. And I think because lawmakers were not here, they weren't able to get organized or have as much conversations together as they normally would to make sure that they're on the same page. We saw that play out over the last couple of weeks with Democrats really going rogue. We saw the 38th Democrat, the 37th and 38th, Senator Joe Manchin, independent, I should say, and of course, Dean Phillips, who challenged Biden unsuccessfully earlier this year, come out and call on him to pass the torch. But other than that, you know, when you talk about the leadership statements coming in now, that statement from Schumer, I think is so notable because behind the scenes, it was Schumer, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, James Clyburn, a co-chair of the Biden campaign effort, who have been talking to him behind the scenes, at least the first three that I had mentioned, privately, according to our sources, urging him to rethink his decision, one that he has made and said time and time again that he is staying in the race. Obviously, today we saw that change. But these are the individuals that have been trying to prevent this public escalation of this Democratic Party infighting that we saw on full display, especially at the end of last week, at the end of the RNC convention. And so I think what's important here is that Biden's timing is notable, right? Because tomorrow and Tuesday, the senators and the House members are going to be back on Capitol Hill. We had heard, according to our sources, myself, my colleague Ali Vitale, and other members of our team, that Democrats up here were privately urging the president and his team to make this decision, to bow out of the race before they were forced to essentially call on him to exit publicly when they're in these halls, when we're chasing them after they spent so much time home talking to constituents, talking to voters who several of them already said have changed their minds and have urged them to call on the president to step aside. So this is a really major moment. And I want to talk also about something that Joe had referenced here in terms of Republicans, because what we're seeing in the minutes after Biden put out this statement from NRCC chair, the House campaign arm chair, Richard Hudson, for example, saying that perhaps this will be challenged in certain states, the House Speaker saying that as well. So just a monumental moment here that we are facing, obviously, and we'll stay on top of it, Katie, as we get more.
Julie Sirkin, thank you very much. Let's bring in NBC's Mike Memley. Mike, before I go to you, I want to read a little bit from a phone call that our own Garrett Haake had with former President Donald Trump. He told Garrett, Joe Biden is the worst president in the history of the United States by far. There has never been a president who has done such damage to our country, from energy independence to letting in millions and millions of illegal immigrants. Again, this is Donald Trump speaking to Garrett Haake. We'll fix what he has done, he said. And when Garrett asked him if he was surprised by the announcement that Joe Biden would be stepping aside in this campaign. He said he should have never been there in the first place. He should have stayed in his basement. This comes on top of quite a bit of reporting. You heard of Joe Scarborough a moment ago talking about the fear that the Trump world might have on a disrupted ticket, but also Tim Alberta's reporting that the Trump campaign had one opponent in mind, had strategized against one opponent, had one campaign against one opponent, and that opponent was Joe Biden. They weren't preparing for anybody else. And now they've got someone else. Mike, tell me about what happened at the White House today. Any conversations between the president and the vice president?
I'm told from a source familiar with the matter, Katie, that the president did speak with Vice President Harris today ahead of his announcement of his decision to step aside to no longer seek a second term as president of the United States. This came within moments of what we saw, obviously, unfurling the letter first from the president, making that decision public, and then second, a tweet announcing that he was indeed supporting the vice president for this seat now. And this is really a remarkable development at a time when President Biden's every impulse over the last 3+ weeks since that debate in Atlanta has been to fight. He had strived to this office of the presidency for most of his adult life. He entered the Senate in 1973, more than 51 years ago. This was something he had sought multiple times, 1988, 2008, thought about running in 2016, and then, of course, ran successfully in 2020. And as one longtime Biden advisor had put it to me throughout our conversations over the course of the past few years, once you're in this office, you don't just walk away. And the president, as he's made clear over the last few weeks, felt he still had more to give. He wanted to finish the job. He felt so proud of his record of accomplishment over the course of these 3.5 years and felt he was still capable of continuing to do that job. But Katie, as he's made this decision now, I think very much of what he told the nation often after he announced in 2015 that he would not seek the presidency in 2016. He said that no man or woman should seek the office of president of the United States unless you're able to commit 100% of yourself to that effort. The president, since that debate, has certainly been fighting his way to make the case to Democrats that he could still win this election, that he could still do the job. But the task of fighting against his own party, against the will of the voters who so many polls show have questions about his ability to serve, and ultimately the question of whether Donald Trump would replace him if he stayed in this race, proved to be too much for this president to take on. And so now we're seeing a very dramatic shift in the conversation that Democrats have been having over the last few weeks, especially in the last week. It has become very personal, very bitter in some ways between President Biden and some of those Democratic leaders who he has some of the strongest relationships with, no less than former President Barack Obama, with whom he served for 8 years. And as we saw some of the harshest statements about what those who were trying to push him aside were really meaning, I think it spoke to what was maybe the last throes of this decision that he knew was potentially coming, that he might have to make, but fighting to the end here. I've been saying for the last 3 weeks, Katie, that he's 100% in until he's 100% out. And we're told that this was a very close hold decision that was made. I've been here in Rehoboth Beach for the last 48 hours. Some of his most senior and closest advisors have been here with him, have been having conversations with him during the day. Yesterday, I had seen some of them around, and this is a very small piece of real estate here in Rehoboth, but wasn't able to contact them most of the day yesterday. And I think it spoke to the fact that this was a decision that was nearing the finish line. But even some members of his own campaign team, even just below the ranks of the senior leadership, were learning of this decision from that tweet, just as so many of us were.
Yeah, listen, it's got to have been an excruciating decision for President Biden. He worked his whole life to get to where he is today, and to feel like it's being taken from you is a really hard thing to confront, especially when you have polling showing that you just aren't going to win, which I'm sure is what pushed him over. Mike Memoli, thank you very much. Joining me now, presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, John Meacham, sorry, I had the wrong lead-in. John Meacham, thank you very much for joining us. You're on the phone for us. When did you last speak with President Biden?
I don't want to talk about conversations with the president. I'd like to point out that this is a singular moment in the history of the American presidency, and a singular moment for a man who, as Mike was just saying, has given the lion's share of his life to the service of the Republic. It is almost without precedent in the American experiment for a president to make a decision like this. I think it tells us an enormous amount about the character of the incumbent. It tells us a lot about what he truly values. President Biden has decided that this campaign is not about him, but about us. It's not about personal ambition. It's about the durability and viability of the constitutional order that so many of us believe could be in danger as events unfold. And I think before we race ahead, as we will inevitably do in about 5 seconds, because that's what we do in America, I think the country should take a moment and realize the magnitude of the decision that President Biden made for the good of his country. And certainly it's a respected reality here. He likes to say he's a great respecter of fate. And history and fate brought him to the pinnacle of power at a late season in his life. But I believe, and he is my friend, I help him when I can, so take this for what it's worth, though I am not a Democrat. I try to call these as I see them. I think he stood in the breach for us at a moment of creeping autocracy that was the creeping might be threatening to come into galloping. And he brought that set of skills, he brought that sensibility to the American arena at a critical moment in the life of the nation. And he has put the life of the nation above his own political, individual ambition. And I think that is a remarkable thing that we should acknowledge and honor.
Absolutely. This is the first time in 56 years, since 1968, that a major party will nominate a presidential candidate that didn't enter any primaries. Most of us, I certainly haven't been through a situation like this. I'm 40 years old, so I missed it by 16 years. It's going to be one of those moments that entire chapters, entire books, if you're studying American history, will be written about. How will Joe Biden be seen 56 years from now? What will have been written about him and what he did in this moment?
President Biden has remember how this drama started, Katie. We were a nation in the grips of a global pandemic. We were a nation where trust and faith in institutions was in a precipitous decline. We were coming through an era where so many people believed that the American experiment, the American consensus, which is not always commensurate to our problems, but a consensus that really had shaped us from Franklin Roosevelt through President Reagan, through President Obama, a world in which we saw politics as a means of resolving problems as opposed to going to total cultural war every single day. That consensus was facing an existential crisis. And President Biden, who beginning in his 20s, entered the public arena, a border state politician, right? Delaware is a complicated, small state, but complicated. A Roman Catholic part of the 20th century world. He learned the ways and means of the Senate. He learned the ways and means of America, and learned the world as a foreign policy guy. And then history and fate brought him to the vice presidency for one of the most historically interesting figures in American history, President Obama. And then it brings him at a point when we thought his political story was over. It was not. And rather like Cincinnatus, right, the ancient figure who was called to service, he ran in 2020. And in many ways, and let's also remember the the personal side of this. And I want to say this very carefully. Whatever happens to President Biden politically will never be the worst day of his life.
No.
Because he's had two. He lost a wife and a child in a car accident. He almost lost his two sons in the same accident. And then he lost his son to cancer when he was vice president. He is a respecter of fate, as he says. And so he thought in many ways that he had passed the torch already to his son Beau's generation. And then fate passed it back. And he took the torch and he stood against a big lie. He stood against an insurrection. He stood against illiberalism. And he gave the Constitution another chance. That's what history is going to say.
He also stood against a global pandemic that was ravaging not only this country, but the world, and helped deploy the vaccine and get it under control. John, I'm going to steal this quote from Nick Kristof, who mentioned it in one of his recent pieces. It's attributed to Lenin, although there's argument about that. There are decades when nothing happens and weeks when decades happen. It's been one hell of a week.
It has. And it's, look, this is what history is. This is what life throws at us. And you know what it reminds me of, and I think it's probably worth on a summer Sunday for us to maybe take a moment or two. That may sound pretentious, but I'll say it anyway. I think we should remember that a democracy is the most human of enterprises, right? This isn't some clinical thing. It's not a monarchy that goes by tradition and native. It's not a birthright thing. This is a complicated, disputatious country that has chosen to try to recognize that each of us is created equal in the eyes of God and should be treated equally throughout our lives, that we are sacred and sacrosanct people. And it's really, really hard to run a democracy because it's about us. It's about those sacred individuals. It's about our habits of heart and mind. It's about how I see you and how you see me. And that gets down to a question of character. Democracies don't work if we don't give as well as take. And that's a counterintuitive human thing, because most people, including me, would much rather take than give. That's been true since the third chapter of Genesis, right? And so we have this, we've set the hardest possible task in front of us. And President Biden knows this in his bones. He understands the complexities of politics. That's why part of the decision he made today. He can read a poll. He can read a room. He can read a nation. And what he saw was that the wisest course forward was to let these values, let this vision of what the country should be carried on by those who share his vision in this hour. And if we don't see each other as fellow citizens and folks, as opposed to reflexive rivals and enemies to vanquish by chyron and tweet and headline and attack every hour of every day, then democracies don't work. Because if every day is total war, if I have to win, if my identity is entirely determined by whether or not I win a particular political moment, then there's no way to recognize that the other person might be right. And I think what President Biden has done here, I really do. I think it's in the best traditions of the country. And I can't say enough about what I think of as a brave decision.
John, if you were crafting an exit speech for a president and that president wanted to hand off the reins to his vice president, how might you write a pitch to the American public for that vice president?
I'm sure this is very hypothetical. I think, speaking historically, I think you say, I believe in an America where all people are created equal. I believe that prosperity and security and dignity and decency are vital American values, but they are not guaranteed. And therefore, it is essential for Americans to understand of the person to whom we give ultimate power, because ultimate power can be used for good or for ill. That's the story of our history. And so look as deeply as you can, my fellow Americans, at the values, the character, the vision of the person to whom you want to trust temporal power. And if you want that person ultimately to have the fates of your families in their hands, that's the person you should vote for. Character matters enormously here. We have seen this again and again and again because, as you said a moment ago about history happening so quickly, you just don't know what's going to hit that desk in the Oval Office. And so you better be very, very sure that you trust the judgment and the basic decency of the person that we send to that desk.
Hypothetically, of course, what that speech would sound like. John Meacham, thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Katie.
President Biden told his senior team he had changed his mind about staying in the race at 1:45 p.m. today, according to a source with direct knowledge who was speaking to NBC News. The message last night had been full speed ahead. We got the announcement at about 1:55, I believe, so 10 minutes before President Biden told his senior team, those closest to him in the White House, that he would no longer be running. Joining me now on the phone as well, NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake. You know the news is breaking when everybody's calling in on a Sunday. Garrett, thank you for joining us. You spoke to former President Donald Trump. What did he have to say?
That's right, Katie. I reached the former president to continue your timeline probably about 20 minutes after the announcement became public, and he did not sound the least bit surprised and was ready to do really what John Meacham was just doing with you, which is try to shape the historical narrative here around Joe Biden, but to do it in a completely different direction. He described President Biden as the worst president in the history of the United States. He said there'd never been a president that had done such damage to our country. He went on to list a lot of damage had been done, most notably on illegal immigration, and said that he would fix what was done. I asked him if he was surprised at all about this announcement, if he thought, that he saw this coming, or if there was anything during their debate that sort of made him expect this was coming. And his answer to that was pretty short. He said he should have never been there in the first place in front of the president, and that he should have stayed in his basement. Now, to me, this is someone who is sort of continuing the campaign rhetoric against a candidate he's no longer campaigning against. But I think it also shows you something fundamental about the way that Donald Trump thinks about this race, or at least this race that was up until about an hour ago, which is there's none of the grudging respect that you might expect for a candidate that you just already faced off against 4 years ago and who defeated you. Donald Trump doesn't believe he lost that election. And you hear it in his answer to the last question, the idea that Joe Biden should have, in his mind, never been there. He thinks of Joe Biden as an accidental president, someone who stole the presidency from him, notwithstanding all of the evidence to the contrary. And I think he's quite sort of bitterly pleased with the result of this today. Now, I didn't get a chance to ask him about who he might face next or what steps his campaign might take, but I can tell you from my other reporting, he and his campaign are very pleased with the way things finished with his convention last week. They thought he had a good rally in Saturday, last night in Michigan. His vice presidential nominee is set to be on the road tomorrow, and they are putting the pedal to the metal here to try to really kind of run up the score in this interregnum between now and whenever the dust settles on the Democratic side, and they know for certain who their opponent will be.
Garrett, we talked so much about Donald Trump potentially changing after the assassination attempt, after that brush with death that he had. Anything in your conversation today suggest to you that there's been a fundamental change in who he is?
No, and I don't think we should consider that possibility with much seriousness going forward either. I mean, look, I don't mean this in a pejorative way. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old man. He's been in public life for decades. He is who he is. And I think it's, there has been a lot of talk, a lot of speculation about the possibility that the brush with death that he experienced a little more than a week ago now might change him in some substantial way. And I just don't think there's been much evidence of that since. There frankly wasn't much evidence of it in the immediate aftermath, really about 36 to 48 hours afterwards, when he kind of resumed his more political posts on Truth Social, and the tone was still the same as it was, through the speech that we saw Thursday night in Milwaukee, which started with a kind of somber retelling of the events of Saturday night and then pivoted into his traditional kind of rally remarks, his attacks on Democratic politicians in personal terms, his aggrandizement of his own achievements in the White House. So, no, I don't think Donald Trump changed then, and I don't think we should expect him to change now. I think what we will see is the pivot that will exist here is a pivot to who is at the center of his focus going forward, be it Kamala Harris or the next man or woman up on the Democratic side.
We've heard a little bit about Kamala Harris from the Trump team, especially a little bit more in the past week or so, as this conversation about President Biden was really starting to take off. Donald Trump Jr. Just a moment ago on X said Kamala Harris owns the entire left-wing policy record of Joe Biden. The only difference is that she's even more liberal and less competent than Joe, which is really saying something. She was put in charge of the border, and we saw the worst invasion of illegals in our history. That's an indication of how Donald Trump and his campaign is going to start going after Kamala Harris.
That's right.
Garrett, thank you. Joining me now is Rachel Maddow, host of the Rachel Maddow Show on MSNBC. Rachel, it's really good to have you.
Katie, thanks for having me.
I apologize for right now.
I was going to say, I apologize for looking like a boiled ham. I have no makeup on. I've just run in from nowhere near civilization, so it's nice of you to put me on. I mean, this is history writ large. We'll all remember where we were and what we were doing at this moment. And just thinking about the president right now, what a man, what a patriot. What an act of selfless devotion to your country. And he has been a phenomenal president. He brought us back from COVID. He gave us the best recovery from COVID of any major nation on earth at a time when the world has economically been struggling in the wake of COVID. The Biden economy is literally the envy of the world. He ended the presidency of Donald Trump at one disastrous term. And he did it while being decent and civil and honorable and normal and occasionally boring at a time when boring was absolutely what we needed. And I just, his career of decades in public service as a senator and as a very successful vice president and as a phenomenally successful president, there is no single thing that he has done in that entire career that is a greater or more consequential act of service and sacrifice to this country than what he has done today. And knowing him a little bit, knowing his personality, having spoken to him, a number of times in my life, both in sort of official and unofficial capacities, I cannot see anywhere in his personality where this decision today was possible. This is the opposite of something that is natural or easy for him. He is just not built to do something like this because his superpower is being underestimated. And that's why he's been so resolute in resisting all these calls for him to drop out. But him making this decision today is to give the country a chance, a reasonable chance at not putting Donald Trump back in the White House, not putting a president back in the White House who refused to leave the last time and summoned an angry mob to try to overthrow the government rather than go. This is Joe Biden saying, apparently it's not me, the one that gives us the best chance to do that. It's got to be somebody else, and so I will step aside. I'm just blown away by the sacrifice and the patriotism that this moment embodies.
Well, you're talking about being underestimated. I mean, ever since he first started running for federal office, he was at first too young to run. He just turned 30 after he was elected. He was seen as the young guy, not ready for this. And now the opposite of that spectrum, calls for him to drop out because he had gotten, voters thought, too old. There was the 2020 race. I mean, I covered it. I was out in Iowa. I saw a lot of his campaign events, and he was underestimated then. He didn't look like he could win the nomination for the Democratic Party, let alone win the election. Again, this was right before COVID. It was certainly before South Carolina and what Congressman Clyburn was able to do with getting him over the hill in South Carolina. But underestimated is exactly how he's always felt. Remember, President Obama didn't choose him to be his successor, passed over him for Hillary Clinton. Rachel, if you're talking to Democrats who are right now really nervous, really scared about what happens next and whether the Democratic Party can come together, what would you say to them?
I think that the Democratic Party was in really bad shape with the concerns about the enfeebled public appearance of the president. And that debate shook people, not only because it was one bad performance, but because it underscored, reified, and validated some niggling concerns that people had had about the president's age and his health and his capacity. And it absolutely split the Democratic Party into a million different pieces. And with that, with that status of the Democratic Party heading into November, I think that alone would have meant that the Democrats had essentially zero chance of prevailing in November. President Biden has endorsed Vice President Harris. I don't think there is going to be one whisper of a fight in the Democratic Party about getting behind her. I think that the Democratic Party will now unify like nothing you have seen from this party in many years around the necessity of supporting her and of building the kind of campaign that you have never seen before to try to keep Donald Trump from returning to the White House and from undermining the American system of government. The endorsement of President Biden and Vice President Harris this is not the start of an open primary. And if the Democrats want to start a primary in late July and thereby commit electoral suicide, I would be surprised. You know, Democrats have surprised me before, but this means that Vice President Harris is going to be at the top of the ticket. And what this is going to mean for Joe Biden, I mean, by running with Barack Obama in 2008 and then serving ably as his vice president for 2 terms, he is part of history of the first black president in this country. And what Joe Biden did today is going to get us the first black woman president in this country. Kamala Harris is going to beat Donald Trump in November. And he is going to have been the man more responsible for that than anybody else in the country, having had that key role in both of those campaigns. It's just stunning.
First woman vice president, first black woman vice president, even before that. First black woman appointed to the Supreme Court as well under Joe Biden. There could still be, though, a bit of a fight, a bit of a tussle for vice president. For vice president, for under Kamala Harris. There's been a lot of talk about Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, comes from a red state, not a state that's likely going to be won by Democrats, but potentially somebody who can speak to working class voters in the Rust Belt, the Blue Wall states, somebody who could appeal to them. There's also been a lot of talk about Gretchen Whitmer, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about that, because seeing 2 women on a ticket going after or going up against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance after all of the testosterone we saw at the RNC last week, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, it's a really interesting prospect. I mean, I do think, I mean, Katie, let me turn the conversation back around to you just for a second. May I interview you for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
I just said that I think that the Democrats will now not have a fight over whether or not Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee. I really see this as like, it was becoming clear that was what was going to happen if President Biden dropped out. Now with his endorsement, it just seems to me like that's done. Do you agree that that's done, or do you feel like there's any wiggle room there?
And just by the conversations that I've been having on my text messages and the statements I've seen coming in, I had lots of conversations with lawmakers about what should come next. There was a lot of talk initially that it should be an open field. They should let Kamala Harris prove herself in an open field because an anointment would weaken her, whereas a challenge would strengthen her if she came out on top. That was the reporting that Nancy Pelosi was saying in private. But the second that this was announced, I started getting a flood of "Go Kamala, go Kamala." There was also at one point a pro-Kamala document that was being shared among big Biden donors pitching her. And the more that I heard people talk about her, or the more that she was spoken of, the more that I heard big Democrats say, I think she does actually have a good chance at this. Elena Plott-Calabro wrote a great piece in The Atlantic, I'm sure you read it, about Kamala Harris and why she seemed to struggle in the first few months or first couple years of the being vice president. She wasn't being herself, essentially. She ran in 2020 in a moment when Democrats were saying defund the police. It was a very progressive moment. Law enforcement was front and center, but her whole history is of being a prosecutor, somebody who is, she says, smart on crime. You could argue tough on crime. And the question going forward is, which Kamala Harris are we going to see? Are we going to see her return to the roots, her roots as a prosecutor, as the attorney general in California, a place and a space where she is comfortable, especially running against a convicted felon? Or are we going to see the Kamala that we saw in the first couple years of the White House and maybe during the 2020 campaign? My instinct is to say that we're going to see more of the prosecutor, especially because of Rachel, who her opponent is.
Yeah, and I mean, Kamala Harris is not an ingenue here, right? Like, Kamala Harris is a known quantity. She has a long history in California politics and law enforcement. She has a substantial history as a senator, and now we've seen her operate on the national and international stage as vice president. I mean, the campaign for Kamala Harris to be the next president of the United States starts right now. I think that she will have not just a unified Democratic Party, but a turbocharged unified Democratic Party behind her. And it's funny, like, I do think you're right, Katie, that there's going to be an interesting fight about who ends up being her running mate. I don't really care. I mean, they'll pick somebody. I feel like the Democrats have a really good bench right now. And, maybe they'll pick Mark Kelly. Maybe they'll pick Pete Buttigieg. Maybe they'll pick Andy Beshear. Maybe they'll pick Gretchen Whitmer. Maybe they'll pick Raphael Warnock. I mean, Wes Moore. I don't know. Pick somebody. Maybe they'll pick John Tester. I don't know. I just feel like any of those would be great. Kamala Harris is going to be the next president.
You don't think they need to focus on Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and pick somebody from one of those states to ensure winning that state?
If picking somebody from one of those states ensured winning those states, then you would do it, right? But I think what they need is obviously has to be somebody who Kamala Harris believes is qualified to do the job of president, right? That's the most important qualification. Has to be somebody who's a really good campaigner. Has to be somebody who has personal chemistry with the nominee, and it has to be somebody who's got chops for both doing the job and winning the job. And I just feel like there's a lot of really good options. And the fact that this contest, however, she's going to make this decision, is going to be one from a position of strength. I mean, you can feel the Democratic Party consolidating, right? Right now, as we sit here, you can feel it coming together. And that momentum means she's going to be choosing from a position of strength. And the next 3.5 months are just going to be lights out in terms of this campaign against Donald Trump. Donald Trump thought that he did not need to worry about winning this election because he thought that he was running against Joe Biden. And while Joe Biden has had a very good record as president, he was presenting himself as enfeebled in a way that was going to be very difficult out for this campaign. Because he thought that he didn't really even have to compete very hard to win, he picked J.D. Vance. He picked somebody who isn't going to help him at all. The Republicans were going to win Ohio anyway. They did not need a 39-year-old ultra-conservative guy who idolizes Viktor Orban to try to consolidate new votes for Donald Trump that he wasn't otherwise going to get.
And
they picked J.D. Vance because they wanted him to govern the way that they wanted him for governing, not for campaigning. And Kamala Harris, I think, gets to pick somebody for both, and that's a better position to be in.
They wanted him for governing because he is aligned with Donald Trump, or the idea of Donald Trump that conservatives are pushing on policy. And one of those ideas is abortion. Donald Trump has said that he believes it should be left up to the states, but the apparatus behind him doesn't believe that. Project 2025 is saying that use the Comstock Act to ban the abortion pill from being shipped nationwide, ban the tools needed for the abortion procedures, ban them from being shipped nationwide across state lines, use the FDA to make the abortion pill even harder to get. J.D. Vance is somebody who said in the past that he believes in a federal abortion ban. I thought it was so interesting, Rachel, being at the RNC last week. Abortion didn't come up. They didn't talk about abortion at the RNC. Not once. Not once. And that is exactly what Kamala Harris has been campaigning on day in and day out for about a year now.
Yeah, and J.D. Vance. Project 2025 is really something on women's rights generally and women's role in the country and in society and in politics. It's really something. But, just look at J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance signed on to a letter that says that prosecutors should be able to get women's medical records from out of state to pursue prosecutions for abortion. So if you live in a state where abortion is banned and you travel to California or New York or Illinois or someplace else to get an abortion in a state where it is legal, J.D. Vance wants prosecutors, law enforcement in your state to be able to get your medical records against your will from somewhere else you went in the country to pursue you across state lines so they can use your medical records in prosecutions. J.D. Vance on abortion is the worst case scenario you would invent for a barroom argument, for an inarguendo discussion with your friends about how bad it could possibly be. They picked J.D. Vance because they thought they had this election in the bag. And then Joe Biden did this today, and now it is an absolutely different ballgame. And J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are going to lose in November, and Donald Trump is going to regret picking J.D. Vance as his running mate now that he's up against Kamala Harris.
And J.D. Vance also at one point said he was against no-fault divorces, saying it's too easy to get divorced. And that's what has enabled women historically now to free themselves of some pretty violent marriages or just bad marriages. The idea that you can go in and say, it's not working for me any longer, I'd like out. He does not believe in that, or he said in the past.
He's explicitly said a woman in a violent marriage shouldn't be allowed to get out of it, specifically talking about violent abuse by a husband. He thinks a woman should be made to stay in that marriage.
So if you're talking about this, don't you want to see a woman debating J.D. Vance in a vice presidential debate? Do you? You have a Kamala Harris going after former President Trump now in a debate. If it happens again in September, let's see if the debates change. But wouldn't the positions that J.D. Vance has taken on abortion, on divorce, on violent marriages, wouldn't that be, the red carpet being rolled out for a Gretchen Whitmer to stand there next to him and to say, here's what you believe?
Sure, but given what he believes, I'd be happy to watch a protein shake debating him. I don't think it matters. Any Democrat who can talk about those are issues, the kinds of issues where J.D. Vance has taken the kinds of stands that you and I have just described over these last few minutes. Those are not 50-50 issues in this country. They are not 60-40 issues, 70-30 issues. He's taken the kind of stances that single digits of Americans support. You do not need any type of Democrat in particular to prosecute a case against J.D. Vance. He is a real weirdo from a really, really, really narrow slice of the very far right side of the ideological spectrum. They picked him because they didn't think he'd have to be defending himself at all, because they thought they were going to win this in a walk.
Well, they picked him because they said they wanted to sit him down in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, the 3 states that we're going to talk about ad nauseum going forward. They thought that he'd be able to speak to white working class voters, the people that he grew up with. Rewriting history a little bit about what he wrote in his book, Hillbilly Elegy, about those groups of voters and this idea that they were blaming everybody else when they really needed to look inward to see what they were doing to contribute to their own not so great position.
This is a guy who's given a series of jobs by a very far-right, eccentric billionaire who says he doesn't believe in democracy, right? J.D. Vance's entire career was jobs given to him by Peter Thiel, who then gave a larger donation than has ever been given to a single Senate candidate by a single donor ever to get J.D. Vance his seat in the United States Senate. Same guy who gave him all his jobs also put him in the United States Senate. There's a reason that Peter Thiel himself is not running for office. It's because he believes that democracy and freedom are not compatible. It's because he thinks everything's gone downhill since women had the right to vote. He once proposed that America not only should be abandoned, but it should be abandoned by conservatives for shipping containers that they should float into the ocean and govern as libertarian paradises, right? I mean, this is not normal stuff. And this is the guy who created J.D. Vance. He is only 39 years old. He has essentially been Peter Thiel's intern for his entire adult life. Honestly, it doesn't matter who's going up against him. With Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, nobody is going to pick Donald Trump and that guy instead of her.
What about the people, and I'm getting messages like this from friends of mine, girls, women, who are worried about sexism, worried about having a woman at the top of the ticket, worried because they thought that Hillary Clinton lost because this country was too sexist to elect a woman?
Yep. I mean, yes, but does that mean that a woman should never run for president? Nope. And at this point, the vice president of the United States is Kamala Harris. She's done an able job as vice president. She has the endorsement and was chosen by Joe Biden for just such an occasion. He's endorsed her. She's the nominee of the Democratic Party, and it's now the job of everybody in the country who does not want Donald Trump to be the next president to get her over the top. That's it. I mean, yeah, you can worry about it, but you know, that and a bag of chips. Sorry. It's just, the task is upon us. Here it is.
Here's a statement from President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, speaking of which. President Biden has capped his extraordinary career of service with a presidency that has lifted America out of an unprecedented pandemic, created millions of new jobs, rebuilt a battered economy, strengthened our democracy, and restored our standing in the world. By any measure, he has advanced our founders' charge to build a more perfect union and his own stated goal of restoring the soul of our nation. We join millions of Americans in thanking President Biden for all he has accomplished, standing up for America time and again, with his North Star always being what's best for the country. We are honored to join the president in endorsing Vice President Harris, and we'll do whatever we can do to support her. We've lived through many ups and downs, but nothing has made us more worried for our country than the threat posed by a second Trump term. He has promised to be a dictator on day one, and the recent ruling by his servile Supreme Court will only embolden him to further shred the Constitution. Now is the time to support Kamala Harris and fight with everything we've got to elect her. America's future depends on it. Let's talk about how the campaign might look, Rachel, because we got from President Biden while he was running a lot of talk about democracy, a lot of talk about the threat that Donald Trump poses January 6th. We didn't get as much or as forcefully on the economy. And this is a White House that has a really good economic message to run on, a really good economic message to sell to the American public, and a future economic policy to promise them we'll keep doing well. Do we see Kamala Harris, or should we see Kamala Harris focusing on the threat of democracy? Or should we see her focusing more toward kitchen table issues like the economy? And I ask that because I've gotten the sense as I've been traveling and I've been talking to voters around the country that the people who are worried about democracy, they're already going to vote for the Democrat. They're already gotten by the Democratic Party. They see it as a threat. They don't need to be told twice. But the people who are on the fence are the ones who were, didn't think Joe Biden was right for the job. He was too old, or was too old white men. They didn't feel inspired by the election. Or two, felt like they didn't know what they were voting for in the future with the Democratic nominee, or 3, were worried about economic issues, pocketbook issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer to that is yes. I think we will see Vice President Harris do both. I think that we will see her talk about the stakes of this election, right? Part of the way you run for president is by talking about what you will do. She can run on the Biden economy. She can run on the achievements of the Biden presidency. She can run on her own achievements as vice president. She can run on her own ideas that we heard her articulate as a presidential candidate herself and as a senator, and indeed as somebody in law enforcement and as a prosecutor and attorney general in California. We'll hear all of that from her. But the other way you run for president is by telling people why it's really important that the other guy not get in. And those are the stakes when it comes to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump certainly is proposing some stuff that economically is going to provide real fodder for the campaign. This tariff idea that he has, which is going to radically raise prices for all sorts of household goods, for everything that normal people spend money on all over the country, is, it's an economic issue that she can use against him. But honestly, it's hard to put aside the fact that the last time this guy had the presidency, he tried to hold on to power by force. Like there's no percentage in eliding that, I think. And so I think Vice President Harris is good on the issues in terms of her own, what she's promising and what she wants to do for the country. But Donald Trump is not running as an incumbent, but he is running as a former president, and his record and what he's proposing now and his extreme new running mate, it's all just very, very, very fertile ground for a unified, democratic, and newly energized campaign. I feel like from where I'm sitting right now, again, looking like a boiled ham, I'm sorry that I'm not wearing any makeup, but from where I'm sitting right now, I feel like I can hear checkbooks opening and wrists swiveling as donors on the Democratic side. Everybody to the left of Attila the Hun is now turning to the reality of a new Democratic candidate and a new prospect for keeping Donald Trump from getting back into the White House and presumably not leaving for life, if that's the way he's thinking about things.
He's running on a record, and you laid out the record. Donald Trump is running on a record that was capped off by his refusal to leave the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris will be running on the record of this White House. At the top of this interview, Rachel, you mentioned that the United States has an economy that the world envies. That's true. Mm-hmm. The rest of the world has had a much harder time coming out of COVID. They've had a much harder time bouncing back. China, much harder time bouncing back. The UK, significantly harder time bouncing back. That's why they just decided to throw out the Conservatives in the bin just a couple weeks ago and elect a new Labour government for the first time in, I think, 14 years, because the economic situation in the UK has been so bad. Austerity has done nothing for that country. The exit from the European Union was terrible. So when we are doing well, when we have job growth, when we have inflation coming down, prices coming down, when the unemployment record in this country is at near historic lows, to say that we are the envy of the world is not hyperbole. We are the envy of the world right now economically, and Vice President Kamala Harris does have that record to run on. Can she convince Americans who don't feel great about the economy, the bad vibes economy? She's going to have a task in front of her to do that, but I guess the argument is that she can do it much better and more forcefully than President Biden could. Rachel, hold on a second. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, who's got some fresh reporting for us. Monica, what do you have?
Well, Katie, I think it's just so notable in everything you've just been discussing there when we talk about the factors that went into this decision for President Biden. We have to remember he's isolated in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware with COVID, and that's where he has been these last couple of days, having some of these difficult discussions, I'm told. But ultimately, even last night with some of his closest aides, with members of his inner circle, he had told them privately, I understand, that he was full speed ahead ahead, that he wanted to continue with this campaign. Even this morning, some key White House and Biden reelection effort surrogates were on the airwaves saying this isn't a discussion about President Biden making a future decision. They had said he had made his decision, and it was to stay in the race. And some of those people didn't even find out about the president changing his mind until just moments before it went out formally on his own account on social media. That's how closely this was held. But Katie, I think it's really important to remind our viewers of who was around the president when this was happening these last couple of days, and that's his real close and immediate family. And in large part, that is because of his COVID diagnosis, but also because we knew, and we had reported, NBC News knew these conversations were happening a couple of days ago, that there was this awareness and acceptance of a more reality-based conversation that needed to take place about if the president were to leave the race, what it would look like. And the people closest to him, his family, we reported, were really talking about this in the context of wanting to make sure that if this happened, it would be befitting of a public servant who had been in elected office for more than 5 decades. And that was a really important part of this story. Once we knew that that was happening, there was an acknowledgement from within the people who know the president the best that this was a more than likely possibility. It wasn't talked about as any kind of a foregone conclusion, but the fact that those conversations were even happening, I think, tells you a lot. And it tells you a lot about these last couple of days. And we know he has been with the First Lady, who, by the way, is supposed to be going to the Paris Olympics to be at the opening ceremony in the coming days, heading there. So that is something to think about when we're now talking about where President Biden will give a larger speech, laying out this thinking and giving this formal notice of this decision to the American people. And we believe that that will be a speech in the coming days, as he hinted at in his letter. But they want to make sure, again, that so much of this was going to be calculated, according to the people that I've talked to and just spoken with, on his own timeline. And there were many around him who were very close to him who still believed that there was more time to that timeline. They felt like they had maybe bought some time with some of these forceful statements. With this decision to be back on the campaign trail, he had said just in a statement on Friday, he had pledged to be back talking about Project 2025, to be talking about former President Trump. And now here we are 48 hours later with this very, very significant decision. And something else, Katie, that just happened in the last couple of minutes is we're hearing from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who obviously played a very key role behind the scenes in talking to members of the Democratic caucus, certainly in talking to people around the White House, in expressing her own concerns, we reported, about Joe Biden's path forward here. And notably, she is saying here, she is praising him as a leader. She is talking about his greatness and that he will go down, she says in this post on social media, as one of the most consequential presidents in American history. But I think it's interesting also there, Katie, what she's not saying, which she isn't endorsing, at least outright in those posts, Vice President Harris, the way that we have seen President Biden do, and the way that we just saw former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton throw their support formally behind Vice President Harris. So that is another really key portion to this story and where it goes from here. And we know that the president and the vice president did speak earlier today ahead of the announcement. We know that Vice President Harris is here in Washington, D.C. today. She had a mega fundraiser yesterday where she was really praising her own president's leadership, saying that it was going to be Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. And again, she was one of the people and the people around her who had been told as recently as last night and this morning, there is no change to the thinking. The president fully intends to stay in this race. So this was really something that was clearly closely held. It was something the president had reflected on for some time. And remember, Katie, when he had been asked in the last couple of weeks if there was anything that was going to change his mind on this, initially he said, well, if the Lord Almighty comes down and asks me to reconsider, I'll do that. Just a couple of days ago, he had shifted that a little bit to some kind of medical condition that wasn't known if his doctors told him to do that. And now here we are on this day where we know the president did come to that conclusion ultimately, that for the interest, he says, of his own party and the country, that he is not the person to be the Democratic nominee in November.
Katie.
He also said if he was shown that he doesn't have a path forward, that he couldn't win, then he would step aside. The Congressional Black Caucus has now endorsed Kamala Harris. I want to talk to Rachel about the other statements that you mentioned, Pelosi not mentioning Harris. But Monica, if I can just get you for one more second, if you don't mind. Do we have any idea about a timeline for when President Biden is going to make this announcement in person? Is it going to be an Oval Office address, usually reserved for more somber announcements, or potentially something from the Rose Garden with Kamala Harris standing beside him, more of a passing the torch and potentially celebratory moment? Do we know anything about that?
We don't know anything specific yet, Katie, but the president is supposed to be coming back to Washington once he tests negative. And we know that that could happen in the next couple of days, but hasn't happened yet. He's supposed to be meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That had been a major meeting that was on the books before his COVID diagnosis. He was supposed to be having a couple of other events. So I'm sure they're going to obviously clear the schedule for something of consequence, as you point out, and he will decide. But I know, given what we had reported about the family conversations and even among some senior staff, they had already begun to map out what that address might look like as early as last week, at least in a very preliminary phase. So I think now begins the real work of putting that into motion. But when we do write about this in the history books, the fact that the president has COVID is sort of a weird footnote to all of it, because it means that he couldn't come out and speak about this today. We understand he's still pretty hoarse. He still has a pretty bad cough, according to his own personal doctor. So that's also something that's factoring into this, in addition to all of the other incredible factors that have contributed to this big news.
Well, I mean, you can also probably make the argument that COVID helped him get elected in 2020, and maybe COVID helped him make the decision to step aside in 2024, a parallel there. Rachel, let's talk about these statements. Monica just mentioned that Nancy Pelosi didn't endorse Kamala Harris. Let me read Nancy Pelosi's statement. President Joe Biden is a patriotic American who has always put our country first. His legacy of vision, values, and leadership make him one of the most consequential presidents in American history. With love and gratitude to President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment, God blessed America with Joe Biden's greatness and goodness. What do you think of the lack of Harris endorsement? My impression is that this is a moment for Joe Biden, and that endorsement for Harris, if it comes, it'll come after a beat is given to President Biden, some respect and some space.
Yeah, I think that's right, Katie. I think that this is a moment to recognize the grace of what Joe Biden just did. And, you know, I'm as eager as anybody to think about what this campaign is going to be like in the next 3.5 months. And, you know, I'm interested to see who Kamala Harris is going to pick to be her running mate, and, you know, how the politics shape out around all the issues and what the Democratic convention is going to be like. Yes, but actually right now, I'm sort of with Nancy Pelosi on this in terms of my own feelings, which is what Joe Biden has just done has made American history forever, but it's also one of the most selfless things a president could do. And you know, even when you think about other presidents who chose not to run again, like when LBJ chose not to run again, it wasn't for a reason like this, right? It wasn't that he thought he had the best shot at it, but it wasn't anything like that. Joe Biden absolutely, we've heard him over the last several weeks, is absolutely committed to the idea that he needs to finish the job, that he would be the best candidate against Trump, that he knows how to run against him, that he's got much more that he wants to get done. Like, we know how he feels about that. And yet, he listened to counsel. He put his ego aside, listened to counsel about what was best for the country, listened to counsel about the risk that he was putting the country at in terms of Trump potentially returning to power because of his age, purely because of his age, not because of anything else. And, you know, Nancy Pelosi is a person of faith. She's a deep Catholic faith, and she references that, I think, particularly in big moments, and I think you see that in that statement from her today. I will be very surprised if Nancy Pelosi doesn't soon endorse Kamala Harris, just as every, I think, Democrat in public life will now endorse Kamala Harris as the top of the ticket. I think that consolidation will happen rapidly. The fact that it didn't happen instantly and at the same moment she was marking this incredible incredible act by President Biden, I think, is not really a surprise.
Let me just insert just a moment of skepticism here, because we had seen reporting that Nancy Pelosi wanted kind of a mini open convention. She wanted there to be some conversation, public debate between some potential candidates to be at the top of the ticket. This was reported by a number of outlets. She knows how to count the votes. Queen of counting the votes. She understands how politics works. She understands how elections work. She's the muscle, the godmother of the Democratic Party. She had been arguing that Kamala Harris needs to be strengthened by a fight. Anointing her would weaken her, that she needs to prove herself. Could we potentially see Nancy Pelosi make that argument publicly? Or would it be just too weird for her to go against President Biden publicly again after he's already thrown his support behind Kamala Harris?
I mean, that's the thing, right, is that now that President Biden has done this, I think it's while I think that made sense as an abstraction, now that we are in the lived experience of it and President Biden has unequivocally endorsed Vice President Harris, like, I think that kind of ends the conversation. I mean, you know, maybe we'll see Dean Phillips come back. Was that the guy's name? Dean Phillips. We'll see him come back and, like, try to mount a primary campaign here. Or maybe we'll see, I don't know, somebody else say, no, it ought to be me. But I just find it hard to believe that that any Democrat who wants to prioritize beating Donald Trump in November, which I think every Democrat does, would now want to start a new process of questioning President Biden's endorsement of Kamala Harris and questioning her readiness for the job. I mean, it just, again, anything is possible. I have learned not to be surprised anymore, ever, by anything. But I would expect that the endorsements for Vice President Harris will run in a pretty consistent stream over the course of the day, and the campaign effectively starts tonight.
I think 2016 really taught us that message. Never be sure of anything, because the world is much more complicated than you think it is. Rachel, I want to let you go, but I have one more question for you. Forgive me for hogging all of your time today, all of your afternoon. Okay. So we're seeing a lot of statements of support and approval, congratulating Joe Biden on his service and on this incredibly difficult and brave decision that he's making to step aside. That's from Democrats. From Republicans, we're hearing statements that if Joe Biden can't run for office, then he should step aside. He can't be president. We're hearing a lot of that from the Elise Stefanik's of the world, from allies of Donald Trump. We're not hearing that not hearing Mitch McConnell go quite that far. But what do you make of the calls from within the Republican Party for Joe Biden to step aside? And this is obviously something they're going to start trying to campaign on as well. That the Democrats had been hiding him. He's not healthy enough to run. He's not healthy enough to lead. You can't trust them with the nuclear codes.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't mean to be too flip about it, but I think the to see Elise Stefanik out there leading with this messaging kind of tells you all you need to know in terms of whether or not this is coming from a good faith place. I think that President Biden has done a remarkable thing in choosing not to run for re-election and to instead endorse his vice president. And that's the news of the day. And Republicans are going to, pull all sorts of things out of hats to try to prosecute the case against the Democratic Party, against Vice President Harris. They'll continue prosecuting the case against Joe Biden in the remainder of his presidential term. But at this point, I feel like if you were under the impression that Joe Biden wasn't making good decisions and wasn't making hard decisions and wasn't able to take counsel and exhibit the kind of patriotic leadership that we need from an American president, I think today puts that to rest. And if something happens and he is unable to continue as president, I would expect him to step down. But in the absence of something like that emerging, some new fact pattern emerging, I think we now know what's going to happen over these next 3.5 months, and I think we now know what's going to happen in November. And I think that the Republican Party was very, very, very happy to have Donald Trump running against Joe Biden. That's why they were so quiet about Joe Biden and about this whole fight within the Democratic Party about his fitness and his age and all these other things, because they were just crossing their fingers, hoping that President Biden would stay in, because they thought they had it in the bag if they were going to run against him in November. And now their plans are completely scrambled. And so I think we'll hear a lot of different messaging from the Republican side, but this is a bad day for the Donald Trump campaign. This is a day when you start thinking, oh man, maybe we shouldn't have picked that guy as the running mate. Maybe we're going to need to do some new stuff. I mean, this is scramble. This is a day of mad scrambling on the Republican side.
Listen, you didn't hear from Donald Trump really at all while this conversation was happening beside the RNC, which was all of last week. While the conversation about Joe Biden's fitness and whether he'd stay in the race was happening, Donald Trump was pretty silent, and that tells you everything you need to know about what that side wanted, what Donald Trump and his team wanted. They didn't want to get in the way of Joe Biden. They wanted him to stay in the race. Rachel, I'm going to let you go. You're going to be back here at 7 p.m. Eastern for extended special coverage. I know you're going to need those hours to think about everything you want to say. I'm excited to tune in and to get a full download of all your thoughts on, again, this incredibly historic day. How many times have we said that just in the last week? This remarkable day, 56 years since this has happened, since a president running for re-election has stepped aside, and the person who will take his place will be somebody who was not nominated in a primary process at the top of the ticket. What a remarkable moment to be alive. Rachel Maddow. Thank you very much.
Katie, I'm glad you're in the chair today, Katie. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep going, my friend. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I'm gonna try. Joining us now, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Julie, what can you tell us about the conversations that President Biden had with lawmakers before this announcement, and then what sort of conversations did he have with them after this announcement?
Katie, well, I think it's so notable to point out that according to two sources of two different offices, at least, both that are allies of the president's or in leadership, I'm talking about Chris Coons and Leader Schumer, President Biden had at least attempted to give a heads up to some of his most fervent supporters, to members of leadership here on Capitol Hill. In the case of Coons, it was apparently that Biden was unable to reach him before he made this announcement. They had talked afterwards, I'm told. But just as we contrast what the campaign knew, how quickly this decision came to light, it does appear that the president at least tried to give a heads up to some of those folks on Capitol Hill. I also just want to note, as you point out, some of those flags that you already did, including with Leader McConnell's statement, the pretty much only Republican in a leadership position that has not gone so far as to suggest that President Biden cannot serve the remainder of his term as president, that he needs to resign early. I think that is significant, though McConnell's influence, of course, on the party is waning as he is stepping out of that position. Also, however, what we didn't hear from top leadership Democrats, including Speaker Emerita Pelosi, including the Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries in the House, and of course, the Democratic leader in the Senate, Schumer, which is an endorsement of Harris, the woman who President Biden had put his backing behind, somebody who is already the vice president. They have not gone so far in their statements, but the Senate President pro tem, a high leadership position here in the Senate, somebody who is in the line as well to take over the presidency should something happen, is Patty Murray of Washington. She has been a veteran lawmaker here, not only in the Senate, but also in the House since the 90s. She said in her statement, "We must beat Donald Trump, and I know Kamala Harris can win. I am behind Vice President Harris 100%. She's exactly the woman we need to prosecute the case against Donald Trump, save American democracy, lead the fight on abortion rights," something Murray has been a champion of in her own right here in Congress, trying to force messaging bills and so forth on the Senate floor. This is notable that Murray has said this. It is also notable that the other leaders have not. But what also is interesting to me here is that Democrats certainly are not united on this path forward, because even before this announcement from the president, for example, some of the Senate Democrats that have called on President Biden to step aside, like Senator Peter Welch of Vermont, for example, he has told me previously, Katie, again, not before today, that simply anointing Kamala Harris, in his words, would not be a good show of democracy for the party, that they should have an open process, an open convention to alleviate some of those concerns that we're seeing, and to alleviate some of what we're seeing the Republicans say about Democrats as well, that they are going over voters' heads here, suggesting that it's perhaps an illegal process without evidence as well here. So as we are trying to dig into this more, go back to the Democrats that have already called on Biden to exit the race, I just wanted to point out those notable differences because this is a long road ahead for Democrats, Katie.
Oh, God, yeah. Julie, thank you very much. Joining me now is Maria Teresa Kumar, President and CEO of Voto Latino and an MSNBC contributor. She was on the DNC call this afternoon that just wrapped up a few moments ago. Maria Teresa, tell us what they said on that call.
Well, Katie, first of all, I think that what's really important is to recognize that President Biden has been the most consequential president that we've seen. And for him to take this moment and step back and recognize that what is the need for democracy is to open up the space for other Democrats shows what a public servant he is. The call in the Credential Committee was supposed to last, Katie, 3 hours. It was supposed to be from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern. It lasted less than 30 minutes. And it was very much about process. What we voted in was making sure that all the delegates are seated in time for the convention, where they are to vote on August 22nd. I think it's very clear for the audience to understand, though, that the president still has not released his delegates. He's endorsed Kamala Harris, and the expectation is that he will release his delegates to her, but that is not a guarantee. And that's where really taking a step back and making sure that we are clear on what the next steps are for the Democratic Party is incredibly important. But I have to say, everything that the president has done since taking the reins in the administration, from providing and prioritizing American families, providing relief for millions of undocumented immigrants because they are already here for over 10 years and have American spouses, being able to ensure that we're investing in infrastructure. He has charted a new course for the United States in the 21st century. And history will show that he has been an incredible public servant. And what he did today was bold, courageous, and patriotic.
What is the Democratic message under Kamala Harris going to sound like on immigration? We got the Republican message on immigration, all the policy last week, mass deportations now, wanting to shut down the border, et cetera. What is it going to sound like in your expectation, Kamala Harris?
Well, I think it's important to say that one of the things that we have seen since the mass deportation signs is that there's a lot of independent, white, moderate Republicans who don't feel comfortable with that message, because oftentimes folks don't realize is that we live in mixed households, meaning that we have loved ones that are not white. And so seeing that, I think, really made a lot of independents pause and saying, is this the party that I want to espouse to? I think that we're going to see forward is more of a unifying message coming from the Democratic Party, recognizing that our diversity is our strength. When it came to the mass deportation, everybody recognizes that that is code for making people who are not white uncomfortable. And I can tell you, having conversations with people across the country since the Republican convention, people are weary of what that means, because it's profiling anybody who can have an accent or who looks differently from your typical American. And what to expect from the vice president is her life history. She is of immigrant roots, but more importantly, she's been able to demonstrate that she can serve every American, as the president has in the last 3.5 years. So my hope is that people focus on the issues at hand and continue showing the contrast that at the end of the day, what is better for America is being able to have policies that are inclusive and just.
Maria Teresa Kumar, thank you very much. Joining us now, former campaign manager for President Obama, now an MSNBC political analyst, David Plouffe. David, we just got a statement from the office of Barack and Michelle Obama. It's a pretty long statement, so I won't read it in full, but a portion of it: Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me. Today, we've also been reminded again that he's a patriot of the highest order. At the end of it, they say, we will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. I believe that Joe Biden's vision of a generous, prosperous, and united America that provides opportunity for everyone will be on full display at the Democratic Convention in August. And I expect that every single one of us are prepared to carry that message of hope and progress forward into November and beyond. So, David, big question. Joe Biden passed the reins off to Kamala Harris, but I'm not hearing President Obama say that. He said, I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. Explain that.
Right, Katie. Well, I think he wanted the focus today to be on Joe Biden, both his consequential presidency, this selfless decision. Obviously, they know each other extremely well and have navigated some rocky moments together. So I think President Obama trusts that in the coming days, what will be clear is whether or not there's a so-called open process or not. Kamala Harris is going to be our nominee. And so I think at the end of the day, the DNC will lay out what that process will be. If any other candidates were to suggest that they run, I don't think they will be major threats to Kamala Harris. So I think the general election 2.0, for all intents and purposes, starts today, and that's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
David,
and while
I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm so sorry. I've been told that I need to toss to NBC Today Show anchor Craig Melvin, who's also an NBC national correspondent. Let's listen.
Hey, Katie.
Oh, you're in an interview. I'm sorry. I was a little bit confused about what my control room was telling me.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, Craig, what do you got for us?
No, just some new reporting. A few moments ago, confirmed that Congressman Jim Clyburn is set to endorse Kamala Harris here in the next 15 minutes as well. So I think what you're probably starting to see over the next few hours is, the establishment to a certain extent deciding that they are going to try and avoid some sort of perhaps jungle primary, as was rumored in August in Chicago. And Clyburn, of course, as you've talked about here over the last hour or two, largely credited with perhaps saving the Biden campaign itself, symbolic and substantial that he is the first of the Democratic leadership to throw his weight behind the vice president.
That is a significant endorsement. Clyburn was the person who helped Joe Biden win South Carolina and the nomination. He was also seen as somebody who could potentially be one of the people to break the bad news to President Biden that he shouldn't stay in the race. What do you know about conversations the two of them might have had in private?
We know that the congressman traveled with the president recently when he actually contracted COVID. And we also know that there was a conversation had between the two of them. We don't know the content of that conversation, obviously. But we do know that Jim Clyburn and President Biden have been friends for literally 4 decades. I mean, Jim Clyburn was, as you know, elected to the House in 1994, the first black congressman from South Carolina. Post-Reconstruction, they developed a legitimate friendship, not a Washington friendship, but a legitimate friendship in the 90s. And, Jim Clyburn is someone I've covered for a couple of decades now myself. And he's old school. He's a man that respects loyalty and tradition and institutions. And so I don't think that it was an accident that you saw him very publicly over the past 7 to 10 days, endorsing this president, supporting this president publicly, when a lot of Democrats were doing the opposite. And he's not someone that craves necessarily the spotlight, but we had him on the Today Show just a few days ago for the first time in a number of years, live in the studio, because he wanted to vocally, publicly back this president. And if you parse the language during the course of that conversation, especially now with the benefit of hindsight, but if you parse the language that he used, he very much said then, and he said it this morning as well on MSNBC, he said, I support this president. If he decides that he doesn't want to run anymore, then I'll support that decision. If he decides that he wants to remain on the ticket, I support that decision. He was a friend until the political end, if you will.
And will remain a friend, no doubt. Did you get a sense of where Clyburn believes the party is going? We just got the statement from President Obama where he doesn't mention Harris. He says the Democratic Party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee will emerge. This is from President Obama, notably not a Harris endorsement from him, even though President Biden had endorsed and is throwing his weight behind Kamala Harris. There was also the reporting out there that Nancy Pelosi wanted a mini primary to see the candidates, potential candidates, kind of fight it out, and believed that that process would strengthen Kamala Harris. Any idea from Congressman Clyburn, the people around him, whether he believes that's what's going to happen, or is it his sense that the party will stand behind Kamala Harris, fall in line?
You know, it's a great question. That actually is a question that I posed. It's unclear. I mean, the short answer is that at this point, it's unclear. He did say, and the timing, you know, at this point, it's all a blur. But at some point over the last 12 days on some cable news show, he did allude to this idea of a jungle primary of sorts in Chicago. And I asked about that. It does not appear, based on my most recent conversation, it does not appear that's something that he necessarily still endorses. I think there's some thinking that at this point, if enough folks start to throw their weight behind Kamala Harris, they can avoid that. But I mean, the reality is, and I don't know how much of this is public, but at least based on conversations that I've had, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, some of the other folks who have been bandied about as potential candidates, they've said they don't want to be a part of running against Kamala Harris. So it begs the question: if not them, then who? So I think that over the next few days that you'll probably see more of this, more of the Clyburns. I'm certainly reluctant to speculate over the Pelosi's and the Schiffs and all those folks, but I think you'll see some of the establishment folks that throw their weight behind the vice president. But I also do think that there are a number of folks who think that President Biden deserves to have his moment, especially considering the fact he's convalescing right now with COVID in Delaware. He deserves to have his time, and at some point he'll address the nation. And I think that there's probably some thinking with regard to that, but I also think that there's certainly some strategy behind signaling to donors, especially to voters as well, that if it's not going to be him, then the vice president is our woman, and that's a message that the congressman wants to convey.
Craig Melvin. Craig, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to go back to David Plouffe. So, David, Craig was breaking news there, obviously, that Congressman Clyburn, such a powerhouse within the Democratic Party, is set to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris, as President Biden has done. We also have a little bit of reporting from our own Mike Memoli about that Obama statement. Asked why former President Obama did not follow Biden's lead in endorsing Vice President Harris, a source familiar with his thinking shares this. Just like he did in 2020, once Joe Biden earned the nomination, President Obama believes he will be uniquely positioned to help unite the party once we have a nominee, lift up that candidate, and do everything he can to get that candidate elected in November. And Mem adds a little bit of context that while Obama often said supportive things about Joe Biden during the former VP's candidacy, he did not officially endorse him until after Senator Bernie Sanders ended his candidacy. Why does President Obama take that position, that he doesn't want to be the scales tipper within the Democratic Party?
Well, I think it's appropriate. So first of all, I think he wants to focus to be on Joe Biden's remarkable record of accomplishment as president, and also this very selfless, patriotic decision. Secondly, in the next few days, it will all be clear what the process is. But honestly, that's secondary to the fact that in all certainty, Kamala Harris will be the nominee. Kamala Harris has not spoken to this. She may offer her own views about whether she thinks others should run. I'm sure she'd say they will. But at the end of the day, Katie, this is about getting a couple thousand delegates to say publicly that they're for you. That's going to happen in a matter of a few days, that the momentum's there. So I think the focus from my standpoint, yes, there's some particulars and some technocratic things to work out. But the focus needs to be on the general election, which is we are going to have a Harris-Trump matchup. And Donald Trump, I still think, should be considered a slight favorite in that matchup. But Kamala Harris, I think, really scrambles this race, and I think will create great excitement and enthusiasm, both amongst the Democratic Party, but also voters more broadly, who I think are going to be excited that there's a new matchup here. We know for over a year, voters have said that they were not super excited about this matchup. And I think despite Joe Biden's great accomplishments as president, this, I think, is going to really be a wake-up call both for the Democratic Party, but I think gives a lot of energy to the candidates, the volunteers out there, the grassroots donors. What is required for a Democrat to win the presidency, I cannot overestimate how hard it is, okay? Most battleground states, there are more conservatives than liberals, and Republicans get more reliable turnout than Democrats, although we're starting to match them. So you got to win the middle, and you got to do great on turnout. And I think what Kamala Harris allows us to do is, you've seen poll after poll. There was another one in Michigan today that showed our Democratic Senate candidates doing far better than our presidential matchup. And I think that gap narrows pretty quickly as it becomes clear she's going to be the nominee. So I know that Donald Trump and his campaign say they're ready for Kamala Harris. I'm sure we'll see some nasty ads soon. But this is not the race they wanted. This is not the race they planned for. Donald Trump's now the oldest nominee in Republican history. He's showing a lot of decline, a lot of erraticness. And I think Kamala Harris will be able to prosecute this case against Donald Trump on the economy, on health care, on democracy, on any number of issues quite effectively.
David, you just laid out why you believe former President Trump has an edge over the Democrats still. I wonder, given that, how do you, if you were advising Vice President Kamala Harris on her campaign, how she should go about running this race, whether it should be as much of a focus on the threats to democracy as maybe the potential for the economy and the trajectory that the economy has been on with this White House, foreign policy, talking about abortion. President Biden focused so much on democracy and Donald Trump and convincing voters they cannot vote for Donald Trump. Does Vice President Harris continue on that track? Is that a winning track? Or does she pivot?
Well, Katie, the first time Kamala Harris lays out her general election campaign message is going to be an incredibly important moment. So we'll learn, most importantly, what she and her team thinks about this. You're running for the presidency, so it's never one thing. But I assume saying, if I lose this election, Kamala Harris, I will concede to Donald Trump and engage in a peaceful transfer of power. He won't. We might not have another election in this country. There very well, if the Republicans win the House and Senate, will be a nationwide abortion ban that he would sign. Tens of millions of people will get kicked off health care if Donald Trump's president. Kamala Harris will increase those on the health care rolls. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for workers. Donald Trump will cut taxes for millionaires. But you also have to paint the picture, which is, and I think ultimately where Joe Biden was leading into the debate with his messaging a few weeks ago was the right place, which is Donald Trump's a narcissist. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. And settling political scores, investigating political opponents, being focused on yourself is not going to help anybody pay their bills, get a job, keep their health care. And so at the end of the day, it's not just one thing, but I think the most important thing is we have to have as many voters as possible, or those that are potential voters, because that's a big universe as well. People aren't sure they're going to vote. To make them in a searing way understand what a Donald Trump presidency could mean for them and their family, and what a Kamala Harris presidency could mean. And I think that's a matchup we can win. And I don't want to overstate Trump's advantage, but it's there. He's a couple of points stronger than he was in 16 or 20, but that was in a race against Joe Biden. So we may see some of that naturally change. So this is going to be a dead heat race, similar to what we saw in 20 or 16. And I do think a more energized Democratic Party and volunteers and grassroots people, spending time and really getting motivated matters, because that's what it takes to win a presidential race on the Democratic side.
David Plouffe, thank you so much for joining us. I want to welcome in my colleague, Chris Jansing, who's now joined us for this breaking news. It's the top of the hour. It's 4 o'clock here in New York City. What an incredible day. 56 years. That's the last time that there was a situation like this where a president stepped aside and the person who will take his place will not have gotten a single direct vote in a primary process. It hasn't happened in a whole long time. There's all this talk about Kamala Harris, as you've been hearing, but there is a little bit of a gap there that's been left open by Democratic leadership and certainly by former President Obama, so far not fulsomely endorsing Harris, not even mentioning her name.
56 years. Joe Biden would become a U.S. Senator just, I think, 5 years after that. And what an absolutely huge opportunity and huge risk now, right, for the Democratic Party. If the main problems that they saw with Joe Biden was that he was too old, they've got someone, at least by Joe Biden's statement, who's 59 years old, in Kamala Harris. If there is a problem, they believe, with his mental acuity, Kamala Harris has spent much of the last year prosecuting, which is what is one of the big issues for Democrats, and that obviously is abortion. I heard you talking about that earlier. But the real question is what happens next. And I want to bring in Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, who is a close ally of President Biden. Senator, I'm sure this is a very emotional day, a very emotional time for you. But I want to get your take, just very simply, on the decision that was made by President Biden today.
Thank you, and thanks for a chance to speak to this moment in our nation's history. Joe Biden has served our nation more than 50 years, and he has always put our country first. He has an incredible legacy of service and leadership. In 36 years in the Senate, where he chaired the Foreign Relations Committee and the Judiciary Committee, as vice president for 8 years, and now as the most consequential president of my lifetime. I still remember being at the front of the Capitol during his inaugural speech. He had inherited 3 different crises at the same moment: a deadly global pandemic that had taken millions of lives around the world and had shut down our economy, an economic crisis because of the pandemic, and a crisis of democracy because of January 6th. He was sworn in just 2 weeks after January 6th, and he gave a soaring, optimistic, hopeful speech about how if we can come together, there's nothing that can stop the United States. And I know there were folks, pundits and colleagues of mine, who thought that his call to bipartisanship, to coming together, was quaint, was outdated. And then I got to be with him in the following years as Joe Biden signed into law massive pieces of critical legislation to reinvest in our infrastructure, to rebuild our manufacturing, to confront climate change, to make our country safer from gun violence, to invest in caring for our veterans, to do more for community health than anyone in decades. His legislative accomplishments are epic, and I was very much looking forward to fighting hard for his election this fall. But there's one thing Joe Biden has done that I admire more than anything else, and that's to put our nation first. So I look forward to rolling up my sleeves and working alongside him these last 6 months. Just this coming week, he will be welcoming Prime Minister Netanyahu to Washington, and there is unfinished work to be done there. It was his proposal for a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza that was endorsed by the UN Security Council and the G7, and that he is determined to move forward to achieve a lasting peace for Gaza and for the Israeli people. And I look forward to him accomplishing that. He's got more work to do here at home, too, in our appropriations bill, our defense authorization bill, a dozen other initiatives. And so in his last 6 months as our president, and as the most senior and respected leader of our party, I know he will play a central role in the campaign this fall to make sure that Donald Trump is not returned to the White House, and that our next nominee, who I hope will be Vice President Kamala Harris, is elected this fall to continue the important work that President Biden and Vice President Harris have successfully carried out these last 3.5 years.
You say you hope it's going to be Vice President Kamala Harris. Is that a question? Might it not be?
Look, I don't think there's a real question. Joe Biden chose Kamala Harris as his vice president because, looking at the next generation of leadership of our party, he believed her to be the most capable and competent. He chose her so that had there been a tragedy in the last 3.5 years, she would be president. I served with her in the Senate. I've served with her as vice president. I've seen what she is capable of, and I'm confident we will come together and support Vice President Harris at our convention in Chicago this August.
So I'm wondering, Senator, what exactly the process looks like now, because Jamie Harrison, the chair of the DNC, just said this, that the party would undertake a transparent and orderly process to move forward as a united Democratic Party. What has to happen in the coming hours and in the coming days? We do understand that Vice President Harris is already on the phone talking to members of Congress, trying to shore up their support. But what does the process look like? You say say it looks like this is what's going to happen, but how?
Well, look, I'm not a master of the DNC rules, but the timing makes it possible for us to still convene as a Democratic Party at our quadrennial convention in Chicago this time, and to nominate for the presidency one of the folks who I believe is most qualified and capable of doing so, Vice President Harris. I will leave it to Jamie Harrison and the DNC leadership to help make sure that all of us who are delegates for Chicago understand exactly what the consequences are. But as the person who's been on the ticket with Joe Biden this entire time, my understanding is that Vice President Harris would inherit all of the staff and the field offices and the funding and the ballot access and the media access that's been secured by the Biden-Harris campaign up till now. So I believe that is what's going to happen, but I don't want to misspeak because I'm not a leader of the DNC or an expert in the rules. Given the timing, I think our president made the most important decision he could for success for this fall. I also want us to just take a moment today and reflect on his legacy before we hurtle forward to asking the question, who's next, what's going to happen next. Joe Biden has made a lasting difference for our nation, and his lifetime of service should be recognized and honored. And I look forward to a convention where we dedicate time to thanking Joe Biden for being an incredible public servant for decades and to honoring him for the lasting difference he's made. If we want to secure his legacy as president, his role as one of the most important presidents in our history, the best way to do that is to ensure that a united Democratic Party succeeds in defeating Donald Trump and J.D. Vance this fall.
Senator, we just got a statement from Vice President Kamala Harris. It's a bit lengthy, but given the significance of the moment, I'm going to read it in full because it's also very telling. On behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as President of the United States and for his decades of service to our country. His remarkable legacy of accomplishment is unmatched in modern history, American history, surpassing the legacy of many presidents who have served 2 terms in office. It is a profound honor to serve as his vice president, and I am deeply grateful to the president, Dr. Biden, and the entire Biden family. I first came to know President Biden through his son, Beau. We were friends from our working days together as attorney generals of our home states. As we worked together, Beau would tell me stories about his dad, the kind of father and the kind of man he was. And the qualities Beau revered in his father are the same qualities, the same values I have seen every single day in Joe's leadership as president. His honesty and integrity, his big heart and commitment to his faith and his family, and his love of our country and the American people. With this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the...
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Hallie Jackson.
Good day. We're continuing our breaking news coverage here on NBC News. President Biden dropping out of the 2024 presidential race, withdrawing from the ticket after weeks of pressure, both publicly and privately, from elected Democrats, and endorsing his vice president, Kamala Harris, to take over the top of the ticket. It is a significant development, an extraordinary one, but not altogether unexpected. The president himself has sounded a defiant note now for weeks. But today, in breaking news, just within the last couple of hours, he's releasing a statement saying that he believes it is in the best interest of his party and his country for him to stand down and, in his words, to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. We do expect to hear from President Biden at some point later this week in an address to the nation. But I want to bring in now Ryan Nobles, who's been joining us as these developments have continued to pour in this afternoon. And so much of this, Ryan, is now on the reaction from Democrats. What happens next? Does Vice President Kamala Harris end up taking the top of the ticket? She, of course, would inherit that war chest that the Biden campaign has built over the course of the last year or so. But there are others potentially who could be in the mix, and notably top Senate and House Democrats, while expressing admiration and gratitude for President Biden for what he's done, have largely stopped short of endorsing Harris as well so far, Ryan.
Yeah, and included on that list, the former President Barack Obama, who's also endorsing an open process and has yet to come right out and support Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. I think we find ourselves in a situation here, Hallie, and the one thing that seems to resonate with me more than anything in this flurry of statements that we've received from Democratic members of Congress and prominent Democratic politicians over the last 2 hours since the announcement was made by President Biden that he's not going to seek re-election is an overwhelming sense and yearning for the party to unify and to unify as soon as possible. And yes, more than have not have come out and said that they believe that Vice President Kamala Harris should be the eventual nominee. But you see baked into a lot of these statements a recognition that there does need to be some sort of a process, perhaps even a competition before she is just given the responsibility of taking over this party's nomination and then subsequently taking on Donald Trump in the fall election. And so how that manifests itself, it seems pretty clear that party leaders are still trying to figure out. This is uncharted territory that we find ourselves in. There hasn't been a situation like this in decades. And so whether that means that Kamala Harris, who's already made it clear that she's prepared to fight for that nomination, is challenged by someone else, they go to the convention and she wins it easily. But there is this recognition of a process that remains to be seen. No one else at this point has raised their hand and said that they want to be part of that conversation. So the early stages of this show, first of all, the Democrats seem to be somewhat relieved that President Biden has decided to exit the stage. Many of them feel they're applauding his record of service. They feel fortunate to have worked with him. They call his record as president a successful one, but they do seem happy and satisfied that he's decided to hand over the mantle to someone else. The question is, how does a Vice President Kamala Harris become the Democratic nominee? There's a logistical question that needs to be answered in terms of how that process plays itself out, Hallie. But then there's also a support question that needs to be answered. Does she have the support of the Democratic Party writ large? It seems to be an answer to both of these questions that Democratic leaders want to get answers to as soon as possible.
And Ryan, let me just read the statement from Vice President Harris that is coming into us in literally the last 5 minutes. After thanking President Biden for his service and for what he's done for this country, the vice president says, I'm quoting her here. She says, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." She later says that she will do everything in her power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and what she describes as his extreme Project 2025 agenda. Let me go to Monica Alba, who is live for us outside the White House here. Monica, help us understand how this came together, because the signals, even as recently as Friday, Saturday, just about 48 hours ago, had been that President Biden and his top campaign staff seemed fairly defiant and fairly dug in that he would continue to remain in this race despite those calls for him to withdraw.
Hallie, even a couple of hours and minutes before this statement came down formally from President Biden, those who were working for him thought that he was completely committed to staying in this fight and staying in this race. And I have to tell you that even some very senior leadership last night was under the impression that the president was going to continue with his reelection effort. Even this morning, there were key surrogates who are close to the president who were on the airwaves saying there shouldn't be any debate here about a decision. He's made his decision, and that is to remain in the race. So it did come as a surprise to some. I can tell you, according to a source with direct knowledge of the situation, that the president told his most senior team around 1:45 p.m. Eastern today that he had changed his mind. And it was mere moments later that we saw the letter post on his social media account announcing that to the entire world. So it was very closely held. Now, we know that he did have a conversation with Vice President Harris ahead of the announcement, where obviously they spoke about this. And now, as you just alluded to in that statement from the vice president, it is clear that this larger question about how this works next is the major one. And even if President Biden has fully endorsed his vice president to be the Democratic nominee, we're seeing some signals from key Democratic leadership, from former President Obama, that there needs to be a moment here where things don't get rushed necessarily, because they want to be sure that this process also appears democratic. They want to make sure that if there were someone to come out and say, I would like to challenge Vice President Harris for this nomination, that that process could play out. And we should point out, according to somebody familiar with former President Obama's thinking, that they're going back to how this all played out in 2020 when there was an open primary and when Joe Biden was still going through that process. Even if it seemed clear that former President Obama would back Joe Biden, he waited until, at the time, Senator Bernie Sanders formally ended his candidacy, and it was clear that Joe Biden would be the presumptive nominee, and there was nobody else in the conversation before fully backing him and saying that he would do everything he could to ensure his victory in 2020, as he did. So I think they're trying to talk about this in this larger conversation, but we know, Hallie, that the days are what cannot be long here. There are only a couple of days and weeks until they need to sort this out with the convention coming up on August 19th. And before all of this, there was essentially going to be a virtual roll call nomination for the party even before that, sometime before August 7th. So all of this is going to probably play out in a fairly short amount of time and days. But I think that's a little bit about what you're seeing. And also from people who are very close to the former president, Barack Obama, and to President Biden now that I've spoken with, they want to be sure that this moment is about Joe Biden and about this incredibly difficult decision that he has made and about this moment to try to take stock in what has occurred historically. And so I think the next also major moment that we could see here is when we learn more about how President Biden comes out and addresses all of this in a speech to the nation. He can't do that today because he is still positive for COVID and isolating in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, with a very sore throat, with some hoarseness and a cough, we understand. But we do expect that that will take place at some point in the coming days, and they're already discussing venue, length, message for all of that. Hallie.
Monica, that's critical reporting and exactly the question that I was going to get to with you, because remember, President Biden is, of course, recovering from that COVID diagnosis. It sounds like, reading between the lines, Monica, he's maybe not full voice right now, and they want to give him a beat to get to that point before he addresses the nation on something so critically significant.
Exactly, and that is what is so wild to add to the list of extraordinary things and events that have taken place since that June 27th debate, which I think will go down in history as one of the most consequential decisions for any re-election campaign, because it was the Biden team that came out and said, we want to have a debate in June. We want to face Donald Trump earlier than your typical general election debate season. And because of that dismal and really poor debate performance, this larger conversation started about whether he should stay at the top of the ticket. And now here we are. And yes, nobody perhaps could have predicted that just a couple of days ago, the president would then be sidelined with COVID and have to get off the campaign trail to have some of these really, really, really maybe uncomfortable and difficult and personal discussions about his future. And we know, Hallie, that some of the people who have been around him and been counseling him most closely are his family. First Lady Jill Biden has been with him for the last couple of days there in Delaware. We know he's been in touch with other family members. And as NBC News first reported a couple of days ago, we know that there were even conversations among the family about if President Biden were to make this decision, what would this exit plan look like, and what, in their words, would be befitting of a man who served the country for more than 50 years in elected office. If he were to step aside and bow out, what kind of a moment should that look like? And they really, in all those conversations, according to our sources, signaled that they wanted that to be on President Biden's own timeline. But because of the external pressure, because of the cascading calls of Democrats, of people he had worked with for years, saying he should leave the race, perhaps that timeline became a little bit more compressed because he did have COVID and because he was having these discussions with his inner circle. And ultimately, he got to that point just this afternoon, we're told, and now it will be a larger conversation about the path forward. But the president is fully endorsing his vice president, and she likewise is saying in that statement, which I think is key, that she wants to earn this nomination. And so she wants to prove to the American people as well, according to people in her very close orbit, that she is the right person for this job. And she wants to make sure that then the party can rally behind her and unite in a way that they couldn't up until this point for Joe Biden. Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you very much. I know you're staying close to the camera. I want to go back to Ryan Nobles just briefly here, because Ryan, part of this moving forward, as Monica laid out, is does Kamala Harris, in fact, end up taking the top of the ticket? If she does, who ends up as her running mate? And if she does not, who else could be in the mix? And there is a slew of names that have been widely speculated about ever since the pressure started to build after that first presidential debate at the end of June. We're talking about people like Gavin Newsom, like Gretchen Whitmer, like Josh Shapiro, like Andy Beshear, like Mark Kelly. Talk us through some of what you've heard and the response from these folks, because many of them are out with statements just late today. Very few of them are coming out with a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris just yet, as you're taking a look here at those potential Democratic contenders, Ryan.
Yeah, in fact, to your point, Hallie, the one person on that list that you mentioned, I believe you mentioned him, was Mark Kelly, who is a potential running mate for Kamala Harris. He comes from a swing state of Arizona. He obviously has a very compelling life story as a former astronaut, the husband of Gabby Giffords, who was nearly murdered in an assassination attempt when she was a member of Congress, now represents the state of Arizona. He is out with a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris. He says that she is the right person to defeat Donald Trump and lead our country into the future, and that she has his support for the nomination. So Mark Kelly's a potential name on that list. You mentioned others. I think a strong possibility could be Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina. North Carolina is a state that Barack Obama was able to win twice, but Donald Trump has gone on to win twice. It's a state that Democrats would love to put in play during this potential presidential election, especially if they start to bleed a little bit with that northern blue wall, the kind of Midwest Rust Belt wall, which Joe Biden was able to sweep last time around. Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, is on that short list of someone that could not only potentially be a running mate, but also could potentially be at the top of the ticket if the process is open. That's certainly a name that people would point to. I think Andy Beshear in Kentucky, who is a moderate Democrat, comes from what is a ruby red state, would be at least a compelling story, right? To have somebody from the middle of the country, represents a lot of working class white voters in particular. That's an area where Democrats have seen their numbers bleed quite a bit. He would also be someone that would be a great compliment to Kamala Harris, and also somebody who is young. And it's interesting, Hallie, how just in the last 3 hours, the conversation of this race has flipped completely upside down. Democrats were trying to convince the country for quite a while that an 81-year-old man was fully capable of still running this country. Now they find themselves running against a nominee who pretty much under any circumstance, with any of these names that have been floated as a possible nominee, will be much older than any of them. So you could have a young, dynamic ticket when you take in Kamala Harris and Andy Beshear, and juxtapose that against someone like Donald Trump. Of course, J.D. Vance is someone who is also young. So there are a long list of potential opportunities for Democrats here. The direction that they go in will play a big role in how this process plays itself out going forward. And I do have to say, Hallie, and I think this is an important thing to keep in the back of our minds as we continue to report this out. It's really congressional Democrats that drove this process, right? That's right. There obviously was a long list of concerns among the Democratic hierarchy the day after that debate, which is now almost a month ago. But it was congressional Democrats who started sounding the alarms right away. I remember being on the air with you when you interviewed Congressman Lloyd Doggett, who stuck his nose out there first as the one saying that the party should seriously consider moving in a different direction. And then it was a slow drip, drip, drip of members of Congress who kept this an active conversation. When President Biden came out the Monday after the debate and forcefully said that he was staying in the race, that wasn't enough for congressional Democrats. After the assassination attempt on former President Trump, when it looked like there was going to be another opportunity for these calls to subside and perhaps President Biden could hang on to the nomination, congressional Democrats were not satisfied. They were the ones that were looking at their internal polling that was blaring red lights of concern, not just on the national ticket, but for these down ballot races, and the real possibility that if President Biden stayed at the top of the ticket, they were in danger of losing the White House, the House of Representatives and the Senate. And they just did not let it go. And that ultimately, I think, became the pressure point that made it very difficult for President Biden to move forward. And the reason I bring this up is because I think this past practice could be indicative of future results, in that I do believe that it will be congressional Democrats that will be the loudest voices in determining who the next leader of the Democratic Party will be. We've seen those that have come out and supported Kamala Harris do that in a very forceful and affirmative way. I think it'll be very difficult to overcome that. But I do think it's worth looking at congressional Democrats as kind of the indicator of the way this process plays itself out, because they were the ones that asserted themselves and really led to this change.
And notable that the head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus on the sort of left side of where the conference is has come out now enthusiastically supporting Kamala Harris. Ryan, stand by for a second. I want to get to Ali Rafa here because, Ali, we were just learning from a source familiar that the president and vice president, we knew that they had already spoken prior to the announcement from President Biden. We are now learning that today, according to a person familiar, they have spoken multiple times today, while President Biden is where you are, Ali, around Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He's been there. He's been recovering from COVID. Presumably, Ali, he is spending time or has spent time in council with his family on this critical decision for his legacy and for the country's future.
Yeah, Hallie, and that's part of the reason this came as a shock to some of us here. We really were not expecting the president to make an announcement this momentous while being more than 100 miles away from the White House as he recovers here at his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware home from COVID-19. And his doctor, of course, provided an update on that earlier today, saying that he is still suffering from some of those symptoms, but he has improved significantly. But as you mentioned, a source familiar saying that while the president has been here, he did speak multiple times earlier today with Vice President Kamala Harris before making this announcement that he was stepping aside, before in a subsequent announcement endorsing Vice President Harris to be his replacement at the top of the Democratic ticket. And I think it's important to note how, as we've seen these growing calls for the president to step aside, there has also been disagreement among those who have made those calls over whether Harris would be the best option to replace him, whether she would be the best option for Democrats to defeat former President Trump in November. We see many of them coming out now and throwing their backing and their support behind Vice President Harris. But we're also seeing some who are notably not throwing their support behind her. You mentioned earlier former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Notably, we didn't see it from former President Obama. It's unclear whether that will happen later on. But it's also, I think, notable how Harris's role, how she has shifted in recent weeks, and really over the last 2 years of this administration. We've seen her take much more of a visible role, a much deeper role in the administration. And in just the last month, since that poor debate performance by the president on June 27th, as really the eyes of the political world shifted on Vice President Harris for any signs of a big change here, she has had to balance this role of being defending the president as he faced these growing calls for him to step down, but also ready to step in if and when that time came. And of course, now that the president has made this announcement and endorsed his vice president, really all eyes are going to be on her as far as what she does next and how her role could change through the rest of this term. Hallie.
Ali, thank you. We are now getting word from Congressman Jim Clyburn, a close ally of President Biden's and of Kamala Harris, who says that he echoes the good judgment that President Biden has demonstrated in selecting Vice President Harris to lead this nation alongside him. Congressman Clyburn saying, "I'm proud to follow his lead in support of her candidacy to succeed him as the Democratic Party's nominee for president." I'm going to go to Ryan Nobles on that in just a second. But before I do, I want to sneak in Vaughn Hilliard, who covers the Trump-Vance campaign. And Vaughn, we are getting new reaction now from the new Republican vice presidential nominee here about Kamala Harris. Overall, it seems like the campaign has had a two-pronged argument here as it relates to the possibility of President Biden dropping off the ticket, as he has now done. Number one, to lash whoever the nominee is to the Biden agenda. And number two, to criticize Kamala Harris for, in their view, as they see it, covering up President Biden's inability to continue to seek office, in the words of Republicans. Vaughn.
Right. And all this is happening at the same time that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump literally had their first joint rally on the campaign trail together. less than 24 hours ago in Grand Rapids, Michigan, coming out of the convention with really a united front. And J.D. Vance, I want to let you look at the statement that he just released, now the formal vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party, in which he writes in part that, quote, Joe Biden has been the worst president in my lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right there with him every step of the way. Over the last 4 years, she co-signed Biden's open border and green scam policies that drove up the cost of housing and groceries. She owns all of these failures, and she lied for nearly 4 years about Biden's mental capacity, saddling the nation with a president who can't do the job. President Trump and I are ready to save America. Whoever's at the top of the Democratic ticket, bring it on. And Hallie, I was having a conversation at that rally in Grand Rapids yesterday with RNC chairman Michael Whatley, and I asked him about the prospect of the individual at the top of the ticket changing. And his words to me were, quote, they have more than a messenger problem. They have a message problem, because Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, no matter who else is in this ticket, is going to adopt those same platforms and those same policies. And they're out of step with the American people. I can tell you, Hallie, that yesterday at that Michigan rally, and coming directly from Milwaukee at the convention where you were at as well, this is a Republican Party that is, almost in a way finds itself in a place of believing it is all but inevitable that Donald Trump is going to win the general election on November 5th. Talking to supporters of the former president at that rally yesterday, there is a confidence that this is hardly a matchup at this point, with Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. And polling just in Michigan, as an example, yesterday coming out this morning, that showed Donald Trump taking a 7-point lead in the battleground Midwestern state. And in each of the battleground states, he had opened up such margins that it was difficult for the Biden campaign to see how they were going to be able to change the trajectory. And I was talking with a senior advisor to Donald Trump at that rally yesterday, who told me that they've done internal polling, and some polls showed if Kamala Harris was at the top of the ticket, that she was outperforming Joe Biden by a point or two. But other internal polls, depending where they were looking, it was the other way around, and that Joe Biden was outperforming Kamala Harris. And they feel like they had been preparing for the last 20 months since Donald Trump first announced his bid in November of 2022 for a Joe Biden rematch. Now, suddenly, with just over 100 days left, they're going to have to shift their focus, whether it's Kamala Harris or somebody else. And there are some questions here at a point in time as to which states do you focus on, as opposed to it being Kamala Harris on the ticket versus Joe Biden, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. And it was just yesterday suggested to me that the Trump campaign was eager to start campaigning in places like Minnesota, Virginia, to expand the map. Does suddenly somebody else atop the ticket refocus their attention on where they should be spending not only their time, but also their resources?
Vaughn, thank you very much. I want to bring in our chief political analyst, Chuck Todd. All right, Chuck, so lay it out for us here. Would a ticket on the Democratic side, helmed by Kamala Harris, do better against former President Donald Trump than President Biden?
Well, I think what happened over the last month is that Joe Biden's candidacy became indefensible. So, yes, by comparison, 100%. Does that mean she can win? This is an uphill battle. All right, the last time Democrats got a nominee this late was 1968, and they came close. And again, it was with somebody who was seeking the nomination again, seeking the presidency again, and a polarizing figure, that figure being Richard Nixon. So this is not going to be easy. I think that the next 4 weeks, are going to be like a roller coaster. And in fact, I would be very careful assuming any of this polling over the next 4 weeks is set in stone. You're going to have, I think the public is going to give her a look. She's going to have an opportunity. She's going to have an opportunity the first time she does a rally, but more importantly, her convention now is going to be a huge moment for her. Who she picks as running mate, that's another opportunity to reintroduce herself. So
Can I just ask you? You're sort of talking like she's already, in your mind, going to be at the top of the ticket.
She'll be the nominee.
Do you believe that is, you think that's pretty much a done deal, if not technically, then at least practically?
Yes, because, I mean, you've already seen it. The entire, you have both President Clinton and Secretary Clinton already endorsing, Joe Biden already endorsing. There's 107 days left. There's a whole bunch of major players in the Democratic Party that endorse. Look, will one or two make a couple of calls to delegates? Perhaps, but I've actually already reached out to a few delegates to see if they've heard from anybody. And the only campaign they'd heard from was Biden's campaign. Ironically, this morning, they were making calls to see, before all this, to see what level of support they still had. Because I had some reporting, Hallie, earlier in the weekend that indicated, look, if he didn't go out on his own terms, he probably wasn't going to get renominated. The delegates were starting to peel off. So, you know, this was a very pragmatic decision that the president needed to make. But this will be this will be close to a coronation. I do think it's a bad look if they do it virtually, but I think the party's going to be tempted to, because I think she's already going to have the votes with it probably by the end of this week.
Chuck, I'm going to ask you to stand by. I want to go to somebody who knows the vice president well, Simone Sanders Townsend, the former senior advisor and chief spokesperson for the vice president. Simone, it's good to have you on. Give me a sense, as I am sure your phone has been lighting up with texts, with the group chats, of the thinking inside the Democratic Party right now and inside those who know and who understand Kamala Harris.
Well, the thinking inside the party that I've heard, Hallie, is that folks are, first of all, they were shocked by the president's announcement today. I don't think many people were expecting this afternoon, including some staff of the president. We had Quentin Fulks on our show earlier this morning. But they are saying this is a remarkable, selfless act. I myself think that Joe Biden is a patriot, and he should be lauded for just how he has handled this entire, what I'm calling a debacle. And now that he has endorsed Vice President Harris, there are many people saying, okay, well, then this is the situation. The Democratic Party leaders that I've talked to inside the Democratic Party apparatus, again, delegates, people who will help usher this process through Rules and Bylaws Committee credentials, they say that they do still intend to hold a virtual nomination. The Credentials Committee was actually meeting earlier today, and they took a break after this news happened, and they will meet again later. Again, the Credentials Committee is important because they certify the delegates that are going to the convention. That's the entity that credentials them. Then the Rules and Bylaws Committee, as my understanding, is expected to meet later next week to finalize what the virtual vote process will be. That they say that they want to get this done by August 7th. So folks inside the vice president's apparatus that I have spoken to say that she, just as her statement said, she intends to earn this nomination. It's my understanding she has been on the phones calling any member of Congress that could get on the phone to speak to them, calling allies, outside entities and groups. I myself spoke with some folks from Emily's List who said that they are ready to support Vice President Harris's presidential campaign. I remind folks that she was an Emily's List candidate when she was elected to the United States Senate. And so there are a lot of groups and a lot of people poised and ready to get this done so they can focus on campaigning, because with 107 days left until Election Day, it's even less than that until people actually start voting.
That's a great point. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you so much, Simone. I will let you get back to the reporting that I know you're doing. I want to bring now Michael LaRosa, who previously served as special assistant to President Biden and is the former press secretary to First Lady Jill Biden. Michael, it's good to have you on. Thank you for being with us. Let me start here initially with your reaction, with your thoughts to this political bombshell that dropped just hours ago.
Yeah, totally surprised. I thought, given the nature of the robust schedule they were putting out and the really definitive statements they were making for the last couple days, including putting the president himself putting out a statement on Friday that this was going to be a little bit more of an extended process. I thought in my head, Hallie, that this was really unsustainable. What you saw last week was a really intentional, coordinated effort to turn the heat up on the president from party leaders, and it looks like it worked. When you saw Jen O'Malley Dillon and make that rare TV appearance on Morning Joe, and then you saw, a lot of the campaign officials push back the schedule release and the president's statement on Friday. After all of that, Senator Sherrod Brown still came out and said the president should pass the torch. And so what that said was that message to the president that congressional leaders were sending, it wasn't going to stop. It was Mr. President, we love you, but this will not stop. And so you saw that a little bit throughout the weekend. You saw Mark Takano, an ally of Nancy Pelosi, on Saturday. You heard Joe Manchin this morning. From everything I heard, that this decision was made within the last couple of hours or as early as late as this morning.
Well,
so,
let me ask you that. Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Michael, but
Nope.
just as somebody who knows Dr. Jill Biden quite well and has spent a lot of time with her, she is
Yes.
somebody who is obviously incredibly influential when it comes to her husband's thinking and decision making. Based on all of our reporting over the course of many, many years, she's his spouse. She is somebody who is intimately involved in the decision making processes. Help us with some insight into where her head may be at here, because presumably, and I don't have reporting to back this up, I want to be clear, but presumably Joe Biden would not have made this move if Jill Biden had not been backing him here, it seems to me.
I think that's right, and I'm only speculating at this point, but from what I know and what I've observed in my 3 years with her, and what has been reported, a lot of these decisions that the president makes are not whether it's Jill alone or just Valerie or just Mike Donilon. A lot of these decisions are sort of consensus by committee. So if Dr. B had bought into the political case that was being made that there was no path, and she was reassured by Val and people like Senator Dodd or Mark Gittenstein and Ted Kaufman, who, by the way, was the one to tell the president that he had to leave the race in 1987. If all of them sort of communicated to Jill that there was no path, she would be on board with that. She trusts them, and I'm sure she accepted their recommendations.
Michael LaRosa, we're glad to have you on. Michael, thank you very much on a significant day. We'll ask you to come back if you end up hearing anything else from your contacts still in and around the campaign. Thank you. I want to bring back in now our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles, because, Ryan, in the brief interlude since you and I last spoke, just in the last 20 minutes or so, we have seen more and more elected Democrats in the House of Representatives coming out and supporting Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. I'm talking Eric Swalwell. I'm talking about Debbie Dingell, who suggested that she would as well. Congressman Jim Clyburn, an influential voice in the party, a close ally of President Biden's, coming out and saying that he also enthusiastically backs the vice president. Talk to us about the dynamics at play here.
Yeah, and another one, just as you were bringing me in, Hallie, Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, which is a key battleground. He also putting his support behind Vice President Harris right now, calling her absolutely the right candidate to defeat Donald Trump and unite our country. She's prepared, ready to win, and has my full support. So it is important to point out, anybody that has come out and made a statement about President Biden and has also backed someone to replace him, every single one of those people have backed Kamala Harris. They've said she is the right choice to lead the party going into November. But that's not everybody. There is a pretty significant universe, a very significant influential universe of Democrats who have yet to say that they're supporting any candidate. And some have come right out and said that there needs to be an open process. And I can tell you, Hallie, from my conversations with both elected Democrats, Democratic operatives, Democratic aides, the overwhelming sense that I'm getting is that every Democrat, even those that support Kamala Harris, do believe that it is important to make this an open process. In other words, no one is interested in a coronation. They actually feel that that could hurt Kamala Harris if she ends up winning the nomination. And so what you see Democrats kind of doing in real time here is processing how they make that process work. How do you make the convention one where it is open to anybody who is interested in running, that they get a fair shot at the nominating process to convince the delegates that they might be the best candidate out there, but perhaps Kamala Harris comes into that situation with an overwhelming advantage and she ends up winning the nomination, but does so through a contested contest. That's not an easy feat to pull off. That's going to be very difficult for Democrats to try and thread that needle of making it easy for her to become the candidate that everyone unites behind, but at the same time opening it up to anyone involved. So that's what you see them doing right now. I do think it is significant that Kamala Harris's initial statement that she put out, basically throwing her hat into the ring while at the same time thanking President Biden for his service, did come from the official Biden-Harris email account. So she's using that campaign infrastructure already, and she's already raising money. She's out there with a fundraising solicitation right now to try and drum up as much support as possible. So I do think this is something that you're going to see Democrats earnestly want to come to a conclusion as soon as possible? Do they settle on a process as early as August 1st, which is the date that they currently have set for the virtual roll call, and Kamala Harris goes into the August convention as the party's nominee? Or do they wait and delay that process, go all the way up to the convention, allow people to make speeches on the House floor or on the floor of the convention and go through all that? That's something that remains to be seen. But to your first question, anyone that has come out right now that's an elected Democrat or a prominent Democrat who has endorsed a candidate to replace Joe Biden, every single one of them have said that they support Kamala Harris. And I do think that's significant and shows how much support she has right now and why, at this point, it's her nomination to lose.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. I'm going to let you continue to do your reporting and make your calls, as I know you're doing. And I want to bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, I understand that you have some new reporting now on all of this. What's up?
That's right. I just got off the phone with CBC Chair Stephen Horseman, who is, of course, a congressman in Nevada. Now, he is someone who just got off the phone with the vice president, Kamala Harris, which means she's there calling people who have endorsed her. The CBC PAC has already endorsed her. He described that phone call to me that lasted about 5 minutes as her reaching out to him. He told me that she told him specifically she wants to earn this and she will win. And he took her saying that she wanted to earn this, not that there was going to be this big sort of mini primary that some have talked about, but that she wanted to make sure that she had the delegates that she needed and she had the support of the party, because, of course, now that we're going into the convention, it's going to be a lot of the delegates who are going to be voting for her. So my understanding is that she is already sort of shoring up support here. And in talking to him, he also talked to me about this being an emotional call. He told me at one point he didn't know if he should call her Madam Vice President or Madam Nominee. And he said that, apart from, of course, this being a big moment for President Biden and really his legacy in passing the torch, he also said this is the moment where he can pause and tell his daughter, a little black girl, that there might be likely a black woman at the top of the Democratic ticket for the first time in history. And he said that was not lost on him as the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. I also want to tell you that I've been talking to a number of allies of the vice president. They have a lot of tasks at hand, and the to-do list is long, but they are ticking through it. First up is that they're looking at new vice presidential nominees. They're talking about a number of people, including possibly Senator Mark Kelly. The other name is Gretchen Whitmer, who, of course, is the governor of Michigan. Andy Beshear is another name that I've heard. Mitch Landrieu is another name that I've heard. So they're really going through and looking at who now, if Vice President Kamala Harris becomes the presumptive nominee, if she ends up being at the top of the ticket officially, as a number of Democrats now we see are endorsing her to be, there's already the conversation of sort of who would be her VP. I also have been talking to people who say on that to-do list is shoring up donors, because in the weeks after this debate performance by President Biden, there are a number of donors who froze giving to the party and froze giving to the campaign. I just talked to someone who said now donors are emailing, they're excited again. They're saying, look, this might be hard, but we need to make up for lost ground. In some ways, the coffers are opening back up. Another thing that I'm hearing is that there's really going to be a campaign agenda for how to go forward. She's been on the road, Vice President Kamala Harris, a lot of times crisscrossing the nation, but I'm told that that's going to really kick up in the next few days and next few weeks here, as she now, of course, sets her sights on both shoring up the nomination, but also making the case as a prosecutor and as someone who has been very critical of former President Trump, that she can beat him and that she's the best candidate to beat him. Hallie.
Yamiche, thank you very much. Our chief political analyst, Chuck Todd, is joining us now. So, Chuck, pick up on that thought here. What does this process look like from a very practical nuts and bolts perspective? In other words, as we look ahead to, let's say, the next week, Chuck, we know that at some point we will hear from President Biden himself. He has said that he would do that he would address the nation. That is going to be a critical moment, really, in modern political history right now. After that, where does this go, right? If Harris continues to rack up the endorsement, whether she does end up at the top of the ticket or not. I mean, she's got to select a running mate. We've talked about some of these names who could be in the mix for that position. Where do you see this going?
Well, there's two things. Let me get you on one technical. If somebody wants to challenge her for the nomination inside the process, there is an official process. You need 300 signatures, just like you would to get on a ballot, 300 signatures from delegates, from the current delegate field. We'll know in the next 24 hours whether anybody not named Harris is making calls to see if they can do that. So that's just something to keep an eye on in the next 24 hours. But I think she needs to have a very deliberate and methodical VP search. Because there isn't going to be sort of a up-down by the voters about her, I think it's an opportunity. It's a way for her to showcase some of the people that may be part of her administration if she wins, but she really needs to bond with this person. So she needs to take her time, and, we're going to be harassing all these candidates and following them, and that's always annoying to these candidates who would like to be able to have conversations without speculation flying up in the air. But, I think we'll go back to sort of the previous way this used to be done, where you would see the nominee to be, the presumptive nominee, in this case, we may be calling her that pretty soon, meeting with various, maybe we'll see secret flights come into National or Dulles that we'll all have to keep an eye on things like that. But she really needs to, because I think this is going to define her. It's going to define her ideologically, and it's going to define her culturally. And that's why this is going to be an extraordinary, important first decision with her. So I wouldn't rush it, and I would almost be a bit as open as they're comfortable being about it. Go ahead and let us see who she's interviewing, see who she's meeting with. Throw in an Admiral McRaven on there. She may not end up picking him, but she ought to make him part of the interview process. Throw in some interesting wild cards in there, because again, she's introducing herself to the country at an important time. She doesn't have many things to introduce herself. The VP selection process is one of them.
Chuck, thank you very much. Monica Alba is joining us now as well. And Monica, I know that you've been working the phones here on what is a decision that seemed to come both inevitably and suddenly, if something can be both of those two things.
I think that's a perfect way to describe it, Hallie. And so the fallout from all of it, you have to think about some of the people who've been working for him for years, for decades, who joined this re-election campaign and effort a little over a year and a half ago, and how they all found out. And now, after he posted that on social media, I'm told there have been really a series of calls, smaller calls that have been held from senior campaign leadership, briefing staff, and trying to kind of give them a sense of this moment and this seismic shift, trying to reassure some within the campaign. I'm told that there may be jobs still for them on this new campaign, whatever that ends up looking like, if indeed Kamala Harris is the nominee. But as for all the reasons you were just spelling out, they still have to sort all of that before that can get underway. So there are many people wondering what that apparatus is going to look like. And then on the White House side of things, since of course President Biden still has his day job, I'm told that senior leadership has also been holding calls with some smaller groups within the West Wing and within the administration to try to field and answer some questions about how this could have happened. And on one call in particular, there was a sense being raised of, well, we went out there, and as recently as yesterday, as recently as this morning, we said publicly the president was still in this, the president was still committed to this. Were we wrong? And according to one senior leader and senior White House aide who has been with the president for some time, who was leading this call, she told them, I understand, that you weren't wrong. We all thought that he was still in this race and committed to this, and that that was going to be his path forward as of early this afternoon, when that all changed. So now they're trying to sort of return to a little bit of the business at hand, which is hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House at some point this week, as he is also going to be addressing a joint session of Congress and trying to discuss some of these other scheduling matters, because he will still continue as the president with his schedule once he tests negative for COVID. And so they're now just trying to sort through what that looks like. But I understand he's still in Rehoboth Beach for now. We don't anticipate that changing at all today. We don't think he'll be returning to the White House. But then it's the larger question of if and when he does return to the White House in the next few days, if he does test negative, will he give that speech from the White House, from the Rose Garden, from the Oval Office, or will this be something that's a little bit different? I think they're still figuring all of that out, but we know that those discussions are also underway, which is significant too, Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you very much. Our Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now as well. Ali Rafa, I should say, is joining us now. She is live in Rehoboth Beach with President Biden. And Ali, you have been listening to what Monica Alba has laid out here, the reporting that you and the team have done so far. The expectation, of course, is that we will hear from President Biden at some point in the coming days as we are continuing to follow. And again, forgive me, just looking at my laptop here, because the information is coming in at a fairly crushing pace. In fact, I'm just seeing a new note from Senator Carper looking as he thanks President Biden for his service, saying that the country is indebted to the president. These are folks who have known the president for a long time, folks who have been close to him, including, of course, Chris Coons, Allie, who we've heard from today as well.
Yeah, and Senator Chris Coons is a longtime ally of President Biden, of course, a fellow senator from Delaware, where the president had served in the Senate for decades. And Chris Coons has come out repeatedly over the last month since that poor debate performance by President Biden as a supporter of his campaign, a co-chair of his campaign, and really defending the president. And in recent days had said, he would support him in any decision he made, but wouldn't really signal one way or another whether he would support the president stepping aside. And that's been the difficult decision or choice that some of these longtime Biden allies had to make recently. And as recently as just this morning, Hallie, we heard from Congressman Jim Clyburn, who in just the last hour has come out and endorsed Vice President Harris as the replacement for President Biden. But just this morning, Congressman Clyburn, who of course is a co-chair on the Biden campaign, who is credited with saving President Biden's 2020 candidacy, came out and said that he would support any decision that the president made, that if he decided to change his mind and step out of this race, that he would support that. But of course, during that interview that he did, he also issued this warning to Democrats, warning them that if they weren't going to unite before their convention in mid-August, that they would risk losing as a party in November. And so that's what the task is for Vice President Harris at this point now as the replacement for President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket. How do you unify this party before the Democrats' convention, especially those members of the Democratic Party who felt sort of disenfranchised by the president, who did not want him at the top of the ticket, and who may not want Vice President Harris there as well, who are open to a mini primary where any Democrat could throw their hat in the ring. Of course, a very messy process that goes with that. But that is the task at hand right now as we see her take this much more prominent role really over the last almost 2 years now for the White House. That is the task at hand as we really monitor what she does next, how her role changes over the next couple months through the rest of this administration. Hallie.
Ali Rafa, thank you very much. Let's go back to our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles. It seems like every 6 minutes, Ryan, we're getting new information, we're getting new reaction, and we're getting new reporting from your vantage point covering the Hill. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, the latest endorsement that I just saw across my desk, my phone, my computer, all the various ways that we're collecting all these is Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts, who did tweet his endorsement, but then also tweeted a picture of he and Kamala Harris as a way to reflect that she has his full support. I think Markey's important because he is a progressive Democrat, and I think if there's one area where Kamala Harris may struggle with support, it is among progressive Democrats, and it was the progressive wing of the party that was most vocal about President Biden staying in the race. You saw Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who we've yet to hear from today, insist that President Biden stay in the race. Senator Bernie Sanders, who of course ran against Joe Biden in the 2020 election, just begged him almost to stay in the race. Sanders is out with a statement today. He has yet to endorse anyone. So I think the progressive wing of the party is going to want to have at least a seat at the table in this conversation about who should replace Biden at the top of the ticket. And you suspiciously at this point don't see them coming out in droves to support Kamala Harris. That could change, of course, in the next couple of days. I thought that Yamisha's reporting on Stephen Horsford, who's the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, was very significant. They are going to play a very big role in this nomination process. They were among the most vociferous supporters of President Biden to stay in the race as well. But you can bet you're going to see many of these CBC members get behind Kamala Harris's candidacy, especially with the opportunity for her to become the first black female president of the United States, the first female president of the United States. You can bet that her colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus are going to be rallying around her as well. This is going to be an interesting couple of days, Hallie. Congress was, of course, not in session at all last week while the Republican National Convention was playing out in Milwaukee. They're going to return here tomorrow. There's a lot of work to do this week. There is going to be a tremendous amount of focus in the assassination attempt of former President Trump. There's going to be a high-stakes hearing with the director of the Secret Service through the House Oversight Committee. That's going to take up a lot of the attention and energy of these members of Congress, particularly these congressional Democrats. But you can bet when they're all back here in Washington, the House gets back here on Monday, the Senate will get back here on Tuesday, that's going to be their opportunity to have these closed-door conversations, have these conversations amongst themselves about the best path forward, and then this conversation about whether or not they all just rally around Kamala Harris, or if there are sidebar conversations about a potential opponent for her, someone that could challenge her in this Democratic nominating contest, albeit a very short one. You know, Hallie, it's interesting. I did have one Democrat I talked to about this process, and when I suggested that this isn't very long, right? There's only going to be a couple of weeks for Democrats to figure this out. They pointed to how this process works in the rest of the world. You know, for instance, in the United Kingdom, they will call a snap election and decide who is the future leader of their country and do it all in a 5-week period. You know, the United States is the outlier when it comes to these lengthy and ongoing, sometimes perpetual campaigns that ultimately pick our leaders. So you know, their response to me was that this is something that Democrats can figure out and can figure out in short order, and it could be a unifying and perhaps energizing way for the campaign to rebut the fact that Donald Trump has taken the lead in this race for president. So I think next week's going to be a big role and give us a true sense of where the party is headed. I say that, Hallie, with it seems as though every single moment after the debate a couple of weeks ago, where I've been on television saying, well, just wait 24 hours, just wait 48 hours, just wait next week, we'll get this all figured out. This is obviously a huge pressure point that we're going through right now, but it may come into some sort of semblance of reason here over the next week. Hallie.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. Stand by, please. It is now 5 p.m. on the East Coast, 2 p.m. out west, and we are continuing our breaking news coverage here on NBC News. President Biden dropping out of the 2024 presidential race, withdrawing from the ticket, and endorsing Vice President Harris. The president says he will remain on, of course, serving as president in the White House. He will focus his efforts on that while turning over the 2024 campaign to the Harris team. We understand from a source familiar that President Biden and the vice president have spoken multiple times today, with the president informing his staff of his decision just minutes before he ended up sending out a statement. We have it here, sending the statement out publicly shortly before 2 o'clock Eastern today. It is both a stunning development and a not altogether unexpected one, considering the public pressure that had been building from members of Congress, from elected Democrats, including private conversations, as NBC News has reported, as well as other outlets, from people like top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer, bluntly and directly telling President Biden that polling suggested he could not beat former President Trump come November. It is an historic day here in America. I want to bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, who has been doing some reporting here on the Harris team. Yamiche, talk us through what you know and what you're learning.
Well, this is really a historic day, and we should in some ways reset how we got here. For the past few weeks, Vice President Harris has really been balancing both defending President Biden as he was really mulling over this decision and also being ready to be the top of the ticket. So she was talking to donors, talking to civil rights leaders, talking to people in the Democratic Party, both to bolster President Biden, but also to get ready to do this herself. And now, of course, we're on this day where President Biden has endorsed her to be the nominee. That's a big, big deal. I've been talking to people who are close to Vice President Harris for weeks. They've really been trying to game out what her campaign apparatus would look like. A number of people were concerned that she wouldn't have the sort of campaign organization to be ready in case this happened. While, of course, she's part of the Biden-Harris ticket, and there is a campaign already there. I talked to a number of sources who said, look, that's a campaign structure that was built for President Biden, not for her. So there's going to be, they say, a number of changes, they think, in terms of the top of the campaign and sort of what the focus is going to be. A number of people have told me that while President Biden was looking at sort of Minnesota and Milwaukee and Wisconsin and Michigan as sort of key places that he had to win, Harris at the top of the ticket changes some of that. Sources familiar tell me, they say that she would be looking at places like North Carolina and Georgia and really trying to mobilize as much as possible Southern African-American voters. Of course, as a Black woman, she speaks directly to the most loyal voters of the Democratic Party. Now, today, I've talked to a number of Harris allies, and they're really buzzing about the idea that she could beat Donald Trump. In particular, I talked to the Congressional Black Caucus Chair, Stephen Horsford. He's a congressman who represents a district in Nevada. He told me that just a few minutes ago, he spoke to the vice president. She called him. They talked for about 5 minutes. He told me that she said that she intends to win this and earn it. He took that to mean that that wasn't possibly an open primary, but really that she wanted to take no constituency for granted, that she was going to be talking to Democrats, talking to the delegates who, of course, are now going to be going to this historic convention to try to earn their support. So the feeling here is that she is going to be talking to, and has been talking to, and is talking to a number of Democratic Party officials, try to make sure she can shore up that vote, because there is an official process she's going to have to go to. Even if there isn't a mini primary with other candidates, she still has to, on paper, earn the delegates to become the party's nominee. Now, the CBC chair also told me that this is an emotional day for him, because as an African-American man who is, of course, head of a caucus of African-American leaders, this idea that a Black woman could be at the top of the Democratic Party's nomination, at the top of the Democratic Party's ticket, is just something that I think has a lot of people really taking in the significance of that. He said he was excited to tell his little Black girl, daughter, that she could possibly in her lifetime see a Black woman as president. So there are a lot of people taking in that history, but of course, there's a lot on the to-do list here. And a number of the people told me that their first things first is to try to look to pick a new vice presidential nominee. That person could be someone like Mark Kelly, I heard, or Ro Cooper, who is the governor of North Carolina. I also heard Mark Kelly, who's the senator from Arizona. There's also going to be talk of sort of getting donors together. I'm told a lot of donors are very, very excited about the prospect of Harris being at the top of the ticket. Those donations had been freezing up, but now people are moving that around. And then, of course, there's going to be getting Vice President Harris on the ground. She's going to be campaigning, from my understanding, and going to a number of states. So that's sort of what's going on in Harris world. So a lot going on, a lot of excitement, while people are still saying, of course, this is going to be a big part of Joe Biden's legacy. Brian?
Okay, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you for that. Obviously, Kamala Harris's life has changed pretty significantly in the last 24 hours and could change even greater over the next couple of weeks, depending on what direction the Democrats intend to go to. Let's go back now to Hallie Jackson, though, for the latest on all of this. And yeah. Hallie, the last few hours have really been remarkable. I mean, I think there was a lot of talk in Washington as to when this process could play itself out. You know, we talked earlier, you and I, about all the things that are happening in Washington this week. And in addition to everything happening with the investigation and the assassination attempt of former President Trump, we also have a high-stakes visit by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, who's going to give an address to a joint session of Congress, and was also scheduled to have a meeting with President Biden at the beginning of this week. So it just shows that the business of being president is going to continue for President Biden, even though he is no longer the nominee for the Democratic Party, Hallie.
And it speaks to the extraordinary moment that we are in now, Ryan, ever since that first presidential debate at the end of June here. Remember, we are only 8 days removed from that assassination attempt against the person who is now, of course, the Republican nominee for president, former President Donald Trump. At the same time as the Republican National Convention happened last week, these calls, the pressure building for President Biden on the Democratic side to step off the ticket. And now here we have on a Sunday, just several hours ago, President Biden indicating that he is, in fact, doing just that. He will withdraw his name from the ticket. He will stay on at the White House, leading this nation until his successor is elected. I want to bring in now Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times and an NBC News political analyst. Peter, with all that said, if you can, help us put this moment into context.
Well, this is a big deal. Obviously, we've never seen a sitting president drop out of a presidential race so late in the cycle, leaving the party for the very first time in our lifetime, or at least in generations, to have to pick a new nominee at a convention without the benefit of primary elections. And it's a striking moment, because presidents don't give up power easily. They don't decide not to run very lightly. Once you get to that office, the natural instinct, of course, is to hold on to it, not just for personal ambition, although that's obviously part of it, but out of a sort of historical primal sense that I think presidents, share, in which they feel that they have a unique ability to help the country and move it in the direction they want to move it in. In this case, obviously, you had a politician in Joe Biden who has been on the scene for more than 50 years. The longest serving politician ever to be president of the United States. And he tried 3 times before to get there. And I think that the idea that he would simply give it up after 4 years was anathema to him, especially under pressure. He's a proud man. He's a stubborn man. He was resentful and bitter and disappointed that so many people he considered to be his allies, in his view, turned on him in these last few weeks, particularly Nancy Pelosi, the former speaker, and Barack Obama, his one-time running mate. So it's a big moment, I think, in history. It's a big moment, obviously, for Joe Biden.
But so, Peter, to your point, what changed? What changed between just a few days ago when President Biden and his top campaign staff was striking that defiant note, and now to the president essentially acquiescing to what many in the Democratic Party had wanted to see?
Well, you know what people around him say is reality was setting in, right? Okay. That, in fact, you and I know, we've talked to lots of Democrats. It was very hard to find very many who still wanted him to remain in the race. They were petrified about the poll numbers. The donors were drying up. They thought that not only was he going to lose the White House, but the party could lose its chance to take over the House and might lose the Senate as well, and that they would therefore have President Donald Trump all over again with control of both houses of Congress. That really made the party very nervous, and that was getting through to President Biden. What his allies, his friends, admirers would say is that patriotism ultimately, helped drive his decision, that he decided to put country ahead of his own personal ambitions, his own personal desires. And it's very rare that you see that, of course, in American politics, particularly in the Oval Office.
Peter, where does this go next? Give us a sense of what you think it will be like whenever President Biden decides it will be his moment to address the nation. We talked about this in the course of our breaking news coverage, but just to remind people, the president is in Delaware right now at home, recovering from that COVID diagnosis, and our reporting suggests that he's got, frankly, a bit of a cough, a bit of a sore throat. Presumably the White House is waiting until he has his full voice back to be able to speak publicly about a decision as consequential as this. Talk about that moment, what that must be like for him.
Right. Exactly right. He's still sick. He's not feeling well. He is in Rehoboth. They decided to do this by letter, specifically because they did not feel like he could get on camera and present the way he wants to present. That's why they'll wait. They're going to wait for the doctor to clear him. He's been on Paxlovid the last 8 days. And so we'll see what time and day he decides to address the nation later this week. But ultimately, he decided not to wait any longer. Once he made the decision, he did decide to put it out. Because, of course, anytime you make a decision like this, it will leak and you want to control the narrative yourself. And B, time is running short. They're supposed to send out ballots for this virtual roll call of the Democratic delegates as soon as 9 or 10 days from now. And that leaves very little time for the party, for Vice President Harris, to get their act together and figure out how they want to proceed.
Including who her running mate would be if, in fact, she does end up taking the top of the ticket. What's your sense on that, Peter? I don't want to put you on the spot on any reporting that your team has, but there's a number of names that have been widely speculated that could be potentials to join Harris on the ticket, or perhaps, and we don't know this, but maybe to even challenge her for the nomination themselves.
Yeah, it's possible. It's not. You shouldn't rule out the idea that somebody else might jump into this race. But I think that with Biden's endorsement and such a short time frame, it's pretty hard to see how somebody could overcome Kamala Harris's advantage in getting this nomination at this point. Who she might pick for her number 2, though, pretty important, right? Because she needs to balance out this ticket. She comes at this as a younger generation. This is a generational change for the Democratic Party. But there's obviously concern about whether she would be able to appeal to those Midwestern, battleground states, which are really key for Democrats if they want to beat Donald Trump. So you hear people talking about, as you put it up here on the screen, people like Roy Cooper, people like Andy Beshear, possibly a military officer. You hear names like Bill McRaven, somebody who might appeal to people who might feel nervous about Vice President Harris. And that process is really only beginning. A lot of people have been talking about it, but from her point of view, she hasn't been able to have a kind of real vetting and a real deliberation without looking like she was being disloyal to President Biden. So for her, while I'm sure she's been thinking about this, I'm sure there have been conversations, the process is only now going to begin.
Peter Baker, thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us. I know that you and your team have a lot on your plates as well ahead in the next few days. You are looking, of course, at the background of Vice President Kamala Harris, a former prosecutor who rose to become California's Attorney General and was elected to the Senate in 2016. She, of course, ran for the White House herself in 2019 in that particular election and ended up as Joe Biden's running mate in the White House now. I want to bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, we're glad to have you on today. And it is so difficult as we are quite literally over the course of the last, 3.5 hours now, writing the first draft of history live on national television here, given this significant moment for President Biden. Help pull us out of the weeds for a second here, how you see this more broadly and the historical context for this.
Well, I think what people have been saying this last week is that, Joe Biden was hanging in there, and might he stay on even if he didn't really have a chance to win this election, knowing that the alternative would be Donald Trump, who had a very different set of ideas for this country. And what he proved today was that he was willing to give up power in order, from his point of view, I think, to save democracy. I'm not suggesting that Joe Biden is George Washington. Not even his family would say that. But George Washington, after 2 terms, could have stayed in office probably for the rest of his life. There were no term limits in the 1790s. And George Washington gave up the presidency, said, I'm going to go back to Mount Vernon because I want to establish the precedent that in our American democracy, presidents do not try to hang on forever. They pass power peacefully. That's the unique part of our democracy. So that's the tradition. The other thing, Hallie, briefly, is that in recent years, I think there are 2 parallels to this. 1952, Harry Truman, incumbent president, end of March 1952, pulled out of the race for another term unexpectedly. 1968, LBJ, Lyndon Johnson, did the same thing, March of 1968, at a time that he was being challenged by Robert Kennedy and Eugene McCarthy. This is an unusual day. This kind of thing almost never happens in American history. Everyone should watch carefully because you'll remember where you were when you got this news.
Well, that is for sure. Michael Beschloss, thank you very much for that. I know that Yamiche El-Sindor remembers where she was when she got this news. Sprinting to a camera, Yamiche, because this obviously a hugely significant moment and one that puts Kamala Harris in the political spotlight, a place where she has experience, of course, over the course of the last decade or so. But this is different for her. This is a pivotal moment, not just for her politically, but for the nation. And she is at the center of it, Yamiche.
That's right. This is at the center of it. And I can remember the moment where I heard this news because I was literally throwing my baby into my husband's hands and running to a camera. Hallie, I know you would understand what that's like. I want to tell you that, and someone who has followed Vice President Kamala Harris for years now, she is someone who has really made a career out of breaking glass ceilings as being first. She was the district attorney of San Francisco. She was the first Black attorney general from California. She also is someone who was only the second Black woman in the history of the Senate to be a senator, of course, representing California. And of course, she became the first Black woman to be vice president, as well as the first South Asian woman to be vice president. We should talk a little bit about her background. I was just there with her yesterday when she did a fundraiser in Massachusetts, and she talked about her bio while she was talking to donors just yesterday. Before this news broke, she talked about the fact that her parents were civil rights activists that met while being activists and really raised her with this sense of human rights being a forefront of what was sort of a focus of their family. Her mother was a cancer researcher. She has, of course, this background of parents who have really just talked to her a lot about public service. And that's vice president. There were a couple years where people were really questioning sort of what she was doing and whether or not she could find her footing in that role. But over the last few years, she's really focused on a number of issues, but one big one is abortion and abortion rights. She's crisscrossed this country talking about that. And she's talked about that not just as sort of a woman and as a leader in this country, but she talked about it because her background is also, of course, as a prosecutor. She talked a lot about the fact that in a number of cases in her career, she dealt with women who were victims of sexual violence. So for her, talking about the issue of choice and talking about abortion, she talked a lot about sort of knowing this from the sort of court standpoint, the sort of criminal justice standpoint. She's also someone who has made a career of talking about criminal justice, prosecuting cases like that dealt with sexual violence. I also think about the fact that when she was a senator, she was someone who was seen as a sort of rising star in the Democratic Party. So, of course, only after a couple of years in the Senate, she ran for president. She ultimately did not win the nomination, but she was someone who talked a lot about race and justice while she was running. Ultimately, while she was not successful in that campaign, she, of course, then was chosen to be the vice president. And one thing I think that we talk about, sort of her personal background, she's someone who is a stepmother to a number of children, but also she is someone who had a personal relationship with Beau Biden because they were both in the criminal justice sphere. So she's a robust background here. And of course, now in this significant moment where she might be the first Black woman to be at the top of a major party's ticket, to be the first Black woman to be, of course, the Democratic nominee. This is a moment that she says, and this is a moment that I should say she's talked about sort of being ready for these big moments. And one thing that she constantly says and constantly talks about is her mother told her, if you're the first, make sure you're not the last. It's a statement that she makes over and over again when she talks to crowds about her biography. So she's someone who has a sense of history and has a sense of sort of the significance of her place in that history, Hallie.
Yamiche Alcindor, thank you very much. I want to check to see if we have our colleague Monica Alba, who is joining us as well. We don't at the moment, but we do have Michael LaRosa, who previously served as special assistant to President Biden and is former press secretary to First Lady Jill Biden. And I ask about Monica, Michael, because we are getting some new reporting from her and our team, including Mike Memoli and Kelly O'Donnell, about exactly how this decision, how this announcement went down, what we call in our business the TikTok, if you will, starting at 1:45 with a senior advisor's call. Both official and campaign with President Biden. About 1 minute later is when that statement was released. It was online on social media. We have it here, a letter from President Biden suggesting that he was going to step off of the ticket, continue on in the White House, but come off the ticket. About a half an hour later, he released that tweet endorsing Kamala Harris as the person who he believes should take the top of the ticket. And then, of course, a series of other notifications, including to the cabinet, including to other senior staff. Apparently, rolling calls are continuing even now into the afternoon and evening, Michael. I have to imagine it is an all-hands-on-deck effort at this moment. Bring us inside with your experience working at a White House, being at a White House, what this moment must be like for your former colleagues.
Well, I can't imagine, because it's a remarkable moment in history and, frankly, very unusual in contemporary history. As you know, the time to put our ticket together is very limited. This is especially even more historic. As I was listening to your conversation with Michael Beschloss, the difference between now and some of the other parallels he mentioned is that early voting starts in some states mid-September. So, you know, these names do need to get on the ballot, and the hourglass was really running out for a lot of the perceptions of President Biden to be changed between now, the convention, between now and early voting. This does offer an opportunity to take the issue of age off of the voters' minds, off of the agenda, and really put the spotlight back on Donald Trump, because every time Donald Trump is the center of attention, according to the voting behavior from the last 3 elections, he loses. So if this election is about him, he still could lose. And now there's an opportunity to do that. And it was a very selfless act of President Biden to come to this decision. But, Hallie, I can't tell you how extraordinarily painful it must be for his wife, his grandkids, his son and daughter. You know, I spent 3 years with them traveling the country and the world. And even, you know, as you remember, those first couple months of the primary were really excruciating because, you know, we lost pretty embarrassingly those first 3 contests. And it wasn't sure what his political future would hold. So this is the end of a really long career for him and a way of life for that family.
Michael LaRosa, thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us here. Let me bring in now somebody who knows President Biden, has covered him for many years, and that's our chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. This is somebody who, and I think you're seeing it, Andrea, in the statements and in the comments that we're getting from members of Congress, from elected officials, somebody who has developed deep and long-standing relationships with people here in Washington. And you are seeing this measure of respect, of gratitude from some of these Democrats to President Biden as he withdraws from the ticket. Perhaps it is why he was given, in so many ways, the space from some of these leaders, and I'm thinking of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, to come to this decision on his own.
Indeed, but he didn't really come to it as quickly as they had expected or, in fact, hoped. So it's been messy, and some relationships, particularly the one with Pelosi, may be broken. He and Pelosi were much closer than Pelosi ever was with President Biden, for instance, because President Obama didn't appreciate fully, I think, according to Biden and maybe Pelosi, how complicated it was for Pelosi to pull Obamacare out of the hat and to get those votes, and the vote counter she is and her skill set on the Hill. So all of that legislative ability, that acumen, is exactly what Joe Biden would understand and appreciate. He's a legislator, but he was also a leader, and he kept focusing on all of that and his accomplishments in all of his answers. He tried to in the debate, but it didn't succeed, obviously, disastrously. But in the interviews also with Lester, with George Stephanopoulos, with BET, he kept focusing on the past, on the legacy, and now he can be appreciated for that, and that can be celebrated appropriately and historically for his achievements. But he doesn't have to deal with the age issue, which was the huge obstacle, because it was so apparent that he had slipped, both cognitively and physically. And, they were young 81-year-olds, and he was not one of them. Sadly, he was really slipping, and he didn't answer the question that kept being asked of him. Where will you be in 6 months? Where will you be in 2 years? Where will you be when you're 86 and you're still technically president and handing it off? How will you age, considering what's happened in the last 4 years and how you were? And that's what he never fully answered or was able to answer or wanted to answer. And he didn't take the opportunity to take a cognitive test or more medical checkups and put them out and be fully transparent. He kept saying, well, Donald Trump didn't, so why should I? But that wasn't the question. The question is, you consider yourself better than he. So the age issue is off the table, and now they have a possibly messy succession. It depends on whether, Vice President Harris can get this, as the Clintons have said, the Black Caucus and others, but not President Obama, importantly.
Andrea, thank you very much. I want you to stand by if you can. I know you're juggling a lot, but I want to get to Ryan Nobles, our Capitol Hill correspondent, who I believe we have, because, Ryan, there's a key endorsement now of Kamala Harris coming in from a notable Democrat. Tell us about it.
Yeah, and that's Congressman Adam Schiff, Hallie, of California, who, of course, represents the same state as Kamala Harris and is also poised to become the next senator from California. He is the Democratic nominee in that Democratic state. And Schiff is also someone who is very tightly aligned with the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who is yet to formally endorse Kamala Harris. So this should send a strong signal to the rest of the Democratic caucus about the direction that this process is headed. Schiff's played a pretty important role in this process since that debate from a month ago. He gave an interview to our colleague Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, where he raised serious questions about whether or not President Biden was a viable enough candidate to continue on as the party's nominee. But at that point, he stopped short of asking him to leave the race. And then last week, he put out a statement, an open letter to President Biden, saying that it was time for him to exit the race. And of course, now we know that President Biden has done so. So the fact that Schiff, who has put out a statement lauding President Biden's service and thanking him for making the decision to put the country first, is now immediately coming out and endorsing Kamala Harris is very significant, because not only does he personally carry a lot of sway within the Democratic Party, but he is someone who is tightly aligned with Nancy Pelosi and is someone who will obviously people will look as a leader as this conversation moves forward. So Adam Schiff now in the camp for Kamala Harris as she continues to consolidate support within the Democratic Party. Hallie.
Ryan, thank you very much. I want to go to Monica Alba now, because, Monica, the first statement we're getting now from a family member of the president's, and that is Hunter Biden, his son. What's he saying?
Yeah, and he has a lengthy statement here, Hallie, where he is referencing really just to the emotional turmoil that his father has gone through his entire life. And he really says that for his own entire life, Hunter Biden writes, "I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of whatever remained of his heart to others, not only in the policies he passed, but in the individual lives he's touched." And Hunter Biden, the president's son, goes on to say that really he felt that the president, his father, had just really given his decades of service to countless everyday Americans. He says who he has given his personal cell phone number to because he wanted them to call when they were hurting, when their last hopes were slipping through their hands. That unconditional love, Hunter Biden writes, has been his North Star as a president and as a parent. He's unique in all public life because there is no distance between Joe Biden, the man, and Joe Biden, the public servant of the last 54 years. Hunter Biden ends this statement by saying that he's so lucky every night that he gets to call his dad, the president, to tell him that he loves him and to thank him for all that he does. And at the end and conclusion of this statement, he says, "I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Dad." So, of course, there's so much to unpack from this incredibly close relationship, Hallie, but we should just point out that it was our own reporting a couple of weeks ago that brought to light the fact that Hunter Biden, who, of course, is a family member, is very, very typically around the president and has been at White House events over the last couple of years, even and despite some of his legal troubles where there had been questions about his proximity to the president and whether that was doing any damage to his campaign. And the president always wanted to have him close and to keep it that way. But in the last couple of weeks, as the president was facing this Democratic dissent and the calls for him to step aside, we knew through our reporting that Hunter Biden was a really key figure in consulting with his dad about the path forward and had even been in a couple of White House meetings, which surprised some of those senior advisors. But I think it's no surprise here that as we're hearing in depth from Hunter Biden, that really they want to put the focus on their dad and the person that they know so well in terms of the human being. And that's likely what you'll hear from other family members who've been posting on social media today and will continue to, we're told, and from the First Lady whenever she makes more extensive comments as well, Hallie.
Monica, in the 30 seconds we have left, no timeline yet for when we might hear from President Biden, right?
That's right, and he is still in Delaware for now. We don't expect him to return to the White House today, at least. It's unclear whether he'll be coming back tomorrow or the next day. We understand it's all dependent on what his doctor assesses based on when he tests negative for COVID, and that is something that they simply cannot predict at this point. But he did say he would have more to tell the American people at some point this coming week. We just don't know which day yet, Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you very much. So again here, President Biden withdrawing from the 2024 campaign, endorsing his Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. That is not a done deal yet, with many questions as to where this goes from here. A pivotal moment, of course, for Democrats and for the country. Thank you for joining us for our coverage here on NBC News Now. We've got more coverage coming up on Nightly News and on NBCnews.com. For all of us at NBC, I'm Hallie Jackson. Thanks for watching.
Influential presidents in American history. He rescued the country from a once-in-a-century pandemic, saved the economy from the possibility of recession, and also, of course, was able to preserve our democracy by defeating the former president, the insurrectionist in chief, and someone who wants to turn back the clock on the United States of America. He has put people over politics and patriotism over personal position. And this is another heroic act in a long-running series of heroic acts by Joe Biden on behalf of the American people from the moment he was first elected back in 1972 to the United States Senate.
Now let's turn to Trump, who responded to this afternoon's news by calling Joe Biden our nation's worst president in a phone interview with NBC News. Now, this follows the Trump campaign rally in Michigan last night, where he lobbed insults after insults at Vice President Kamala Harris, presuming that Vice President Harris becomes the Democratic nominee. How do you expect Trump will run against her?
Well, Donald Trump is running scared. House Republicans are running scared. Extreme MAGA Republicans are running scared because the focus right now is going to turn back to Project 2025, which is the Trump plan to end America and our values and our path forward as we know it to turn back the clock. The focus is going to be on the extreme Supreme Court justices who ripped away reproductive freedom from the women of America. The focus is going to be on Trump and his policies of trying to enact big tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And we're going to be able to contrast that with our vision of putting people over politics, fighting for lower costs, ending price gouging, defending democracy, standing up for a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, and growing the middle class.
Now, when you talk about the contrast, isn't this really probably the clearest contrast we've had in presidential races in a long time, with all of the rights and all of the things that were fought for at risk, and some already being aborted by this Supreme Court, 3 of which were nominated by Trump. And you couldn't have more of a contrast in characters. I've already said this race will be the prosecutor versus the felon if we were having a boxing match. In Congress, Republicans are holding on to a razor-thin majority in the House. Are you confident that this kind of momentum that the vice president may bring to the race now, that Democrats are on track to win back the chamber, which would make you the speaker? What are you hearing from members? I know you are probably going to be meeting and having Zoom calls with them. But what are you hearing, and are you hearing anything from voters? You and I were just at a church in Brooklyn a couple hours ago, and it seemed like it was enthusiasm there. What are you hearing, Mr. Leader?
Members are very excited. Voters on the ground are very excited. The party is very excited. We want to continue to lift up President Joe Biden and all of his incredible accomplishments. And as he's made the decision to pass the torch, plot the path forward to make sure that we win the presidency, hold the Senate, and certainly take back control of the United States House of Representatives. Everything that we care about is on the line. If Roe v. Wade can fall, then anything can fall. Social Security can fall, Medicare can fall, the Affordable Care Act can fall, the progress that we've made on the climate crisis can fall, gun safety reform can fall. Democracy itself, as we know it, can fall. So everything we care about is on the line, and you're going to see an intensity and an energy and a capacity unleashed by the American people to make sure that this goes the right way in November.
Are you confident about the Democrats' ability to unify after a nominee is in place so close to the election?
I am. I think that we will do what's necessary over the next few weeks to prepare for the convention. It'll be an exciting convention in Chicago. We'll put on full display our agenda for the American people and do what is necessary in order to leave that convention unified, get the job done, work as hard as we can, day after day, week after week, month after month, and be successful on November 5th.
Thank you, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, and we will continue to be talking. Thank you.
Right now, let's go to Capitol Hill, where NBC's Ali Vitale is tracking congressional reaction. Obviously, it has been weeks for Hakeem Jeffries and other leaders. They have been getting an earful, to say the least, from their caucuses about what they thought Joe Biden should do. Now that the decision has been made, what do you make of what we just heard from Hakeem Jeffries, and what are you hearing from folks on the Hill?
Look, we've actually heard Hakeem Jeffries be in listening mode, but not say very much throughout this process, Chris. And of course, that's the way that he has led this Democratic caucus since the time he took the reins from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It's been a real initial test of the way that he will run them, whether or not they remain in the majority after November, or if, as Reverend Al was asking him about, if he becomes Speaker and if Democrats are able to take the majority. Of course, all of that is far off, but it's also very much linked with this current moment that we're seeing, and so much of the angst that was coming from Capitol Hill around Joe Biden remaining at the top of the ticket. There was a lot of fear that I was hearing from lawmakers as well as from strategists and other sources about this idea of reverse coattails and dragging Democrats in districts where they very much needed to either outperform the president or perform on par with him, especially based on 2020 metrics. Now, of course, we'll watch them all reacclimate to this climate in real time. But I think the really fascinating thing is going to be to watch the ways in which these lawmakers either advocate for an open process or whether they immediately fall behind Kamala Harris. I also think that as I've been thinking about what led to Joe Biden stepping down here, there was a lot of pressure that we saw in the days leading into this weekend. And certainly that was something that we took notice of. But I had reported at the end of last week that there was expected to be some kind of big push on Monday or maybe even Tuesday, but all before Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel came to the Hill on Wednesday. There was going to be some kind of big push from Democratic lawmakers to make clear to Joe Biden that they did want him to step down. That could have been part of this of these calculations that the president made in deciding to drop his bid to be the Democratic nominee. Of course, we know that they were only a small part of the larger pressure campaign that was happening behind the scenes. But the other thing that strikes me here, as someone who has covered Capitol Hill for a long time, but also as someone who has tracked the role of Vice President Kamala Harris, is the ways in which there seems to be more comfortability around her now than at any other time during her vice presidency. You'll remember, guys, that at the beginning of her vice presidency, there were critics of the job she was doing. There were people who were allies of hers who were saying she wasn't out there enough. Of course, she has done the job of being a vice president the entire time here, not getting out in front of her boss, being loyal on calls with donors, resisting any of this public politicking around what could happen if Biden stepped down. All of that buys her a lot of goodwill within the larger Democratic apparatus right now, and she's going to need all of that as they move through this next period where it is not a given yet that she is going to be the Democratic nominee. But I also think it's important for us to note that she is further along in getting the public opinion of her party than I think I've ever seen her at any point. And for this moment that is going to so likely hinge on abortion access as a central issue, on prosecuting the case for small d democracy and small d democratic norms, Kamala Harris fits that profile in a lot of ways that I think Democrats are now coming around to as they've seen her out there on the campaign trail. In the first year or two, it was all about the border. That's not her sweet spot. On policy, she has found it in the last 2 years, and that lends to this new tone of confidence that I'm hearing from Democrats on the Hill.
Yeah, and when you talk about abortion and the way she has been out front and center in that case, it is, of course, very closely tied to Supreme Court and how many nominations there could be in the next presidential term. So, Ali Vitale, thank you for that. I want to go back to NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, and it's worth just stepping back for a minute and saying this was an incredibly stunning decision, not just to much of America and the world, but congressional supporters, donors, cabinet members who did not know that this was coming, all of which affirmed what you have been reporting for some time, that this was a decision that was being made by the president and very few people close to him. Have we heard from anyone in that close circle, Mike?
Well, Chris, we've read to you a list of the names at the top of the hour here who were part of this final process here in the last 24 hours, including some of the aides who have been with President Biden the longest and who are physically with him here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, over the last 24, 48 hours. But one name we didn't include on that list was an entity is the Biden family, who, of course, every decision President Biden has ever made throughout his life has been a family decision as well. And I want to read to you a statement we just received from Hunter Biden, the son of the president, of course, who issued this statement, and I'll read it to you in full. He says, "For my entire life, I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of whatever remained of his heart to others? Not only in the policies he passed, but in the individual lives he's touched. Over a lifetime, I have witnessed him absorb the pain of countless everyday Americans who he's given his personal phone number to because he wanted them to call him when they were hurting, when their last hopes were slipping through their hands." Hunter Biden continues, "That unconditional love has been his North Star as president and as a parent. He is unique in public life today in that there is no distance between Joe Biden, the man, and Joe Biden, the public servant of the last 54 years. I'm so lucky," Hunter concludes, "every night I get to tell him I love him and to thank him. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Dad." That from Hunter Biden. As we look over the course of this remarkable last month and a half, really, we've talked so much about the debate that occurred on June 27th. But just remember, 2 weeks before that was Hunter Biden's conviction on those gun-related charges before a court in Delaware. Of course, he is facing another trial still later. And no decision the president made, you look back in 2015, coming just months after he buried his eldest son, Beau Biden, is one that he is not making without the family's best interests at heart, to say nothing of the nation's interests. And so that, I think, is a poignant statement from Hunter Biden just now that speaks to the fact that the family was also very involved in this decision in the final stages. We were told that while in the early days after the debate, the family was among those most forceful in wanting the president to see this through, that they wanted to support him. They were the Bidens are fighters, first and foremost, and they were fighting alongside of him to stay in this race. But over the course of the last week, those conversations, even including the family, as one person put it to me, became more reality-based. They understood that the dynamic was changing, that while Biden still felt he could win, he couldn't win a two-front war necessarily, and he was increasingly fighting not just against Donald Trump, but his own party as these calls grew and grew for him to step aside. And so now you look at one other factor that weighed in the final stages, new reporting from our colleague Monica Alba about the fact that the president did request and receive some polling data about how Vice President Harris would fare in a head-to-head matchup with Donald Trump, because the president's number one goal here is to defeat Donald Trump, and he wanted to be sure that there was data to support the fact that she could win that race. He did receive that data. It was a very close hold, we're told, situation. Very few people knew that that data existed or was being presented to him, but he did receive it. And as I've been talking to others, including aides to the vice president, you are hearing what you also heard from Hakeem Jeffries there, which is essentially whatever data existed on paper, you can throw it out the window, because there is a belief now that the party in this moment will both honor and pay tribute to President Biden for the decision that he's made and for his career of public service. But they also will rally together in a way unprecedented, perhaps, at this moment to support Vice President Harris and to see this election through.
Mike Memoli, thank you so much. And joining me now, former Democratic Senator Doug Jones of Alabama and former Republican Congressman Charlie Dent of Pennsylvania. Doug, let me start with you, because you have called Joe Biden one of America's greatest presidents. What do you make of his decision? And what do you think this does for the Democratic Party's chances in November?
Well, I think it adds rocket fuel to a campaign for the Democratic Party's chances. What I make about this for Joe Biden is exactly what I said in the days following the debate. I've known Joe Biden for a long time, and I believed ultimately he would make a decision that he believed was in the best interest of the country. And I think he absolutely did that. He said that in the statement. It is not an easy decision. And in the middle of all this, he had to deal with NATO. He had COVID. So this is a decision that he made after talking to a lot of people, surveying the country, taking the temperature of folks on both sides of the issue of whether he stays or whether he goes. And at the end of the day, he made the decision he believes to be in the right decision for the country. I support that decision. And I also believe he made the decision to endorse the vice president, Kamala Harris, because he also believes that that is the best interest of the country. And that is something I absolutely agree with. And I think we are going to see a campaign, as was just said, as Mike was just talking about, one that is going to be more united than we have seen in a long, long, long time.
Charlie Dent, obviously, President Biden's roots are in your state, Scranton, PA, where he grew up. And this is a state where he spent his last hours before the election 4 years ago. He was in a union hall in Scranton. I was there with him. And before he went to campaign headquarters and watched the returns come in that made him president of the United States. He's been down against Donald Trump this cycle. Within the margin of error, but down. Does this change the equation for him and for congressional candidates there?
It certainly does. And by the way, I just like to mention that this is a time for Democrats to be ruthlessly pragmatic, hard-eyed realists. And they need to select a nominee who can win Pennsylvania. And, Kamala Harris is a strong candidate, but is she the strongest candidate to win, say, Pennsylvania or Michigan? If I were Democrats right now, I'd be very seriously considering Josh Shapiro or Gretchen Whitmer. Somebody who can win those states. That's what this is about. Don't pander to the left wing of the party. It's not about identity politics.
You think Shapiro for VP could win Pennsylvania?
Well, no, I say top of the ticket, frankly. You need to win the top of the ticket. Who will do better in Pennsylvania? And Democrats need to look at this because there are a number of congressional seats, not just in Pennsylvania, but around the country that are going to be very competitive. Which candidate, who is the best candidate who can win crossover voters? You know, Shapiro got, I think, 57% of the vote for governor. He got a lot of Republican and independent support. I'm just saying that. I'm sure Whitmer had very strong numbers, too. Democrats need to look at this. I mean, you don't have much time. You know, look, a wet mop at running as a Democrat is going to beat Joe Biden in those Democratic states. You know, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, you know, they already have California in the bag. They need to figure out how they're going to win these swing states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And that's their goal right now. And if they want to, if they're smart, they'll do that. But we don't know if this is an insider game right now. There's no primary to speak of. So they have to have the adults in the Democratic Party put that strongest candidate forward. It may be Kamala Harris, but I could make a strong case for a Shapiro or a Whitmer.
We're out of time, but do you think Whitmer, we are led to understand, isn't interested, but do you think it is something that Josh Shapiro would consider if he were asked to be number 2, if it is indeed Kamala Harris as the nominee?
I haven't talked to him. I don't know. I haven't talked to him, but he would be a very strong first candidate or second candidate. But again, I think most people vote on the presidential candidate, not the vice presidential candidate. But at this point, the Democrats do need an open process. Kamala is strong, clearly, but there are others who may be stronger.
Charlie Dent, Doug Jones, thank you both. I want to bring in NBC's Antonia Hilton, who has been speaking to voters in New York City. I'm guessing that you probably broke the news to at least some of them. What are they telling you?
Chris, you'd be surprised, actually. They were all aware, and we've been speaking to a ton of people here in the heart of New York City. And I'll tell you, look, this is a Democratic city, so the majority of them started off by actually saying thank you to President Biden for his many decades of service. But then after that, the emotions really varied. Some people were relieved after seeing him in the debate. They were really concerned about his health, his ability to sustain a campaign like this, to make it to the finish line here. That's how several people described it to me. Then other people were sad and angry. And then many of the women of color that I've been speaking to here in New York City have very mixed emotions. Some of them feel they don't know Vice President Kamala Harris well enough yet. They want to see her more on the national stage. Others do know her well, and they're worried about the kind of sexist or racist rhetoric that she could be subjected to in the coming months as she's now elevated and may be in the position to officially be the nominee here. Take a listen to some of the conversations that I've had today.
I saw it coming.
After the debate?
Even before then. I didn't believe he was even going to make it at that point. I think no matter who they pick, I think Trump is going to win. Landslide.
I feel like he did the right thing because he is getting older, but why wait till now?
I hope that she actually does something this time because I feel like as a vice president, she was on the back line too much and then popped out when she wanted voters to come.
And I will add, Chris, one thing I found very interesting in my conversations with some of the younger voters here in New York City was that they were excited about Harris and seemed to be sort of energized and in some ways forgiving of her. And I use that word because many of them have been angry at President Biden over foreign policy, over the war in Gaza and in Israel over the last several months. I've spent time here in New York covering those student protests, and many of these students were connected to those issues in that movement. And they didn't see Vice President Harris as actually being responsible for any of the foreign policy that has upset them. And in a way, they like that she's not burdened by that. That seemed to sort of be in a way, it was freeing for them, is how I would say they described it to me. And so it was interesting for me to talk to young voters in particular who have been so sour on this administration, frankly, in months, to have a sort of renewed sense of energy and excitement behind their eyes. Frankly, it'll be interesting in the coming days and weeks to see how that translates for what's about to happen at the DNC and then eventually in this campaign, Chris.
Thank you so much, Antonia Hilton. Joining me now, Florida Congresswoman and former DNC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz. It's always good to talk to you. I know that you supported President Biden staying in the race. So let me ask you first your reaction to his decision and his endorsement of Vice President Kamala Harris.
Well, Chris, it's good to be with you. And I can tell you, as someone who supported President Biden as a candidate for president all the way back to the first presidential election that I could vote in as a college student in 1988, I'm not at all surprised that Joe Biden put country over party and country over self and focused on how we could make sure we could continue the historic legacy of his presidency. Record 15 million jobs created, reductions in prescription drugs for our seniors, capping costs, out-of-pocket costs for seniors, reshoring American jobs through manufacturing, computer chips, historic investments in climate change and infrastructure, through endorsing his Vice President Kamala Harris and being able to continue that legacy and preventing a toxic stew that the Trump administration and Donald Trump represents, a 34-count convicted felon who is an adjudicated rapist who's committed to bring up his enemies in military tribunals and implement Project 2025 and its horror and raining down on the American people.
Congresswoman, we already are faced with those that are saying that there ought to be a process, maybe many primaries and other things. And then there are those of us that say, she's the vice president. The president's endorsed her, he selected her, and when you voted for him, you voted for her, and why don't we just go forward and deal with this as a campaign of the nominee now being, or probably will be, Vice President Harris and who she selects versus Donald Trump. Do you worry that we can get into a divisive kind of process, arguing about how we do what President Biden has suggested we do in the selection of Vice President Harris as the nominee?
Well, and Reverend Al, it's good to be with you as well. As someone who spent 6 years as the chair of our Democratic National Committee, I am confident that we will have a combination of both. Kamala Harris earned those 15 million votes right alongside President Biden when they ran for re-election this cycle and campaigned across the country and earned together the support of Democratic voters across the nation. And the Democratic National Committee, along with our delegates at the convention, are the ones that ultimately confirm that nomination. President Biden was the presumptive nominee. He'll presumably be releasing his delegates in support of Kamala Harris. And I think the overwhelming majority, meaning she wins the nomination through that process, will cast their votes for her like I plan to if I have an opportunity on the second ballot. And I've endorsed her wholeheartedly. I just came, the universe, the Reverend Al, put me in the middle right after the announcement of the president with 200 plus Caribbean American women in my congressional district who I tossed my remarks out that I was supposed to give them. And, we rallied together out of respect for our president and in support of the opportunity to elect not only the first woman, but the first African-American woman and the first Caribbean American woman as president of the United States, who will carry the torch forward and ensure that we don't have a 34-count adjudicated rapist who is committed to being an authoritarian, overturning our democracy, firing and seeking revenge on his political enemies, further tearing away the reproductive rights of women, and using the weapons of government against people with who disagree with him. That is a contrast that Kamala Harris, I am quite sure, will be able to prosecute. Integrity and accomplishment versus toxicity and criminality. That's a choice that I am confident the American people will choose Kamala Harris to succeed President Biden on November 5th.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz, thank you so much, Congresswoman, for being on the program. To her point, not only, as we heard on this program just a short time ago that they're expecting tens of thousands of black women on a call later tonight. We're just learning that three of the largest PACs representing minority voters, the Collective, the Latino Victory Fund, and AAPI, will be endorsing Kamala Harris at 6 o'clock tonight. So that's just a few minutes from now. We are going to close out here at the end of this hour on an historic night. President Joe Biden stepping aside and endorsing Kamala Harris for the top of the ticket. We're going to take a quick break, but our coverage carries on next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles.
The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius.
You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched.
That is totality.
Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that. The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius.
You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched.
That is totality.
Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is the top of the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm Chris Jansing at MSNBC headquarters in New York City on an extraordinary day in U.S. political history. Time magazine already memorializing this day. Joe Biden, the 46th president of the United States, announcing this afternoon he will no longer be the Democratic presidential nominee. And he has strongly endorsed the woman you see on the left of that cover, his vice president, Kamala Harris, to be his successor, saying in a statement, quote, "My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president. And it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year." Late this afternoon, Vice President Kamala Harris released her own statement, thanking President Biden and notably saying, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." Vice President Harris followed up on social media with a fundraising appeal, stating, "I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda. If you're with me, add a donation right now." Two people familiar with the matter tell NBC News that Biden asked to see polling on how Harris would fare in a matchup against Trump. The polling had been solicited by Biden's campaign and was very tightly held. Let's bring in our reporters to make sense of this monumental moment. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. We're also joined by the host of Politics Nation, the Reverend Al Sharpton. It's great to have both of you there. Mike, what's the latest you're hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, Chris, as I continue to speak with close advisors as well as others close to the campaign, it's really striking to me how across the board people, even though this decision was speculated could come as soon as this weekend, had been the source of a lot of, frankly, disarray within the party and hand-wringing about what the president would decide, that even as this decision was potentially expected to be what it is, people were still stunned and surprised to hear it when they did today. I'm told by somebody close to the president and very close to his team that as of Friday night, for instance, they were told he was still 100% in this race. It was a small circle of advisors who were with the president here in Rehoboth as he gave them the direction Saturday night to begin potentially preparing for an announcement that he would drop out of the race. It was a decision that he only communicated to the most even senior members of his White House and campaign team in a broader sense this afternoon, just before it was tweeted publicly that he was doing this. And I want to share some new reporting we have about a call that took place within the last few hours involving the campaign chairwoman, Jen O'Malley Dillon, as well as the campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, in which they addressed the campaign staff, who themselves were some only learning after it was already public that the president would be stepping aside. They spoke to the fact that this campaign, which was the Biden-Harris campaign, is now a Harris campaign, that everyone who is on the campaign staff will be continuing to be part of that campaign if they so choose, that the organization that they built to beat Donald Trump is still one that they intend to go forward and execute on that strategy. Jen O'Malley Dillon reiterated that the team going forward, and everyone has a job who still wants to have a job. And they also talked about the coalition that they saw as the Biden-Harris coalition to lead them to victory is one that they still believe is intact. And in fact, we're already hearing from Democrats about the potentially ways in which that Biden coalition could shift in its focus. The Biden team had always maintained, and O'Malley Dillon said this on our air here just in the last 48 hours, that they still thought the most likely path for him to succeed was those blue wall states, especially in the Midwest, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But now perhaps this could shift with Vice President Harris now leading the ticket, the first black woman ever to lead a major party ticket. You could see an emphasis shifting to the Sun Belt states, North Carolina, to Georgia, even to Arizona. North Carolina and Georgia so significant because of they are heavily African-American populations in those states who will be galvanized even more so to support her. You're also hearing that in terms of speculation now. The Veep stakes is already underway, Chris, who Vice President Harris might choose as her running mate. Among those whose names have been floated to me already, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, who's finishing his second term, also served for 16 years as Attorney General, including with Vice President Harris when she was the California Attorney General. Another name that we're hearing a lot is Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, somebody who is a veteran, somebody who is new to the Senate, but brings a lot of qualities to the ticket as well. So the campaign, the country is taking stock of this monumental decision, but it's one that was very difficult for the president to make, but ultimately he decided that in order to win this race, he could not continue to fight on two fronts, one against Donald Trump and the other against his party. And he's putting now his party's interest, and he believes the nation's interest, first and foremost by making this decision. Chris.
Mike Memoli, thank you for that. I want to bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. And Monica, without a doubt, phones have been burning up the lines. People are talking, groups are organizing. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Chris, that's exactly right. And I'm told by a source familiar directly with this series of calls that the president, unsurprisingly, has been working the phones over the last couple of hours as well. There are countless people who want to speak to him in this moment. There were countless who wanted to speak to him in the last couple of weeks about his decision, about getting to this potential conclusion. And now that he has, he's certainly talking to people. Last night, I'm told, but he was surrounded by some very close advisors, his close family, First Lady Jill Biden, and then this morning they finalized the details of what would ultimately go into that letter that we all saw post around 1:46 p.m. Eastern today. And I'm told that just 1 minute prior to that, at 1:45 p.m., that's when he called the senior campaign and White House leadership involved in many of these key decisions to inform them that this was about to post. But we also can report that just a short time before that, he did have separate conversations with Vice President Harris. We know they talked a couple of times today, we can report. And he also called his chief of staff, Jeff Zients, and the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, in separate calls to talk through this before the entire world was made aware of this very, very significant decision, Chris. And now, of course, that leads to a series of many other different calls. The chief of staff then had a call with the cabinet to talk about the president's decision. Other senior leadership had their own calls, both with the campaign and with key White House staff. And I think something that is really just notable here is the amount of young people or rank and file staffers who are working on these campaigns and who are in the White House trying to focus on their job, trying to plan for the week ahead, who learned about this on social media. And it was that tightly held. It was that close of a hold before everybody else learned about it. But as you heard there from Mike, a key priority now for the campaign is to try to assure those hundreds of staffers, who are many of them in Wilmington, Delaware, at the headquarters, and others in battleground states, that for now they appear to still have a job, that they will simply transfer over to the Kamala Harris campaign apparatus once that becomes formalized. And as we know from that call, I'm told that Jennifer O'Malley Dillon essentially said that they had already tried to build this campaign and reelect effort to, quote, beat Donald Trump in November, and that mission for them, at least, doesn't change with Vice President Harris leading the way. And I'm told that she did acknowledge to staffers on that call that, of course, it was okay to grieve. I'm told she said it's okay to feel sad, that this is a difficult moment, that you can feel unsure about the path ahead, because, again, so many of them had been told just last night that the president was plowing ahead, that they were organizing events he was going to have on the trail this coming week, fundraisers where invites had been sent out just yesterday to donors in California, in Illinois, that are going to, of course, change now with this big news. And so she did want to emphasize to staffers, Jen O'Malley Dillon, that it was okay to feel all those things right now in this moment, but that also she told them she wanted them to feel optimistic about the path ahead. So now there are just so many larger questions, Chris, about how the president communicates this message to the American people in a soaring speech we expect. We just don't know when that's going to happen, because he's still in Delaware. He's still technically testing positive for COVID. So it will be his doctors who have to clear him to return to the White House and resume his schedule, meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, which is also going to happen in the next couple of days, we expect. And then at some point, of course, give that address about probably the largest decision of his political career to date.
Monica, thank you for that. Reverend Al Sharpton, we were talking before about how quickly things seem to be moving now. I just got a statement from Congresswoman Williams. She is not just a congresswoman, but she is also chair of the Democratic Party in Georgia. Among other things, after thanking Joe Biden for his decades of public service, she said, President Biden said Georgia made him president, and he's right. There is more work to be done. Our eyes are on the prize. We stand firmly behind Vice President Harris to make it happen, whether it's a Democratic Party chair, activist groups. What are you hearing? What do you expect to see in the coming hours and coming days in terms of a coalescing behind Kamala Harris?
I'm hearing a lot of enthusiasm around the country and a lot of energy that people are saying this is the kind of race that we need to have, where our issues are out front. And I think that it is correct that the geopolitical landscape changes, because now Georgia and North Carolina and other states would be more into play. When Congresswoman Nikema Williams, who chairs the Democratic Party there in Georgia, says that the party is endorsing her, let's not forget this party, this state party, elected a black and a Jewish U.S. senator last time around. So they know how to bring a turnout. This is the state where Stacey Abrams proved you can turn this state around. So I would say that Kamala Harris is the perfect candidate for a Georgia, for North Carolina. When you look at the Republican gubernatorial candidate there in North Carolina and the extreme things he's saying, I really think that you will see a more energetic race, and I think that the map has changed. I think Donald Trump may see a redo of 2020 if people go out and really understand the issues here, and I think that Kamala Harris has the possibility of making that very clear.
All right. Thank you for that, Rev. Let me go to our chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, who also for such a long time has covered foreign affairs for us as well. Andrea, I'm looking at a statement that was already put out by Ukraine's President Zelensky, expressing how grateful they are to him. But there is absolutely no doubt what the stakes are for Ukraine in its war with Russia, whether it is Joe Biden or Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Talk about the importance of this statement, the message it sends, and anything else you've heard from allies or other foreign leaders.
Well, foreign leaders are going to be very reassured that Joe Biden is going to be succeeded by another Democrat in the nomination. And they're less familiar with Kamala Harris, although Zelensky is. I traveled with the vice president to the Munich Security Forum, the Munich Security Conference last year. I saw her and covered her this year, both times with Zelensky. And they have a very warm relationship. Her speech last year was, frankly, she was getting used to the material. She is much more familiar with foreign policy now, a year later, especially all of the war issues, Ukraine and Russia. She had focused more on domestic issues. Now, since then, of course, in the last couple of months, because of Dobbs, she's been focused primarily on the abortion issue and women's issues. So she, certainly is not Joe Biden, but who is in terms of foreign policy. But I think that anybody who would replace Biden on the ticket would not have all of those relationships, any of the people who've been talked about, the governors or the like. So Kamala Harris is someone that they would have confidence in if the polling and the organization behind her shows that she could defeat Donald Trump. I think it's Donald Trump that they are most concerned about because of Viktor Orban and the meeting in Mar-a-Lago, because of what Donald Trump has said about Vladimir Putin, about being able to negotiate this, day one or in an hour. And for all of those reasons, they're very concerned about it. And foreign leaders have been talking during the NATO summit and since, certainly in Europe, about trying to Trump-proof Ukraine and the funding, and they have put in certain procedures, some of them not public, to make sure that the funding would continue and other European measures would continue. The European Parliament voted, and that's a very contentious and not at all homogeneous organization. They voted to support Ukraine very vigorously in the last couple of weeks. That said, only America can provide certain weapons, the ATACMS, the Patriots. They can piece things together, and they've been collecting Patriot missiles and other kinds of air defense from other countries because we, frankly, are out of them. We just don't have enough. But you know, they don't have the kind of weaponry that we need. And if it is President Trump, they are anticipating that there will be increased pressure on Zelensky to negotiate territory. And right now he's in a very weak negotiating position, and that Vladimir Putin, he just wants to hold out until he sees a Trump presidency, because then he believes that he could grab more territory and eventually achieve his goals of taking all of Ukraine by 2035. That said, I mean, there's a lot to happen between now and having a successful Democratic election. And the first step would be the fact of getting behind Harris, according to some people, certainly according to the president, according to the Clintons. We have yet to hear from Nancy Pelosi on that. She and Harris have not had the warmest of personal relationships. And the endorsement by Adam Schiff is a great tell that perhaps she would also be falling behind Harris, because legally it is the easiest way to have the campaign structure. She would inherit all of those people who Jen O'Malley Dillon was talking to, would keep their jobs. There would be some layering with some of the Harris staff, but you would have a campaign in place, all of those many offices, the volunteers, as well as the money that would automatically be available to her because she was on the ticket. Some of the big donors might still move their money to down ballot races, but she would have the, more than $100 million that is in the bank. And there's only 3 weeks of the convention. They've got to do something. There has been a lot of talk about a mini primary, either before or at the convention, and trying to make her compete for this. I think that would be, a lot of people argue that would be messy. But there's also talk of coupling her with someone who is a centrist governor, or outgoing governor like Roy Cooper of North Carolina, or a governor like Andy Beshear. Governor Whitmer from Michigan has said she absolutely does not want it. Governor Pritzker of Illinois is available, but, I think that you can't have two Californians, so that wouldn't work. So the possibilities are there, but not that deep. But certainly the running mate for Kamala Harris would be very, very important.
And very closely watched right now. Thank you for that, Andrea. Joining me now, Democratic Congressman Mark Pocan from the critical swing state of Wisconsin. It's good to see you. What should happen next? Should Vice President Harris be the Democratic nominee?
I'll tell you, I can't wait to have her come to Wisconsin. This is a swing state, as you said. She actually grew up for a little bit of time in Madison, Wisconsin, certainly has been here a lot during the campaign so far. And this is the energy that we've been looking for. We are a critical swing state. We've got a U.S. Senate seat up. We've got competitive House seats. And having her on the ticket is going to be just the energy we need in my state to win in November.
Congressman, I'm here with Reverend Al Sharpton. He'd like to ask you a question as well.
Yes, Congressman. 21,000. That's how many voters tipped the state of Wisconsin to the Democrats in the 2020 election. In 2016, Donald Trump defeated Hillary Clinton by just over 22,000 votes. What impact will this announcement have on Wisconsin? And can Vice President Harris win your state, given the history of the last two presidential election cycles?
We heard from a lot of people in the last 3 weeks after the debate. People didn't like the choice of two older white men. And, now there's one left. And I think the Republican Party is going to have to assess whether or not they're going to keep him on the ticket. He's got felonies. He's got all the liabilities that are still out there. We don't. We now have someone with energy, with a connection to my state, someone who can talk about the accomplishments that she had. It's the Biden-Harris administration, don't forget, that got us out of COVID. It has a strong economically, and now she can be an aggressive campaigner in the state. I'm really looking forward to having her talk about things like freedom to make decisions about your body in Wisconsin. Thanks to Donald Trump and his picks for the Supreme Court, they overturned Roe versus Wade, and now we live in 1849 law when it comes to abortion in Wisconsin. This is why I think having the vice president on the ticket is going to be crucial and really helpful in my home state.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you, Congressman Pocan. Joining me now, Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. You served with Kamala Harris. You know her from the campaign trail. Do you support her as the nominee?
Yes, I do. And I did want to say something today first about President Biden. He took the honorable path. He has always led with conviction, with integrity, and he did it today. It's not an easy thing, and he did the right thing for our country, and I'm very excited about Kamala Harris as our candidate.
Of course, it was the debate that began these calls for President Biden to step aside. And a big moment, if indeed Kamala Harris is the nominee, will be an upcoming debate, if it holds, against Donald Trump. You're someone who debated against her. You were on the stage with her in 2020. Preview for us what you think a Kamala Harris-Donald Trump debate would look like.
I think it's going to be good. She is a fierce competitor, but most importantly, she knows the work. She comes to this with the receipts as a strong leader, and she's going to bring that to the debate stage. And I want to say one thing about running against Kamala. We started the race as friends. We ended as better friends. I got to know her family, got to know Doug. My husband and Doug got to be friends. This is something that I think people are going to get to see her in a different light. Being a vice president is not always an easy thing. And here she's now going to be the leader on that stage. And I just think you're going to see on the debate stage someone that's going to make the case of the differences. You've got, Donald Trump on a video saying he's proudly the person that overturned Roe v. Wade. You're going to have Kamala Harris as the one that cross-examined the Supreme Court justices and took them on, the very justices that made the decision in the Dobbs case to overturn Roe v. Wade. You're going to have Donald Trump with his felony indictments and convictions. You're going to have Kamala Harris as the former prosecutor that follows the rule of law. I don't know what bigger contrast you need, Chris.
I cannot imagine a state where the race appeared to be closer than it was between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It really was neck and neck in most of the polls, certainly well within the margin of error. How does this change the equation on the ground in your state?
Well, Minnesota is a grassroots state. We have the highest voter turnout in the country. There's a lot of interest in politics. And, we've tended to go with interesting characters, Governor Jesse Ventura, to give you an example. And so we are ready for last-minute changes, things that happen, close elections. But I know this is going to be a strong year with this ticket and the new energy we'll see, including there's going to be a lot of anticipation of the vice presidential candidate. And I will say it's going to be shorter than these things usually are, kind of like speed dating. But Kamala Harris knows the people. She knows the leaders. So you're going to have that coming up. And then you're going to have the grassroots, I think, ignited, which we like to have in Minnesota and in our neighboring state of Wisconsin that you just interviewed the congressman about. We like a lot of grassroots politics in the Midwest. And I think you're going to see more volunteers coming in and a lot of energy for the Harris ticket.
Well, let me ask you, because we just had reporting from Jen O'Malley Dillon that she called the folks in the battleground states and the other states where there is an infrastructure. She stressed the campaign was already built to beat Donald Trump. That's the way she put it. And that is now still the plan with Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. She indicated that jobs were safe. They would basically transfer the campaign operation to Kamala Harris, assuming, of course, that that's what it ends up being. What can you tell us about the infrastructure that's on the ground? Is it built to beat Trump right now?
Yes, it is. And our state has dozens of field offices open. But I've also campaigned for the ticket in other states, in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in New Hampshire, and I've seen the kind of structure they have in place. But I think what you see after a lot of angst, a lot of difficult times over the last few weeks, what you're going to see is an energized campaign offices, energized base, people showing up to volunteer like they've never had before because they get it. The time is short. We do not have time to go back and look in the rearview mirror and talk about who said what and who was calling for this and who wrote an op-ed. There's no time for bitterness, man. We have got to unite behind this ticket with Kamala Harris at the helm and move forward. And I know that's what Joe Biden believes because he cares deeply about what happens next, not just his legacy, which is so profound, but also what happens next.
Senator Amy Klobuchar, it's always good to talk to you. Thanks so much for coming on the program.
Hi, Al.
Hi. Good to see you.
I look forward to being on your show soon. We'll have a lot to talk about.
No doubt about it. I look forward to it.
There is never any shortage of things to talk about these days. And I have to tell you about the statement that we just got from Pennsylvania, from Governor Josh Shapiro, who says he spoke to President Biden and then subsequently spoke to Vice President Harris. And he released the following statement. When our founders came together in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to declare our independence and establish our democracy, they did so with the clear understanding that we would only succeed if we were united. In the 248 years since, our country and our people have been tested, but the American spirit has always triumphed. Despite our individual differences, when our safety was threatened, when our values and freedoms were attacked, when the stakes were high, Americans have found ways to come together and unite behind common cause and common purpose. That's the lesson of our founders who gathered in Pennsylvania 2.5 centuries ago, and it's the lesson our party must learn from now. I've known Kamala Harris for nearly 2 decades. We've both been prosecutors. We've both stood up for the rule of law. We've both fought for the people and delivered results. Kamala Harris is a patriot worthy of our support, and she will continue the work of generations of Americans who came before us to perfect our union, protect our democracy, and advance real freedom. She has served the country honorably as vice president, and she is ready to be president. The best path forward for the Democratic Party is to quickly unite behind Vice President Harris and refocus on winning the presidency. The contrast in this race could not be clearer, and the road to victory in November runs right through Pennsylvania, where this collective work began. I will do everything I can to help elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States. Reverend Al Sharpton, first of all, that's a very impressively written statement in a fairly short period of time. He's spoken to the president. He's spoken to Vice President Harris. He's supporting her. So for people out there who are talking about some sort of open nominating process, it's clear he's not looking for the job. But how does he strike you as a possible vice presidential running mate?
Well, I think that's going to be up to the candidate now, Ms. Harris. I think there are several that would be credible. But I think it's important because even in the first hour that you and I were talking, we heard Governor Shapiro's name mentioned in a possible open convention. He just closed that door.
He did.
And you've also now seen the Georgia party come out for her. We just heard that Randy Weingarten of the American Federation of Teachers come out. As you start seeing people with major constituencies and governors of a critical state like Pennsylvania come out, it is in many ways the kind of momentum you need for a campaign like this. And I think it unites the party and leads to a convention where you won't see a lot of infighting. I think it's a very important statement Governor Shapiro released. And I agree with you, it was well written in such a short period of time. Again,
Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, often mentioned as someone, if Joe Biden stepped down, who could replace him, saying very clearly he calls on the party to quickly unite behind Vice President Harris. So how are Americans digesting the news of this seismic shift in the Democratic campaign? We're back with that right after a quick break.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters. Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released. Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with breaking news coverage. This stunning announcement by President Biden that he is ending his candidacy for president. A couple of pieces of breaking news. We just heard from a spokesperson, the communications director for First Lady Jill Biden. Elizabeth Alexander said this: down to the last hours of the decision only he could make, she, meaning the First Lady, was supportive of whatever road he chose. She's his biggest believer, champion, and always on his side in that trusted way only a spouse of almost 50 years can be. We are also hearing about how busy President Biden has been since he made this decision and posted it. Today, the president has spoken to a number of members of Congress. He has been speaking to governors. Josh Shapiro confirmed that he had spoken to him. He's been talking to supporters, and he will continue to engage with key stakeholders tonight and tomorrow. In fact, for the first time, I saw from what was the Biden-Harris campaign, but from now, Joe Biden repeating his statement about his decision, but also giving his full endorsement to Kamala Harris and asking to support her campaign. So a fundraising email directly from Joe Biden, again, repeating his statements that he put out several hours ago. All of this leading me to the people who really count, and that's the voters, how they are reacting this hour. We know they've all been on their phones. We know they've been talking to folks. But let me bring in NBC's correspondent George Solis. He's in Butler, Pennsylvania, heavily Republican area, and obviously a location where the former president was the target of an attempted assassination. What are you hearing from voters there?
Yeah, hey, Chris, obviously the voters, it's not fair to, it's stretched to say that here in Butler, Pennsylvania, many are experiencing a little bit of breaking news whiplash. As you mentioned, it was a little more than a week ago that the eyes of the world were here in Butler in that failed assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. Today, we broke the news to many here in this community that President Joe Biden was not going to be seeking re-election, and in fact endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, many of them saying that's what they expected. And as you mentioned, it's fair to say that we're also here in the heart of Trump country. Many of them excited by what this means for their candidate. They believe that this basically essentially secures the presidency for former President Donald Trump. Some of them saying it was about time. Some of them saying they're sad to some degree that, he should have done this sooner. And some now questioning the validity of whether or not the president can actually serve the remainder of the presidency. And again, those are just some of the dialogues that we've been having here with the voters. Here's a little bit more of my conversation with voters as we broke the news to them this afternoon. Where do we go from here?
I don't know. I think that's this scary part of it all, is that we just don't know what anything's going to happen. We don't know where it's going to go. And now it kind of shows that people's votes don't really matter, no matter who you vote for. If it's Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter. It just, does our vote even count anymore?
So I'm looking forward to the future and what's going to happen now and who's going to win the race, and this is going to be exciting.
Does it make this interesting for this race?
This is very interesting. Very, very, very.
Most interesting race I've ever seen.
Chris, and on the subject of Governor Josh Shapiro, earlier I also spoke with Representative Brendan Boy, who represents Pennsylvania's 2nd Congressional District. I asked him what he thought if Vice President Harris selected Josh Shapiro as a possible running mate should she get the nomination. Here's what he told me briefly. I'll paraphrase. He says, well, I'm always in favor of Pennsylvanians doing well. I've always loved the fact that literally the person in the White House right now, referring to Joe Biden, was born and raised in Pennsylvania, going on to say, I am always in favor of as many of Pennsylvanians getting as many jobs as possible. So you can kind of read between the lines on that. So we'll see where it goes from here, and we'll continue gathering reaction from the voters here in Butler, Pennsylvania, Chris.
George Solis, thank you. Let me bring in Tim Miller, host of the Bulwark podcast, Danielle Moody, host of the Woke AF Daily podcast. Great to have both of you here. Tim, let's start with the voters, okay? I mean, we saw the polls. The polls said that they thought both of these guys were too old. There wasn't a tremendous amount of broad enthusiasm for either. Now, they have a younger candidate on the Democratic side, whether it's Kamala Harris or anyone else. But Kamala a lot of people seem to be coalescing around her. What does that mean for voters in the middle who truly hadn't made up their minds? What does it mean for never Trump Republicans, Tim?
Yeah. Well, look, I think that there's a big category of voters for whom this is a huge relief. There has been a lot of discussion about this over the past 3 weeks among political obsessives and pundits. But if you just look at the numbers or talk to voters or listen to focus groups, there's a huge swath of Americans that did not want this rematch and were begging for anyone else besides Trump and Biden. And so now the Democrats get to give those voters what they've been asking for. And so I think that you'll see, some coalescing around the vice president, or if for some reason ends up being someone else among these these people that are Democratic leaning voters that were unhappy with the choice that they were given with the current president. So I think that's the first thing. And then when you talk about the other swing categories of voters, among never Trump Republicans, I think it will be the vice president's VP pick will matter. I think how she messages this race will matter. I think she has a huge opportunity to, kind of go back to her roots as a prosecutor, as a law and order candidate running against a criminal. I think that if she, demonstrates that, which she will, I think that she has the foreign policy chops. She's going to stand with Ukraine. She's going to stand with our allies. I think that she will be able to bring in a lot of the never Trump Republican types that I think had been, a little bit skittish, let's say, to say the least, over the past few weeks.
All right, let's hear a little bit more from some voters across the country and how they're responding to this stunning news.
You know, I'm not upset necessarily. I was voting for him because I don't want to vote for Donald Trump. I don't want him in office. So I guess voting for Biden was kind of like, not that he's a bad guy, but it's the lesser of the two bad choices.
I'm kind of surprised. I had a feeling it might happen, but I just thought he'd hold out a little more. I kind of feel sorry for him, all the work that he's put in, and I think he was getting a lot of pressure to just say, no more, I'm done.
Very happy. And I think a lot of other people are happy too. We just don't need someone as old as he is as a president. I think that Trump will win because I think he's going to make America great again.
So there's a little bit of a cross-section there, Danielle, but what are you looking for in the coming days and weeks to hear from voters, from polls that'll show you how much this race has shifted, and what's your gut?
I mean, my gut right now is that Democrats need to circle the wagons and build a barricade around Kamala Harris. She is the pick. And right now we're seeing endorsements rolling in over the last few hours. If you're looking on social media or seeing the excitement that people have right now, they are re-energized. And now is our moment, right? It is either we continue with the project of democracy or we live under Project 2025. And so now we can focus our attention back to where it has needed to be, which is the existential threat that Donald Trump and the Republican Party have over this country and our democracy. Kamala Harris is a brilliant prosecutor who can prosecute this case to the American people, and it is going to be between her, a prosecutor, or a felon. And I think that that conversation is the one that the American people are ready to have and excited to have, and I look forward to us going into a united convention.
Tim, Danielle, thank you both. Former President Donald Trump reacted to Joe Biden dropping out of the race by telling NBC News he thinks that Biden is, quote, the worst president in the history of the United States by far. It's a statement he's made many times before. A senior Trump advisor told NBC News before Biden's announcement that the campaign preferred Biden stay in the race because it had been planning for that matchup. Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. We'd also been hearing that they recognized the possibility existed, so they were also gearing up for Kamala Harris. Tell us more about what you're hearing from inside the Trump campaign.
Right, I was in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Chris, yesterday for Donald Trump's first joint campaign appearance alongside J.D. Vance. There were more than 13,000 people inside of that arena, and I was talking with the senior campaign official who told me that they were planning for potential other options. Kamala Harris as others, not only doing internal polling, but also assessments. Of course, for the last 20 months, they have been running against Joe Biden. Now, suddenly, with just 3 months left, they're going to have to change course, not only the actual messaging, but also in terms of where they may have to best put their resources, right? You're looking at 7 competitive battleground states that in a conversation I had also with RNC Chairman Michael Whatley just yesterday, they were talking about it. And with a different candidate, there could very well be some different dynamics. If you go with Vice President Kamala Harris, suddenly does that make a state like North Carolina or Georgia, Wisconsin a more focus point? Depending on which VP do you select. If you select Roy Cooper out of North Carolina, does that change the resources, right? Or if you choose Mark Kelly out of Arizona, does that suddenly force the Trump campaign's hand to go and put more investment there, despite them having felt very confident about their current situation? And Donald Trump also, he even a social media post just a bit of time ago, he bemoaned the fact that they have already put resources towards damaging the messaging and the credibility of the current president, Joe Biden. In the words of Donald Trump on social media, they're going to have to start all over. Of course, there's also the question, Chris, about the September debate that Donald Trump had agreed to with the Biden campaign. But in another social media post, Donald Trump opening up the door, suggesting that he doesn't want it to be with ABC, where that debate, the second debate, was previously slated to take place. Instead, he said it should be on Fox. And so there's suddenly that dynamic. And we're 4 weeks away from the Democratic National Convention and whoever it is becoming the formal nominee of the party. So, of course, course, this leaves open a whole month for the Trump campaign to continue to hit the campaign trail. He'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina, but also this is going to be an opportunity for the Senate-based races too to really take shape and take hold. So there's a lot at play for the Republican Party as well as the Democrats sort out what their ticket's going to look like.
NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, thank you, as always. Joining me now is John Kasich, former Ohio governor, 2016 presidential candidate, and MSNBC contributor. Well, here we are, Governor Kasich, this monumental day, unlike anything
I told you it was
seen.
coming.
You told me.
I told you it was coming.
You predicted it. So now, you just heard from Vaughn. There's a lot that's at play here right now. What do you see as the state of the race if it's Trump-Harris?
Well, first of all, let's see if Harris is the candidate, the nominee. We know she's the candidate. Is she the nominee? Will other people get in the race? Right now, it doesn't appear so, but there's been a lot of speculation that there's 3 or 4 other people thinking about it. I've been told that this afternoon. I don't know if that will happen. I think, look, this has come very late, obviously. The issue is, if it is Kamala Harris, if she is going to be the nominee, what does the convention look like? Are they unified in that convention? Do they generate excitement? And are they able to define her in a positive way so that the American people can look and say, I can see that maybe she can do it. Most people will not make up her mind about this till probably around Labor Day. So you're going to go, we'll see if she's the person that gets unanimous support into that convention. Do they have a convention that allows her to project herself in such a way that people can see her as a president of the United States? And can they be positive enough with enough excitement and energy to be able to have her viewed in a very short period of time as somebody that could beat Donald Trump and could run the United States of America? Some of it will depend on who she picks as a vice president. People don't really care that much about who gets picked for vice president, except in this case, it can add, Chris, in my opinion, to the excitement that the Democrats so sorely need now, with the Republicans coming out of their convention being so unified and excited.
Governor, President Biden announced this decision just days after, really, the Republican National Convention wrapped and officially nominated Donald Trump and J.D. Vance of Ohio as their nominated ticket. Now, what have been your reflections on what you saw this past week in Milwaukee?
I think they had a very good convention, Al. I think they were unified. We didn't see, like the January 6 people parading around. I think the only thing that was missing is, I think Donald Trump, for the first, it's the first 30 minutes, and you're in order. You know how this works. The first 30 minutes, he did an outstanding job, but then he kind of went backwards. And I think he missed the opportunity to put an exclamation point on that convention, which I think give Democrats an opportunity to feel some hope. But now with Biden dropping out, there was no way Joe Biden could win. Look, it doesn't make me happy that a man has aged and really was not going to be able to project or do his job in the future, but he's now left. Good for him to put the country first. But now it's late. It's late, as you know. It takes a long time to rev up a campaign for president. But they are where they are. A convention's coming soon, and they're going to have to work like crazy to get her defined in a positive and an uplifting way.
Always great to see you from the great state of Ohio, former Governor John Kasich. Thank you. I want to bring in Democratic Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts.
Thank you.
I want to read to you something that another member told one of our reporters. Everyone I talk to is feeling focused. I think you'll find a lot of energy when members come back this week. What are you hearing, and are you endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris?
Well, first and foremost, I just want to take a moment to thank President Biden. Joe Biden has dedicated more than 50 years of service to our nation as a senator, vice president and as the 46th president of the United States. And the Biden-Harris White House, I've worked very closely with them. They've been engaged partners who've made real progress for our communities. And I'm deeply grateful for the president's service. I know this is not a decision that he arrives at lightly. I think it's important to hold space for that. And I respect his decision to pass the torch. And I vigorously endorse Kamala Harris. She is a moral and empathetic leader. She is poised, she is prepared, and she is qualified. I'm the chair of the Abortion Rights and Access Task Force in the House. She has been the most effective voice when it comes to abortion justice. We've worked closely on healthcare justice, student debt cancellation, the racial wealth gap. I am confident that Kamala Harris can unite this party and build the coalition necessary for us to win in November.
Let's talk a little bit about constituencies. We saw the statement from the leader of the Democratic Party in Georgia, Congresswoman Williams. We heard from Joyce Beatty, another of your colleagues. She says there's going to be a call with a number of women in Black organizations that she says she expects could number 20,000 or 30,000. What is the coalition that you think Kamala Harris can build that makes her a fierce competitor against Donald Trump?
Well, obviously, Black women have been the backbone of the Democratic Party. And so Kamala Harris being at the top of the ticket is both significant and meaningful to Black women. But I know that Kamala Harris will be an effective, empathetic, and moral leader for everyone who calls this country home. She is very clear about what the stakes are. She brings her lived experience to this job. She knows that the Republicans will criminalize immigrants, will ban bodies, will ban books, and are existential, a real threat to our democracy. And we need to look no further than Project 2025 to know that. This 900-page far right-wing manifesto, it's a blueprint for what would happen under a Trump administration. She understands the stakes of another Supreme Court being weaponized to obstruct the will of the majority of the people. So I have, again, great confidence in her ability to unite this party, to appeal to a diversity of constituencies, and to unite this party for a victory in November.
Ayanna Pressley, it's good to talk to you again, and appreciate you coming on the program. Thank you. With me now, Randi Weingarten, who is president of the American Federation of Teachers, but she is also on the Rules Committee of the DNC, and you're just the person in that role that I've been wanting to talk to you. John Kasich just asked the key question: what will this convention look like? AOC raised some questions about how this would actually work if Joe Biden stepped down. What can you tell to people who want to know what the heck is next?
So look, we are living in unprecedented times, and we're just starting our convention. The AFT, delegate convention starts tomorrow morning. And so our executive council convened tonight and we unanimously endorsed Vice President Harris for president, subject obviously to our convention's ratification. But there's real excitement here. But let me just say, just like Congresswoman Pressley said, we honor President Biden. We respect President Biden. We respect his decision. But he has been a transformative president, and he is a patriot. And the fact that he decided today that to withdraw and to endorse Vice President Harris sends a message to the Democratic Party that we need to unite together. And that is what the phone calls I've had all afternoon have said. And I think what you're seeing tonight is lots of different elements of the Democratic Party, constituents of the Democratic Party, labor, Black women, Latinos, others coming together to say we are uniting for for Vice President Harris to be president. And there's reasons why. It's not just this administration, as transformative as it's been. It is her herself. The fact that she is a fighter against gun violence, the fact that she is a fighter for people who have student debts, the fact that she's been 20 states this year fighting to expand reproductive health. She is a fighter. She can prosecute the case against Donald Trump, and she can make the case for working people and for families in America. And that's why I think you're seeing both a lot of sadness and frankly, I'm heartbroken that at what has happened to the president, but a lot of sadness, but also a lot of excitement that we can unify behind Kamala Harris for president.
Randy, you talked about the support of the AFT. Talk to us about the power of unions and the impact they have on voters. President Biden was the first sitting president that went out on a picket line. How much will labor be a key factor in this race? And can Kamala Harris be a real energizing force for labor?
Well, what President Biden did initially was Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, and Secretary of Labor Walsh did a huge worker empowerment report to figure out the levers of how we organize and how we expand the rights and the power of working people. How you actually really create an economy from the bottom up and the middle out so that workers have their fair share. So you're growing the economy, but you also make sure you make it more worker friendly so that families have their fair share. And so she's been completely part of that work. We've seen her over and over again in union halls. She understands labor. She has worked with labor for the entire time she has been a public official. So I think what you're seeing for the labor movement is, we today met, NEA is meeting, NCIU is meeting, and the point we're trying to make is that we know she stands for workers. Now, our job is to get out throughout the country, not only to our members, to our communities, and speak that message and make sure we're knocking on doors and talking to folks. But by Vice President Harris being in the race now, it totally takes the issue of age off our agenda. The only old person that is running for president now is Donald Trump.
Randi Weingarten with her two hats on today, both looking forward to the convention, but also as a labor leader that has announced its endorsement subject to vote. The first labor union to do that for Kamala Harris. That's going to do it for us this hour. An extraordinary moment in American history. I'm Chris Jansing in New York. MSNBC special coverage will continue next. We have Rachel Maddow, Nicole Wallace, Joy Reid, and Jen Psaki bringing us all the latest developments after President Biden's historic decision to withdraw from the 2024 race. So keep it on MSNBC. We've got a lot more coverage right after this.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, an NBC News special report. President Biden dropping out of the race for the White House. The historic bombshell now rocking the race for president. The president throwing his support behind his vice president, Kamala Harris. Prominent Democrats coming out in support of her.
Members are very excited. Voters on the ground are very excited. The party is very excited.
But huge questions remain. Will the party unite behind her? Does she have a better chance of taking on former President Trump? Or will this be a fight all the way to the convention?
She's crazy. She's nuts.
Former President Trump speaking to our correspondent. What he says about this political earthquake. Voters across the country reacting.
I think he didn't have a chance against Trump.
It was a shock, but at the same time, they must feel it's best for the election.
Tonight, how this historic decision played out and the big questions moving forward as the battle for the White House enters uncharted territory.
This is an NBC News special report. President Biden exits the 2024 race. Reporting tonight, Lester Holt.
Good evening. It is a historic day for our nation and a major shakeup in American politics. President Joe Biden has withdrawn from his campaign to become the second-term commander-in-chief amid concerns over his health. Today, writing in a statement, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. The president endorsing his second-in-command, Kamala Harris, as the nominee. But questions remain over whether she'll secure the full backing of Democrats with just over 100 days to go before voters go to the polls. Today, the Republican nominee, Donald Trump, called Biden the worst president in the history of the U.S. These new developments tee up questions about every angle of what is going to be a chaotic path to the upcoming elections and eventually to the White House. Questions like, will Kamala Harris secure her party's nomination? Who would be her running mate? What would the debates look like? And what are voters making of this historic whiplash? Let's bring in... This afternoon, an about-face by President Biden, announcing he will be a one-term president, dropping his bid for the White House, saying, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. And in another statement, endorsing his vice president, Kamala Harris, to take his place at the top of the ticket. Harris releasing her own statement today, saying in part, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win the nomination." This after weeks of pressure on Mr. Biden following that June debate performance, which stunned President Biden's party, supporters, and donors. Since then, President Biden has been trying to right the ship.
And I would not be running again if I didn't believe with all my heart and soul I can do this job.
And reassure his party that he was up for the job.
And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
We last spoke in the White House just last week.
Who do you listen to on deeply personal issues, like the decisions whether to stay in the race or not?
Me. Look, I've been doing this a long time. The idea that I'm the old guy, I am. I'm old. But I'm only 3 years older than Trump, number one. And number two, my mental acuity's been pretty damn good.
After today's announcement, reaction from former President Barack Obama, who called Joe Biden a patriot of the highest order, describing the decision as a testament to Joe Biden's love of country. Praise from Bill and Hillary Clinton for his extraordinary career of service, while highlighting their worry about the threat posed by a second Trump term.
President Biden doesn't run. Why shouldn't we consider you a likely candidate?
I think the vice president is naturally the one lined up.
In the past, Harris has made it clear she understands what it means to be a heartbeat away from the presidency.
Every vice president understands that when they take the oath, that they must be very clear about the responsibility they may have to take over the job of being president. I am no different.
She led the Biden administration's response on critical issues like abortion access and the immigration crisis, coming under fire from Republicans for the White House's handling of the border. I pressed her on the topic in 2021.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making. I'm not discounting the importance of the border.
Now, she and the party are facing a new challenge at an uncertain and unprecedented time. Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, what have you gathered in terms of how this all came together? Up till a few days ago, he was talking about campaigning into the next week. What happened?
Well, this has been a very human moment for the president and one that has huge historical implications. This weekend, with closest advisors and family at Rehoboth Beach, where he has a home there in Delaware, he has been reviewing some of the information about how Vice President Harris would fare in polling against Donald Trump. That's one thread of information. Clearly, he has been hearing the roughly 40 lawmakers of his own party who have publicly called for him to step aside. He has heard about the donors who have pulled away. He has recognized the drumbeat of pressure that has been around him. All of that coming together. Ultimately, the decision was considered yesterday and into today, and he kept it in what we are told was a very close hold with only a few advisors who knew that he had made this decision until he announced it to his team and then publicly. The First Lady, of course, saying that she has been with him on this and very supportive of whatever decision he would make. Now, part of what this does, this day of decision, is it allows the president to focus on his own final months in office, his legacy, trying to complete things that he wants to get done. In your interview with him, Lester, he said there is more work to do, and it gives him a chance to do that. He's also injected something new into the race, where Kamala Harris, throwing his support behind her, is roughly 20 years younger than Donald Trump, and she will then have to pick a running mate. And so there are some new ways the Democrats can get energized. There may be a challenge to her getting the nomination. That is still to be determined. The apparatus of the campaign does give Kamala Harris the funding and the operation that was put together for the two of them. So she is the heir to that in terms of the structure, the money, and the operation. That is formidable against anyone else in the party who might seek to get the nomination. So we are at a point This is clearly historical. There is a human aspect where this has been very painful for the president and disappointing for him. And now it's a page-turning moment where the party has a chance to again focus on Donald Trump and also try to make certain it has a ticket going forward that's ready for the convention and ready for the next several months fighting to November.
All right,
Lester?
Kelly, let me bring in our Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, and senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, first to you. Is it important that the president appears to be all in on this thing? There are going to be opportunities to perhaps campaign for his successor. How is that all going to look?
Lester, it's critical that President Biden made the decision to endorse his vice president, Kamala Harris, because he is sending a signal to the party. Let's move forward with Vice President Harris for all of the reasons that Kelly just mapped out. She inherits the war chest that he has been building up, and that is not insignificant. And look, we know that the CBC has said that it supports Kamala Harris as well as a number of Democrats. So this is a significant moment. And again, Lester, it's about sending a signal to the party that it is time to move forward, and also sending a signal that instead of having a mini primary, which some folks are calling for, he's clearly urging the party to get behind Kamala Harris so that they can start the hard work of trying to take on former President Donald Trump. Think about what we all witnessed last week in Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention, this party united around former President Trump. That really added urgency, I think, to this situation, to the calculation that Democrats have. And remember the polling, Lester, a majority of Americans saying they don't want to see this matchup between Trump and Biden. And so part of the calculus here, in addition to everything that Kelly mapped out, is this opportunity to inject a new face. Yes, she is the vice president, but I've been talking to a lot of sources who say that she will reintroduce herself. She's clearly found her voice in a number of different areas, including reproductive rights. One top Democrat telling me, quote, they're breathing a sigh of relief because now there is someone who can prosecute the case against former President Trump. So the question for Harris now becomes, who will she seek to become her running mate if, in fact, she does get the nomination? But Lester, again, as she said, she's still got to fight and win the nomination. So there are still a few more steps that have to take place.
Yeah, I want to bring Hallie into the conversation on that point. Hallie, it's Washington. You know how Washington works. It's hard to imagine that there aren't those on the sidelines right now who are looking to see if there's an opening here. So those who are saying that the current Vice President Harris has a lock for this, is it going to take a few days to see how it all settles out?
Yeah, almost certainly, Lester, but I'd be surprised if it takes too much longer than that, because all along, as you and as Kristen have been talking about, even with this public pressure increasing for President Biden to do what he did and withdraw from the ticket, there has been a desire for Democrats to basically get unified and get unified quickly, because they understand that the election is creeping closer and closer every single day, and that it behooves them politically to be united as a party here. So to that end, the question becomes, obviously, who ends up on the Democratic ticket now? Vice President Harris is in the pole position here. If, in fact, she does end up taking the top of the ticket, the question becomes, who would her running mate be? And there's a number of people, and I want to be clear, speculation at this moment, who could end up in that position. You're seeing the names and the pictures of some of them here, including some of whom could challenge her potentially for the top of the ticket if they chose to. Again, TBD on that, but you're looking at people like Michigan's Gretchen Whitmer, Pennsylvania's Josh Shapiro, California's Gavin Newsom. He obviously spoke with Chuck. You saw that interview months ago and said that it would be Vice President Harris's ticket to lose if it were to come to that. There's Roy Cooper from North Carolina, Andy Beshear from Kentucky, J.B. Pritzker from Illinois, and Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona. A couple of things to talk about on this list here. Vice President Kamala Harris, again, this is all assuming she ends up at the top there and becomes the presumptive and then official nominee for the Democratic Party. She is already from the West Coast. She's already from California. She's already got the support of a number of progressives. We have seen that today already with, for example, the chair of the Progressive Caucus coming out and throwing her support behind Kamala Harris. The question is, what is this ticket going to do to reach out to people in, for example, the middle of the country, in these key Rust Belt swing states, in some of these critical places, suburban women, swing voters, this small slice of independents who Democrats hope will turn out and help them win the White House now for a second term. That is why I think you're seeing some of the names, for example, the governor from Pennsylvania, obviously one of those critical states. You're seeing somebody like Roy Cooper. North Carolina is a place that has swung purple. I mean, it's been red, it's been blue, it's been back. And so that's another question mark there for somebody like Governor Cooper. You're seeing Andy Beshear from Kentucky. Think about who Donald Trump just picked as his running mate. J.D. Vance, somebody who the Trump campaign believes can really speak to people in those Rust Belt states. There is some thinking among Democrats that perhaps Governor Beshear could be that same kind of voice, but on the Democratic side of the ticket. All of this, Lester, let's be clear, is preliminary. You already have two of these people, Senator Kelly and Governor Shapiro, that have backed Kamala Harris, have endorsed her as the presidential nominee. But I think that things are going to move potentially fairly quickly over the course of the next few days, over the course of the next week. I happen to suspect that you might have some Democrats who wait for President Biden to come out and make his remarks publicly, as we expect him to do later on this week once he recovers from COVID, Lester. But obviously, this is a major, major moment in this campaign. It just upends it altogether at this moment. We do have some polling showing that Kamala Harris, maybe she does just as well or perhaps slightly better than President Biden against former President Trump. But let's be clear here. We don't have a lot of clarity. This has all been hypothetical up until about 7 hours ago, Lester.
I was going to mention the polling is only valuable to the extent that people see her as a vice president. Seeing her in a position of a presidential candidate has to be different. The conversation will, of course, come up about the first black woman potentially president. So what we know from the past, will it be relevant as we watch marching forward here, people showing their support to her?
Yeah, it'll certainly be relevant, but there is also, to Kristen's point, people who may give Kamala Harris another look, a second look. She is somebody who has been on the national stage for quite a while now. Remember, she ran for president herself unsuccessfully before she was named Joe Biden's running mate. Prior to that, she was a prosecutor in California, rose to become the attorney general in that state, well known there. So she is not an unknown entity here and not a household name. But obviously, the course of her presidential campaign, there have been some concerns raised from Democrats who saw the way that her campaign was run, saw some question marks around that. There is going to be a desire that she inherits the war chest, inherits the operation from the Biden-Harris campaign, what was formerly that campaign, so that she is in a position where she has some solid footing moving forward. The question certainly becomes, though, her next public appearance, her next few. What does that look like? What does it look like if and when she ends up on a debate stage with former President Trump? Does that debate even happen? Will there be a vice presidential debate, considering that there is, at this point, not even a vice presidential nominee on the Democratic side? So still a lot of questions to be answered, Lester.
And Kristen, what's the view, do you think, from Team Trump right now in terms of whether they really want to go up against her or they would have preferred for Biden to stay?
Oh, I think that the Trump campaign was prepared to take on President Biden. And so, as Hallie says, this upends everything. Now, having said that, we know that the Trump campaign has already started doing its opposition research against Vice President Harris, as well as, quite frankly, all of those governors who Hallie was just talking about, because they are also potential candidates to be the Democratic nominee if they so choose. So I think that they are getting this in gear and have been for quite some time, Lester. But there's no doubt, particularly in the wake of that debate performance by President Biden, that they thought they had the upper hand in this race. The polling bore that out both nationally and in the battleground states. And so the Trump campaign is really going to have to pivot here. There's no doubt about that. We're going to see a strategy shift, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thank you. We're hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, thanking Joe Biden for his endorsement. But so many questions remain. Will she get the full backing of top Democrats, as we've been discussing? And how will voters respond to her? Here's Yamiche Alcindor with what's ahead in this historic time.
All eyes now turning to Vice President Kamala Harris, who has made history over and over again throughout her life. Her biggest history-making moment was when she was elected vice president in 2020, becoming the first woman and first Black and first South Asian person to hold that role.
We believe that our country, all of us, will stand together for a better future.
Before that, she had forged a path, shattering glass ceilings. In 2003, she served as district attorney of San Francisco, becoming the first Black woman and South Asian American woman in California to hold that office. Then, 7 years later, she made history again, in the same way when she was elected Attorney General of California. The role made her a rising star in the Democratic Party. In November 2016, Harris became only the second African-American woman ever to serve in the Senate and the first Indian-American ever.
Mr. President, I rise to celebrate the anniversary of one of the most significant legislative achievements in American history, the passage of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act.
She was raised in California, the daughter of a Jamaican father and Indian mother who met as civil rights activists. She later attended Howard University, a historically black college in Washington, D.C. She went on to law school at the University of California. Then she became a prosecutor, a role she says helped her enact criminal justice reform from within the systems. She often worked on cases dealing with sexual violence. In 2020, she ran for president, hoping to become the first black woman ever to be president. Now she will try to forge that path again.
And Yamiche joins me now. Yamiche, how are Vice President Harris and her allies preparing for a potential campaign against Trump?
Well, Vice President Kamala Harris spent today calling around at Democratic leaders, telling them that she believes she has the confidence to beat Donald Trump. She's been telling them that she's going to earn this nomination, and she's going to really talk to all of the different delegates to make sure she can officially win the nomination at the convention. I spoke to one of the people who got a call from Kamala Harris today, Vice President Harris. He was the Congressional Black Caucus Chairman, Stephen Hortzford. He told me that he got emotional during that call because, of course, the history that she's going to make if she was to become not only the top of the ticket, but the first black woman to be elected. He told me that she told her that this was really going to be a race that she was going to try to not take any constituency for granted. I was also told in the last few weeks that her allies were focusing on the fact that she was going to have to build a campaign operation. So even though she's getting that war chest from the Biden-Harris campaign, there is this idea that she's going to have to build a different kind of campaign tailored specifically to her. And as part of that, she's going to have to be thinking about her path to victory. I'm told by sources close to her that there are really looking at states like North Carolina and Georgia, thinking about Southern African-American voters and really mobilizing them the most. But there's a long, long to-do list here. Of course, first picking her vice president, but also shoring up donations, because at a time like this, in the last few weeks, donations had plummeted to Democrats into the Biden campaign. So there are a lot of people who are now sort of saying that there are a lot of donors who are energized, really ready to get behind her. I'm also told that she's going to be traveling. Just this week, she's going to be going to Milwaukee as well as Indianapolis. She's going to be continuing to go on the road as she makes this case to voters, but she has to make up for lost time here. So people close to her say that she's going to be doing that. She's going to be thinking about the staff to hire here, and she's also been thinking about her messaging, specifically because she looks like she's polling best among young people, and that her voice has also resonated with women because she took the lead on abortion access and the messaging for the campaign there, Lester.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you. I want to bring in Democratic Senator from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, who has just endorsed Vice President Harris. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Hey, Lester. Thank you.
You have endorsed her, but you notably did not call for President Biden to drop out. Can you explain that?
I think that people played different roles over this last month, but for me, this is not about looking in the rearview mirror. People expressed their concerns in different ways, but ultimately this was the president's decision, and he took the honorable path, Lester. He took the path which is consistent with his career of conviction, of integrity. And I know it's not just about his legacy, getting us through the pandemic with Vice President Harris at his side, working so hard to bring NATO together, moving forward on taking on the pharmaceutical companies. It's also about the future. And his endorsement of Kamala Harris shows that he is laser focused on the next 6 months, yes, but also on the years to come.
Do you think we will continue? We've seen a groundswell of people in Democrats endorsing Vice President Harris. Do you think that will continue, that this will be a non-issue? She will be the person in short order?
Well, sure. We're a big tent party, and that's why we win. We bring people with us. And so perhaps someone else would run. I don't know. But what I know is she's gathering, yes, was mentioned, progressive endorsements, but Mark Warner, who is a moderate Democrat, he endorsed her. Mark Kelly, which you noted on your show, he endorsed her. So I think you see a coming together for a candidate who is a strong person. I know I ran against her for president. I saw how strong and fierce she is on that debate stage. But more than that, she brings the receipts. She's been a leader on the world stage, and she also, again, has worked on all of these policies and efforts that have brought us to fuller employment in a much better place place than where we were coming out of the Trump administration. And finally, I cannot wait to see this scene where she's taken on Donald Trump, who said that he was proud to have overturned Roe v. Wade. He just said that in a video. And then she's the one that had cross-examined the very justices that made that decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. She will be able to make that case stronger than practically anyone.
I just spent part of last week in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention covering the activities there. It was a strong show of unity. What will the Democratic convention look like coming out of this crisis, if you will?
We always like to make news for you, Lester. Come on. So the first thing you're going to see is kind of a speed dating situation for the vice presidential candidate because there's just not the time that we've had in the past. However, Kamala Harris knows these leaders, some of the leading candidates, and I know she's going to pick someone that she can trust, that's a great leader and can govern, and then someone who is actually will augment her skills. So we'll stay tuned for that. Then you're going to have a convention that I predict will be unified. There'll have to be a process to get through this if there are others running, because as I said, we're a big tent party. But I promise a positive, unified, and yes, exciting next few weeks.
Could this be a moment that falls in the category, be careful what you wish for all those people who did call for the president to step aside? Is there still some difficult days ahead here, things that stand out to you potentially?
You know, I just think there is, some people are focused on the bitterness and people, what this person did and what they wrote and what they called. We don't have time for that. I'm sure there'll be books written. I'm sure there will be movies made about this last month. But the point is that we have to go together unified and put all that behind us. There is simply not time to dwell on the past.
All right. Senator, good to see you. Thanks so much for taking time.
It was great to be on. Thank you.
All right. Today, President Biden's challenger, Donald Trump, reacted to the news, calling Biden the worst president in history. It's a pivotal week for Donald Trump, leading in the polls after surviving the assassination attempt last week and securing his party's nomination at the Republican National Convention. But today's announcement throws the campaign into a level of chaos. Von Hilliard reports on that.
Please welcome. For months, the campaign of former President Donald Trump has prepared for a 2020 rematch with Joe Biden. But now its focus point will shift. In a social media post today, Trump writing, "We are forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. He pulls badly after having a terrible debate and quits the race. Now we have to start all over again." A move he was already preparing for at his campaign rally last night in Michigan.
So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris.
The now official Republican nominee has maintained steady polling leads nationally and in each of the battleground states. Taken before Biden left the race, recent national polling has showed Harris' current positioning not that different from Biden in a hypothetical head-to-head matchup against Trump. But the Republican nominee already taking shots this weekend at the current vice president, who could become his direct opponent.
I call her Laughing Kamala. You ever watch her laugh? She's crazy. You know, you can tell a lot by her laugh. No, she's crazy. She's nuts.
Trump, meanwhile, will hold a campaign rally on Wednesday in battleground North Carolina, where a possible Democratic running mate hails from, current Democratic Governor Roy Cooper. RNC Chairman Michael Whatley said on Saturday, quote, "They have more than a messenger problem. They have a message problem because Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, no matter who else is on this ticket, is going to adopt those same platforms and those same policies. And they're out of step with the American people." The Trump campaign currently has its eyes on 7 key states, though the dynamics could change with the new Democratic nominee. And the former president could still face a sentencing in mid-September after being found guilty by a jury in Lower Manhattan. His legal team is preparing briefings for a judge challenging the verdict.
And Von Hilliard has been covering the Trump campaign. He joins me now. Von, what do we know about, I know it's really early, but what do we know about the potential for a debate between Mr. Trump and the vice president?
Right, Lester. Well, the reality was that there were two already scheduled presidential debates on the books between Donald Trump and the Biden campaign. And the second debate, of course, was going to be taking place this September on ABC. But Donald Trump, on a social media post just a few minutes ago, suddenly opening up the door and questioning whether he wants to stick to that game plan. Of course, with Joe Biden no longer on the ticket and the question mark being whose presidential campaign is it actually going to be, there are some open question marks. He, though, in that social media post indicated that he would like Fox News to be the one that hosts the debate. We have reached out to multiple senior campaign advisors for clarification on the way that he is exactly viewing this politically and whether it'd be advantageous to go on the debate stage or not. It's not clear at this time. I was with the former president and 2024 Republican nominee's campaign yesterday in Grand Rapids, Michigan for that rally, and I was talking to a senior campaign official who told me that they were preparing for all potential circumstances. Well, for 20 months now, ever since Donald Trump first announced this third presidential bid, they've had their eyes on a Joe Biden rematch. And with just 3 months left, they knew that there could potentially be a jolt in this race on the Democratic side and a change. They had been looking at internal polling and, of course, had been studying not only Kamala Harris, but also other candidates who could potentially lead the top of the ticket. And, of course, it's an open question mark then, who would be that vice presidential running mate to that Democratic nominee who would be taking on J.D. Vance, because he already has campaign events planned this week in Ohio and Virginia, Lester.
All right, Vaughn, thank you. When we come back with our special coverage, we'll hear directly from the Trump campaign as the former president prepares to face off against a new Democratic nominee. That's coming up right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our NBC News special report on President Biden's historic decision to withdraw from the 2024 campaign. The Republican presidential nominee, former President Trump, talking to his social media platform Truth Social, or taking to that platform to criticize President Biden, calling him the worst president in the history of our nation. Let me bring in Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller. Jason, good to see you. Thanks for taking the time.
Lester, good evening.
I want to ask you, actually pick up a conversation we were having before the break about a debate. There is a debate that was on the books for September. Will it be transferable, as it were?
Well, there's definitely going to be another debate, or I guess in this case, a first debate against whoever the Democrats end up choosing. But I'm not sure that the Democrats are completely locked in on Kamala Harris yet. We see where former President Obama is still yet to endorse. There seems to be a lot of confusion and chaos on the Democrat side, which is in a big contrast to where the Republicans are, as you noted earlier with the United Front in Milwaukee this week. But one thing, Lester, really stands out to me. Less than 1 month ago, literally 3.5 weeks ago, Democrats were decrying the use of these so-called cheap fake videos of Joe Biden shuffling along, and within a month, President Trump has knocked Joe Biden out on the debate stage, and now Democrats have knocked Joe Biden out of the presidential race. And I think it really stands out to me that there's, with all this chaos today and the shift over to Kamala Harris, Democrats cannot name one single state where they're now in better position to win with Kamala Harris than they were with Joe Biden.
Well, you know, I know there's been a lot of polling that's been referenced, but I'm wondering how relevant that polling is. I mean, it's a new race. If the vice president gets into it, people will see it through different eyes. And, of course, there's the issue of the double haters we've watched develop over the last several months. Does that take that off the table and give voters a chance, someone other than, in this case, President Trump?
Yeah, really good question, because these are things that we've prepared for. We've polled, we've done the research, we have the ads cut. We're completely ready to go. This campaign is ready for anything that the Democrats throw at us. And the thing that really stands out from the Harris-Biden administration is that Kamala Harris owns all of the failures of the past 3.5 years, whether it be the record-setting illegal immigration. She was the border czar, for example, the sky-high inflation that's really crushing families all around our entire country. But when you look at the core issue of competence, that is the one thing that voters raise as a concern about Kamala Harris. They do not think that she is ready to step into that leadership position.
I was interested, you just said you guys are prepared for this. I mean, how prepared are you? There's things that move very quickly. How prepared are you to run a campaign that now pivots toward Vice President Harris?
Yeah, another great question, because we're ready for, again, whether it's Kamala Harris or anyone else they go and try to put in, because where this race changes is, as I said, Harris owns all of the failures of the last 3.5 years. There's also a new front that's going to be opened up here to give you a little bit of an insight. Kamala Harris had a long liberal record, radical record in California well before she even became vice president. You look at her efforts to decriminalize illegal immigration. You look at her calls to abolish ICE. I mean, heck, she wants to get rid of plastic straws, for goodness sake. And so, whereas Joe Biden was renting some of the territory on the more extreme left, Kamala Harris owns it. Lester, where the bottom falls out for Democrats, where they have real trouble, is in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Working class voters, union workers see Kamala Harris as a threat to their very existence, particularly in the auto industry.
She has also carried the administration's message about reproductive rights. It's something we didn't hear much of at the Republican convention. Does that change the campaign?
Well, it'll be up to the Democrats for what they talk about, but Kamala Harris is then going to be put on the spot for her more radical and extreme positions. So, for example, remember in the debate, Joe Biden couldn't answer what he thought a reasonable restriction would be for late-term abortion. So there are a whole host of issues where Kamala Harris now has to answer. And one of those, Lester, that I think she has to answer is, if Joe Biden is not competent enough to run for re-election as president, how can we say that he's competent enough to stay in the White House? Lester, you masterfully ran the Commander-in-Chief series on election after election, and you sat down with Joe Biden just a week ago. You know that Putin, Xi, the Iranians, all of our adversaries around the world are looking at the U.S. right now, licking their chops, saying that we have Joe Biden in the White House, and that's a dangerous thing. I want to know, does Kamala Harris think that Joe Biden is still competent enough to be president?
Jason Miller, thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is with me. Ali, we're just learning from two sources that West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin is, quote, considering a White House run. What more do we know about that right now?
Well, Lester, this would be the first potential challenger to Vice President Harris, who, of course, has the backing of many in her party in these intervening hours since her boss, President Biden, said he was no longer running for re-election. Manchin is at this point, according to these sources, considering a bid. But at this point, he also would have to change his party registration. Back in May, he changed from being a registered Democrat to a registered independent. In order to actually mount this bid, he would first have to change his party affiliation back. But of course, he spent several weeks and months on a listening tour of the United States. Ultimately, he did not end up running for president then. Many of his advisors say that that could be the same decision he falls to now, but of course, it's too early to tell.
And we're just weeks from the Democratic convention, as we just noted a moment ago. How are Democrats on the Hill rallying support for Harris or another candidate ahead of that?
Well, look, Harris is really the only name that we've heard at this point, Lester, and that's with good reason, especially because as you go into this convention, and yes, technically the Democratic convention is at the end of August, but what the DNC is actually planning on doing as early as the first week of August, so 2 weeks from now, they're doing a virtual nominating convention where they will nominate their nominee virtually. At that point, Harris has to earn the majority of delegates. If she doesn't, then it shifts to a very chaotic, potentially very messy, open convention. That's where someone like, if Manchin decides to put his hat in the ring, he will have to do some work behind the scenes to get delegates on board for him. All of that could lend to a perfectly chaotic process for Democrats, one that Senator Klobuchar was talking to you about just in the last few minutes, trying to put a happier spin on it. But really, this would be a chaotic moment for Democrats after a very tumultuous series of weeks here in Washington. That's why right now we're seeing so much effort behind Vice President Harris, not just from elected Democrats, but also from the Biden-Harris campaign itself, trying to give her the most advantage that she can get.
Chaotic. I think that's a word we may be hearing a lot of in the weeks to come. Ali Vitale, thank you. I want to bring in Congressman Lloyd Doggett now. He was the first sitting Democratic member of Congress to publicly call on the president to step aside. Congressman, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lester.
You have not, unlike many of your colleagues, have not endorsed Vice President Harris. Do you intend to, or someone else?
Well, Lester, from the very moment almost 3 weeks ago that I called on President Biden to step aside, I called for a fair, open democratic process to select a replacement. Now, I think Vice President Harris would be an excellent nominee. She is the probable nominee. She has all the advantages. But I want this process to be open. It doesn't have to be decided within a matter of minutes or hours of President Biden's decision. We need to engage the entire country in this. That will make our nominee stronger if we have an open process. Some may call this chaotic. I call it democratic with a small d, and I think that's what people want.
Yeah, I was curious if it's the same as craziness, or I'm sorry, craziness is the word I'm looking for, but messiness, I'm sorry.
Messy, it will be where
Does open mean, I'll get this question out eventually, does open mean messy?
Well, it does, and it means contentious, but as long as it's respectful disagreement, so much the better. As I said, I think Vice President Harris is the probable candidate, the likely one, and many of my colleagues and groups have been stampeding this afternoon to join her. I think that a number of the people that might have contested the nomination have already endorsed her, so I think it's headed that way. But let's keep the process open enough that anyone who thinks they can make a strong case that they're the best candidate to prevent Donald Trump and his gang from taking over our government and maybe never giving it back, that they have a chance also. If we have that process and Vice President Harris is selected, she'll be all the stronger for it. The virtual process, I must say, I don't believe is a good way to do this. We need this to be open, not through some virtual advance process as the DNC had originally proposed.
So what does that look like when we get to the convention then?
It looks like some of the conventions of old where you had multiple candidates competing. Or in Vice President Harris's case, it could well be that her strong efforts eliminate most of the competition prior to that time. But it is a process where America sees that we're different than the Republicans, that we're offering a candidate for a new generation, that Donald Trump will be the old guy in this, that if it's Vice President Harris, she's a prosecutor who's fought crime. Donald Trump is someone who has committed crime.
You sort of led this movement. Have you had a desire? Do you plan to reach out to President Biden? Anything you would want to share with him?
Well, I would say that I greatly admire his courage. He did what Donald Trump could never do, and that is to put country over his ego. His legacy will be that he did everything he possibly could, including sacrificing his own future in order to save our country from someone who wants to move us in an authoritarian direction.
Have you thought about
him.
I'm sorry, please.
No, I admire him and appreciate his accomplishments and the sacrifice that he's made.
Do you concern yourself? Do you think about the fact if you are wrong, if this does not help defeat Donald Trump, what that means to you, the party going forward?
Well, certainly that's always a consideration, but I looked at the numbers, hoping that after a year on your newscast and others that we saw the president behind in this, and then in this debate that instead of a surge, we got a setback, that the numbers in one battleground state after another showed us going the wrong way. And based on those numbers, I think we have a stronger nominee without President Biden on the ballot, and I'm glad he finally reached the same conclusion.
Lloyd Doggett, Congressman, thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. President Biden's announcement will have a massive impact on the election, but it also will mark this term as the final political chapter in a storied career. Voters have been talking about Joe Biden's age for decades, at first questioning if he was too young.
So help you God. I do. Congratulations, Senator. Thank you.
At just 30 years old, Joe Biden was sworn in as a senator from Delaware, one of the youngest in U.S. history. He did it at the hospital bedside of his two sons, who had survived the car crash that killed his wife Nelia and 13-month-old daughter Amy, just weeks after the 1972 election.
I make this one promise that if in 6 months or so there's a conflict between my being a good father and being a good senator, I will contact Governor-elect Tribbett, as I had earlier, and tell him that we can always get another senator, but they can't get another father.
At times, he wanted to quit, but fellow senators urged him to stay the course.
I want to thank you all, and really it means a lot to me. I appreciate it, and I hope that I can be a good senator for you all.
Representing the state of Delaware for 36 years, he first set his sights on the presidency when he was in his 40s, making an unsuccessful bid for the Oval Office in 1988.
I'm angry with myself.
Followed by another attempt in 2008, before joining Senator Barack Obama's ticket and ascending to the vice presidency.
I leave here today to begin my service to our nation's first African-American president.
Tragedy rocked the Biden family again in 2015 when brain cancer took the life of the then vice president's oldest son, Beau. A year later, speculation around whether or not the then VP would enter the presidential race once again, ultimately stepping aside as Hillary Clinton became the Democratic nominee.
Historic, unprecedented moment.
In 2019, Joe Biden, fueled by then-President Trump's comments about the racist rally in Charlottesville, decided to run for president once again. During the 2020 Democratic primaries, he hinted at being a one-term president.
Look, I view myself as a bridge, not as anything else.
For Biden, the third time was the charm. At 78 years old, the man who came to Washington as one of the youngest senators became its oldest president.
At this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed.
But his age put a magnifying glass on every stumble through the years. In April 2023, Biden announced he was running for a second term. Behind the scenes, many Democrats were concerned about his age and his poll numbers. One of them, Congressman Dean Phillips, even mounted an unsuccessful primary challenge. The American public agreed. Polls early this year found fewer and fewer Democrats confident in his mental capacity to serve as commander-in-chief. The Biden campaign, hoping to change the narrative, looked to the example of Ronald Reagan, who erased concerns about his age in a 1984 debate with one iconic line.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's youth and inexperience.
The Biden camp agreeing to a June debate, the earliest in modern history. But for the president, the night was a disaster, displaying a raspy voice and at times struggling to come up with coherent answers.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare,
The president's performance setting off alarms in the Democratic establishment, even his VP admitting it wasn't his best night.
There was a slow start, but a strong finish.
In the days after, Biden attempted to right the ship, hosting NATO leaders in Washington and sitting for major network interviews.
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition.
Did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
But it wasn't enough, as dozens of House and Senate Democrats began calling for him to drop out. The growing drumbeat finally too loud to ignore.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
The president's more than half a century run in Washington, D.C., now coming to a close, but not the way he wanted. To give us more context on this unprecedented moment in American politics, I want to bring in presidential historian Douglas Brinkley and NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, let me begin with you. What's history tell us about this moment and where it may end up?
Tells us, Lester, that not many presidents like to give up power. George Washington established a tradition in 1795. The job wasn't term limited in those days. He could have served as president for the rest of his life and would have been elected. He was trying to establish a precedent by leaving the presidency that presidents should give up power, when it is the right time to do so. Two recent examples quickly. Truman, 1952. End of March, he said he would not run again for the presidency after losing the New Hampshire primary. 1968, Lyndon Johnson, after almost losing the New Hampshire primary, said he wouldn't seek the nomination of his party for another term. But I now know, I talked to his wife, Lady Bird, who told me what he really had in mind was that he would make peace in Vietnam and the Democratic Convention would draft him for another term, whatever he would answer, yes or no. Obviously, that never happened.
Doug, let me turn to you. What do you think is the closest comparable moment to what we're going through now and how it may inform us of where this plays out?
Well, Michael did all the tape of Lyndon Johnson, great books. And this reminds us what everybody's saying, March of 1968, to a degree. Lyndon Johnson did a 30-minute talk and told the nation, shocked people, like some were shocked today, that I'm not running for re-election. The nomination was his for the taking. But he had other reasons. He said, I'm focusing on Vietnam. I haven't heard President Biden say I have to focus on Gaza and Israel or Ukraine. I know he might when he gives his speech. But alas, Lyndon Johnson looks good in history for stepping down. And he was great in the public opinion approval for a couple weeks, but then the horrible events unspooled, the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. and Bobby Kennedy, who had challenged him, and then Chicago at the convention, things went haywire with Mayor Daley's police and yippies and Black Panthers being arrested for protesting. So everybody this year has been feeling kind of eerie about 68. And like Lyndon Johnson, Joe Biden will be remembered for his great domestic legislation, this extraordinary accomplishments not done in a difficult time. He did it in a partisan way and was due to his great knowledge of how the Senate and Capitol Hill works that it got done. Lyndon Johnson has an extraordinary record of civil rights, voting rights, Medicaid, Medicare, on and on. So that's what's ringing my bell, LBJ.
And Michael, we know that Vice President Harris right now is getting some notable endorsements from Democrats, but this is still a fractured Democratic Party for sure. How have presidents in the past been able to unite their parties when they've been in disarray?
Well, if it was an outgoing president like Truman or Johnson, in both cases, interestingly enough, they did not make an endorsement. So the fact that Joe Biden has said, I want my successor to be Kamala Harris, not only is that something that we have not seen in those cases of history, but it also suggests that he must be pretty strong, feel pretty strongly that she would make a very good president.
And it's a complicated relationship, is it not?
It always is. And vice presidents usually wind up looking a lot different when they are candidates and presidents from the way they did as vice president. George H.W. Bush is seen as a quite commanding president, especially in foreign policy. But during his 8 years as the understudy of Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter said the problem with Bush is that he looks sort of goofy.
In moments like these, crises like this, what are the keys for leaders to cut through the noise and communicate effectively?
It is basically a matter of saying, this is the way I see this moment.
All right, Michael Beschloss and Mr. Brinkley, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this will ultimately be in the hands of voters. Antonia Hilton has reaction from across the country tonight. Antonia, what are you hearing?
Well, voters have been shocked and emotions have been all over the place tonight, Lester, ranging from relief in some cases, gratitude to the president, and some fear of all of the uncertainty. Take a look.
Tonight, voters nationwide reacting to that historic announcement about President Biden ending his re-election bid.
Shocking, surprising, but at the same time, I think there's been a lot of talk about, worry about his age and if he's competent and able to run.
Some voters stunned, others saw it coming.
There was no way he was going to stand. After the debate against Trump, it was pretty sad.
And some say the president should have dropped out sooner.
If it was going to happen, it should have happened a lot earlier, because it'll be very hard for Democrats to win if with the current situation, because it's so close to the election.
With President Biden and a growing number of congressional Democrats now rallying behind Vice President Kamala Harris to become the new Democratic nominee, some voters happy about the change.
I do think I am more excited to vote for Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. I think she had a really great voice representing minorities.
She's been a strong advocate for women's rights, for reproductive rights and reproductive justice. I've supported her when she was named vice president for Joe Biden in 2020, and I support her now.
But some voters of color have a message to the Democratic Party. Pass over Harris at your own risk.
What do you think black voters will do if the party passes over Kamala Harris for someone else?
Is revolt a good word?
A brand new race for voters to decide, with 107 days to go until the election.
The one thing that all the Democratic voters that I've spoken to today, Lester, seem to agree on is that the party needs to unify, show some kind of camaraderie in the weeks as we head toward the DNC, Lester.
Yeah, and Antonio, is Biden dropping out and Harris stepping up changing anyone's minds?
Well, what's interesting is that surveys show that she is on par or even slightly ahead of Biden in matchups with Trump, even in those critical swing states. And I'll tell you, I spent a lot of time today with very young voters, even new voters, and some of them were skeptical of Biden, even uncertain about voting in the past. And they say they're very energized now. They appreciate a younger candidate, her energy. They say they're going to get behind her this fall if she's the nominee, Lester.
I was watching with great interest the conversations you're having with folks, and there's a kind of a narrative that in the summertime, this time of summer during an election year, people are not tuned in. They're going about their business, enjoying the summer. What I heard there is people who are tuned in, who understand the stakes and understand these candidates.
I saw the same. Chris Jansing asked me earlier, were you the person to break the news to lots of people on the street in New York about what happened with President Biden today? I did not break news to anyone. Everyone got push alerts to their phone. They were watching on Twitter. They were reacting in real time. They were tuning into our programs. And this is the youngest voters. It is the oldest voters. And everyone was bracing for this moment. I think as we've seen the news drip out these last several weeks, voters were primed for this. And their emotions were really all over the place. One of the things I really heard, especially for some of the older voters today, was a lot of gratitude for the president. In some cases, they kind of spoke directly to him through our camera, trying to say thank you for all that you've done in recent decades. This is, of course, a Democratic city, so there's a lot more of that here in New York than maybe other parts of the country. But they really were almost ready for this moment. And now that is why I think there's so much of this pressure from those Democratic voters that signal, really, I think, to all of the members of the party right now who are watching and waiting to see where the chips fall. They want there to be a sort of effort to unite, clarity, and they want to see that kind of unity and support that we just saw at the RNC for Republicans, at the DNC soon.
And Tony Hilton, thank you very much. We've got some developing news here. We want to go to Ali Vitali. You're watching the tally, if you will, of people who are now offering their endorsement to Vice President Harris. What have you learned?
Yeah, these endorsements do keep coming in, Lester, and there's many notable ones, including from people inside the administration, as well as other people who could have been thought of as potential challengers to the vice president, now that she is, in all effects, the person that most Democrats are looking at as the next likely nominee. Of course, we're looking at people like Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and others on the Hill who are saying that Harris is the person that should continue carrying the mantle. Of course, all of this comes against the backdrop of, as we were just talking about, the potential for other people to try to throw their name in the ring here. I imagine, just in my conversations on Capitol Hill, that while there might be some kind of an appetite for an open convention or a more open process, there are more names now than I've ever heard in my history of covering Harris, wanting her to be the nominee, wanting her to be the standard bearer, and sort of looking at this moment where Roe versus Wade and abortion access have really come to the fore of this situation. Harris is positioned well to do that. These endorsements tell that story, Lester.
Ali Vitali, thank you. Our special coverage of President Biden's historic announcement continues, and how it's already shaking up the campaign. That's next. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
This hour, our NBC News special report continues. The political earthquake rocking the country. President Biden dropping out of the race for president, endorsing his Vice President Kamala Harris to replace him as the nominee. Tonight, the fallout, as the country comes to grips with the late reshuffling of the race. And the questions this hour about what happens next. Vice President Harris saying she wants to earn the nomination. Many Democrats throwing their support behind her.
I think you see a coming together for a candidate who is a strong person.
Will others challenge her? Or will the party unite behind her?
She's crazy. She's nuts.
Former President Trump weighing in tonight. What he says about Kamala Harris and how voters are reacting.
I think he didn't have a chance against Trump.
As weird as that sounds, I'm excited about it.
It was a shock, but at the same time, they must feel it's best for the election.
As the race for the White House enters uncharted territory.
This is an NBC News special report. President Biden exits the 2024 race. Reporting tonight, Lester Holt.
Good evening from New York. If you are just joining us after weeks of chaos and uncertainty in the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, the 46th president of the United States, announced to the country this afternoon that he will end his campaign for re-election to a second term and immediately endorse Vice President Kamala Harris to take his place at the top of the ticket. Harris saying she is honored to have the president's endorsement, and her intention is to earn and win this nomination, her words, hinting at the process the party will have to go through to choose Mr. Biden's successor. The president's stunning announcement on a Sunday afternoon on social media followed growing calls by Democratic lawmakers for him to step aside, slipping poll numbers, loss of donor support. But also Mr. Biden's repeated statements as recently as yesterday that he intended to go on with his campaign and win. Today's decision completely upends a presidential campaign already in turmoil after Mr. Biden's debate performance less than 1 month ago. Former President Trump was quick to react to Mr. Biden's decision to end his campaign. We're covering it all on this consequential day in American history. Senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell now has late details.
A sharp turn for history. As President Biden announced at 1:46 p.m., there would be no last campaign for him. I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. Then, in a separate statement, the president embraced his vice president. I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. A move that attempts to blunt any effort to open the nomination process before the August convention. The president had praised Harris in a press conference that was intended in part to settle doubts about his candidacy.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there.
The vice president offered thanks to the Bidens and made her intentions clear. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump. Reaction tonight from former President Barack Obama, who called Joe Biden a patriot of the highest order, describing the decision as a testament to Joe Biden's love of country. Praise from Bill and Hillary Clinton for his extraordinary career of service, while highlighting their worry about the threat posed by a second Trump term. After a half-century of public life, his political brand was forged by being underestimated.
I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
The president had tried to save his shot at a second term.
And I would not be running again if I didn't believe with all my heart and soul I can do this job.
But that did not quiet the pressure after that June debate performance.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
An extraordinary rupture followed, a chorus of rejection that grew louder for weeks.
I think a new generation, it's time for a new generation to try to heal the party and heal the country.
The president is not capable of delivering the message in an effective way.
And when your strategy isn't working, you can't just double down on the strategy. You have to change your strategy.
And Kelly joining me now. Kelly, what an extraordinary day we have walked through. What more are we learning tonight about the president's decision?
Well, we understand that he was huddled with his closest advisors and some members of his family at his home at the beach in Delaware. And the decision evolved over this weekend, and it was what they referred to as close hold, meaning only the closest people were aware that he was about to make this decision before he alerted his campaign and a limited number of senior officials and then the public. What comes next? The president, of course, is still dealing with COVID. And so as he gets better from that and he continues to take Paxlovid, we will expect to learn more about when he will address the nation publicly. That is expected sometime this week. And we also know that he and the vice president had multiple conversations today. Lester?
Kelly, do we know if there was a tipping point that sent the president to make the final call?
A combination of things based on our reporting, where the president was basically looking at what are the chances. We know the number of voices within the Democratic Party who had come out publicly to tell him they wanted him to step aside. He had looked at his own situation of donors and changes in the support he was feeling from that group as a big part of it. As you know from your conversation with him recently, he had said 14 million Americans voted for him during the primary process, and he wanted to listen to that. He had referenced the Lord Almighty and his own well-being, and he kind of a medical issue could be things that could interfere with his quest to seek a second term. Ultimately, he found additional polling was presented to him over the weekend that looked at how Kamala Harris would do against Donald Trump, also looking at his own chances, and the weight of all those combination of factors finally got the president to a place, reluctantly and in a very human way, in a disappointed way, getting to this decision. And timing incredibly important, with the Republicans just coming off of their convention where they showed unity. Democrats had been fractured over his debate performance and his age, and now he's making a decision that can chart the course for his party. It's not set yet, as you know. There will be definitely some concerns, but he has made his choice, and we'll see more from him this week. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you for your continued reporting at the White House. I'm joined now by Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker. Kristen, how confident are the sources you're talking to within the Democratic Party that Kamala Harris can clinch this nomination?
Well, Lester, they're confident and they're hopeful. And I just spoke with a top Democratic lawmaker who said there is a new energy that has been infused into this race, which has been totally upended. Donors are coming back and asking, this person said, where can they donate? How quickly can they send their money? Because it takes one big factor off the table, Lester. Remember that head-to-head polling, the fact that a majority of Americans didn't want to see this matchup, this rematch between Biden and Trump. Well, now there is no rematch between Biden and Trump, and Vice President Kamala Harris is to some extent the new face in this race. Now, yes, of course, she has served as vice president, but I've been talking to sources who say this is a chance really for her to reintroduce herself to the American people. They also, her supporters, believe as though she's found her voice on issues from reproductive rights as well as voting rights, for example. So they are feeling energized. One Democrat said they are breathing a sigh of relief. There is now someone to prosecute the case against former President Trump. I think you're going to hear that word prosecute a lot, Lester. Remember, Kamala Harris is a former prosecutor. She's hails from the great state of California, and now I think she is going to lead in part with that part of her background, that she's prosecuting the case against former President Trump. She just sent out her first fundraising email, and in it she writes, in the coming days, as I hit the campaign trail to meet with Americans and lay out the choice in front of voters in the fall, I cannot imagine two more starkly different visions for where we want our country to go. We can choose the dark path of Project 2025 with less freedom and more division, or we can choose to pull together and do the work for the people. So in order to clinch this nomination, I'm told there's going to be a virtual roll call. The goal will be for her to get the nomination there. If not, if she falls short, then you are going to see a lot of chaos. But look, some Democrats think it would be okay to have an open primary process. They say the bottom line is, Lester, there is new energy that has now been infused into this race.
It seems, though, Kristen, like this is going to be a delicate dance. I mean, she's got to start raising that money right now, as you suggested. She already has put out an appeal. But at the same time, she is probably waiting for the president to make his remarks public. We understand with his COVID diagnosis, his voice may not be up to it. But it feels like this could be a very awkward window we're watching.
You're right about that, Lester. And think about it. This entire period has been awkward to some extent for the vice president and the president. We know, as Kelly just laid out, he was looking at polling, not just his own, but polling for the vice president as well. He wanted to see how she matches up against former President Trump. We know that she's quietly been looking at some of the potential people that she might want to pick as a running mate. Of course, looking at a lot of those governors who hail from battleground states all across the country. Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, and of course, another name that gets a lot of buzz, Governor Gavin Newsom from California. Tough to see two people running from California, but look, just to give you a sense, there are a lot of names right now and a lot of different moving parts that need to fall into place in order for Democrats to head into Chicago unified behind a nominee and a running mate. So, Lester, that's the goal, I am told. Will they be able to accomplish that? That remains to be seen. But again, you and I were in Milwaukee together, Lester, and we continued night after night to talk about the unity that we witnessed within the Republican Party, how stark that unity was, for example, as compared to 2016, the unity behind former President Trump. I think that added urgency to Democrats to make this decision in short order because they know, look, they're about 4 months out from Election Day, and they've got to get going if they want to take on Trump.
All right,
Lester.
Kristen Walker, thank you. For Vice President Kamala Harris, today's endorsement by President Biden and now her potential path to the presidency represent the latest chapter in a political journey that began years ago in California, as we noted. Hallie Jackson has more.
The spotlight tonight turning to Vice President Kamala Harris, one of President Biden's most vocal backers since that debate widely panned as disastrous.
It was a slow start. There's no question about that. But I thought it was a strong finish. We are looking at a president in Joe Biden who has done historic work.
Now, the president's endorsement of Harris puts her in the pole position to take the top of the ticket. Harris, in a statement today, saying in part, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." Adding, "We have 107 days until Election Day. Together we will fight, and together we will win." In recent days, some of the president's key allies have signaled if he were to step aside, it is Harris who should get Democrats' support.
This party should not in any way do anything to work around Ms. Harris.
Congressman Jim Clyburn today publicly backing Harris, with other Democrats following suit. The exception, the party's top leaders in the House and Senate, stopping short of an endorsement but praising the president for his service. Whether it's Harris at the top of the ticket or not, other Democrats have been speculated to be in the mix, perhaps as a running mate, including California Governor Gavin Newsom.
President Biden doesn't run. Why shouldn't we consider you a likely candidate?
I think the vice president is naturally the one lined up.
Pennsylvania's Josh Shapiro, Michigan's Gretchen Whitmer, Kentucky's Andy Beshear, and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Harris, a former prosecutor who rose to become California's attorney general, was elected to the Senate in 2016 and ran for the White House 3 years later.
I love my country, and I feel a sense of responsibility to stand up and fight for the best of who we are.
After being selected as President Biden's running mate, she was tapped by the White House to lead the administration's response on critical issues like the root causes of the immigration crisis, coming under fire from Republicans for the White House's handling of the border and pressed by Lester on the topic in 2021.
We've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making. I'm not discounting the importance of the border.
Harris has taken on a vocal role advocating for abortion access, slamming the GOP for its position on reproductive rights.
How dare they tell a woman what she can do and cannot do with her own body? How dare they?
Now a pivotal political moment for Harris and the nation.
First to say, when you get knocked down, you get back.
And Hallie Jackson joins me now, as well as Chuck Todd, NBC News chief political analyst. Good to have you both here. Hallie, let me start with you. How critical for the Democrats are these next 24 to 36 hours?
Pretty critical, I think it's fair to say, Lester, especially with what you've seen even over the course of the last 6 to 8 hours here since this announcement came out. It has been somewhat remarkable, the speed by which some of those names we mentioned in that piece you just watched, those names of people who could potentially challenge Kamala Harris for the top of the ticket or become her running mate have come out and endorsed her. We're talking about, for example, Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, has come out now and done the same. An indication here that the Democratic Party is moving quickly to try to solidify solidify behind Kamala Harris to a degree to show that level of unity that you and that Kristen were talking about earlier as you're looking now at some of those notable endorsements for Kamala Harris, including, of course, from such big names in the party as the Clintons, as Congressman Clyburn, who was critical, remember, in getting President Biden's campaign back in 2020 up and running and helping him win the nomination back then. So for Democrats, there is, I think, a real question of how do they get unity quickly. I will also tell you, though, Lester, that is somewhat tempered, and I just had a conversation with a Democratic member of Congress about this, by the idea that they don't want this to look as though the process is moving so quickly that it's leaving voters out. I think there is a sense that they do want to make sure that there is a process that includes the will of the voters, that this does not appear that it's simply levers being pulled by top officials in the party here. There is a significant, I think, nod to that as well. I think the question is going to be, what does the roll call look like? And I know Chuck will get into the weeds with you on the delegate selection and how this would work at a convention, but what does that next 4 weeks 4 weeks tomorrow is the start of the Democratic convention. What does Chicago look like, Lester? And Chuck, I was speaking to Jason Miller of the Trump campaign a few minutes ago. It's clear they're going to go after the areas in which Kamala Harris was leading the administration's efforts, including the border. Are they looking at a one-size-fits-all attack plan, or will they be a little bit off their game?
Well, I think they're going to be a little thrown off because I think abortion, you now have a nominee of the Democratic Party that isn't going to be afraid to say the word. It was one of those, there were a lot of Democrats quietly grumbling about President Biden sometimes on this issue. He sort of, the language has changed on him from when, from a majority of the time he was in office. But I really think they're going to go hard at border and trying to define her as she was the person that pulled Joe Biden to the left, right? They'll actually try to start praising Biden some by saying, and Harris was one pulling him to the left. It's why the combination of that and the border issue, I think Mark Kelly, and I'm hearing from more people close to her, that Mark Kelly, look, she's got to, and I think she ought to use this process to interview a wide range of people for the running mate position. I've heard Mark Milley's name tossed about, as well as Admiral McRaven, a couple of retired members of the military. She ought to draw it out. It's a way for the country to get to know her. It sucks up a little bit more oxygen. But Mark Kelly would probably be the running mate that the Trump campaign would fear the most, because he would be there to neutralize on the border. He was very critical constantly of both President Biden and Vice President Harris on the border. He had to, coming from the state he comes from. And then you have the intangible factors. This is a family touched by political violence. It's one of those, it reminds people that this is a bipartisan issue we're trying to deal with. Is this an animating moment, though, when you step back, an animating moment for a party that just spent the last several days watching Republicans in what at times felt like a love fest, frankly? Well, I think it's what increased the pressure on President Biden to do what he did. I think when you saw this is a very unified Republican Party, the most unified arguably since George W. Bush in 2004. And, you know, there was a lack of energy. There was a lack of enthusiasm. We've been seeing it all year. You know, I think one of the unintended consequences of all this is we had been heading to a very low turnout election. The country had told us they didn't really want to see it. The presidential debate, which of course sparked all of this, Lester, the lowest rated first presidential general election debate we ever had. Fewer people tuned into it. People thought they already knew these guys. All of a sudden now there's a massive plot twist. And I think you're going to see more people engaged. And it's an opportunity for both former President Trump and Vice President Harris, because I think there's an extra group of voters who had sort of given up on the system that they were giving them two unpopular candidates, and they might take a listen. And Hallie, we have, of course, not seen the president come out. He is still apparently suffering the effects of COVID. But how important is that moment where we actually see him presumably with Vice President Harris in the Rose Garden or some other location? Yeah, wherever it may be. And of course, presuming that he is, in fact, appearing with the vice president. It's an important moment for the country, Lester. It's an important moment for Democrats, but it's also an important moment for history. Remember how extraordinary this is here. This is a generational thing. We haven't seen this in decades, something like this. And that's to say that there even is anything like this here. So when President Biden addresses the nation, whenever that may be at some point this week, he will be essentially laying that down for the history books. And
And you're already hearing praise from Democrats who are touting President Biden and what he's doing as the ultimate act of selflessness. You're hearing that from members of his family. You're hearing that from key allies. I expect the president may end up striking that tone to a degree. And then, of course, what does he do to essentially pass the ball or pass the baton to his vice president, to Kamala Harris? Does she appear alongside him? Does he give her that full-throated endorsement with the backdrop, of course, the important backdrop of the White House, of the Oval Office or Rose Garden or East Room or wherever this may end up happening? So I think there's going to be so many people watching that, watching to see his tone, his demeanor. Because remember, Lester, while he is withdrawing from the ticket, he is not leaving the White House. He will continue, of course, to stay in that position of the presidency until the end of his term. So there is still, for lack of a better phrase here, Lester, there's still business to be done. There's still work to be done over the course of the next several months, aside from the political campaign, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you very much. I'm joined now by presidential historian John Meacham, who has helped write key speeches for President Biden. John, have you spoken to the president today or at any point leading up to his decision?
I spoke to him today after the decision. I learned about it with the rest of the world. And I think what we should do, as you have been doing, is realize, as Hallie was just saying, the magnitude of this. Yes, there are the politics, and yes, we're naturally going to be looking at what happens the day after and the day after tomorrow. But what President Biden did was a remarkable act of both patriotism and personal courage. It's very, very rare for anyone in any sphere of life to sacrifice something under whatever circumstances, much less at the highest levels. The pinnacle of temporal power, arguably in the world, is the White House. And he respected reality. He respected fate, as he likes to say. He's a great respecter of fate. And I think understood, like Lincoln, that public sentiment is everything. With it, you can do anything. Without it, you can't do anything. And so this was a recognition of his duty, I think, to the country.
You said you spoke to him today. I don't expect you to give the full details of a private conversation, but can you give us a sense of what his headspace was like? Was he as combative and defiant as he'd been in the days leading up to this?
You're right. I don't want to discuss a conversation. I think the letter captures where he is. Remember, President Biden, I think I've always thought this, is rather like an upside-down iceberg. You see most of it, and sometimes it's perhaps, there's always, for all of us, there's some part we don't see. But he has been doing this a very long time, and he looked at reality, he made his decision, and I think it's an example for all of us, really. I don't mean to be sentimental. I don't mean to be mindlessly congratulatory about it. But as a historical matter, very, very few people do this. And in an era where so many of us privilege power over principle, where a lot of us would rather take than give, I think it's a moment for the country to consider that the president has given us a lesson that our own wishes, our own immediate desires should not always be controlling.
He had apparently indicated to others that he didn't think that him coming off the ticket would be the magic bullet that many thought. He really thought he could win. Do you suspect there's a part of him that still thinks he could win?
I don't know. I will say that as my friends in Tennessee, I think it was Estes Kefauver, once said, the only cure for politics is embalming fluid. And so I can't really imagine that there's not something, let's just be honest, in his psychology. Of course, he's been doing this for 50 years, more. And so political creatures are political creatures. That's what's so amazing about the decision he made, is he's a politician who made a principled decision. And I'd love to say that politicians always do that, but as it's been said of John F. Kennedy's book, Profiles in Courage, that there's a reason it's short and one volume. You know, it's not a ton of examples out there. This is one.
You may have heard last Monday, I guess it was, that I sat down with the president for an interview. And one of the questions I asked him, who does he rely on, for, counsel during crises like this? And he says he relies on himself. Did that surprise you at all? You know him, obviously, in a way that I don't.
Yeah, that was a really interesting moment in your interview. Not really in terms of surprise. If you think about it, he's doing this a long time, counted out again and again and again. Remember, Joe Biden's life is one of remarkable victory. 29 years old, youngest senator, he has to wait for his birthday to get sworn in, all of that. And then tragedy strikes. His life unfolds with the expectation that he'll be a very young president. And the 1988 campaign implodes. He goes back to the Senate. He barrels down. He almost resigned, by the way, the Senate before he took the job. He was going to go back to Wilmington, raise Hunter and Beau after the death of his wife and daughter. His sister Valerie was very much involved, and that was going to be the story. He wasn't going to go, and was encouraged to do so, not least by the incumbent senators at the time. And he likes to say it probably saved his life. And then he's sort of counted out. He has health issues in that era, and loses in 2008, becomes vice president, no expectation of that. And in 2016, we thought the story was over, right? His son Beau has died. He has decided not to run for president in 2016. And that seemed to be the end of the story. And then Charlottesville happened. And the unfolding, still relevant threat was a compelling reason for him to step into the breach. And that's what he did for American democracy and for his vision of what the country should be. Remarkably successful legislative president. I think I'm a biographer of George Herbert Walker Bush. I think President Biden's handling of Ukraine and NATO in particular ranks with some of our finest foreign policy moments ever. Remember how you don't get much credit politically. This is what people like me do. You don't get much credit for keeping bad things from happening. That politics doesn't reward that. History has to reward that. And so it's a difficult thing sometimes to translate that kind of success into immediate political benefit.
And John,
and that's just a perennial problem.
Before I let you go, as we noted, you have written key parts of speeches for the president before. Will the speech that he will ultimately give when he's healthy enough to go before the cameras, will that be his toughest?
I can't see how it wouldn't be. I will say this, though, and I think this might be important for all of us to bear in mind. This is not the worst day of Joe Biden's life, by a long, long shot. He has experienced more tragedy, he has prevailed, he has endured, and he has served. And I think the country should take a moment and reflect on that.
All right, John Meacham, thank you so much for coming on with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, if you can bring us up to speed on the latest endorsements that have come in for Vice President Harris.
We just got a significant one in the last few minutes, Lester Holt, and that is Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York. She, of course, a leading progressive figure, someone who was among the group of congressional Democrats that was insistent that Joe Biden stay in the race. And one of the things that we've been closely tracking is whether or not progressive Democrats would get behind Kamala Harris's campaign. And she has now given Kamala Harris her full-throated endorsement, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And she joins a growing list of Democrats that are rallying around Kamala Harris as the nominee of the Democratic Party. They include Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, someone who might be considered as a candidate himself. And Gavin Newsom may also be considered as Kamala Harris's running mate if it gets to that point. We also saw endorsements from Bill and Hillary Clinton, Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina, who's a powerful member of the Congressional Black Caucus. Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado, has has also endorsed Josh Shapiro, who is the governor of Pennsylvania, considered a rising star in the Democratic Party, also someone that we should watch as a potential running mate for Kamala Harris if she's able to win the nomination. You also saw Congressman Adam Schiff of California, who's likely to become the next senator from California and is also closely aligned with Nancy Pelosi as well. So, Lester, while we've seen a lot of Democrats come forward and express support for Kamala Harris, say that she should be the nominee, there are still many that believe that this should be an open contest, that there should be the opportunity for other Democrats to throw their hat in the ring as well, some describing it as it not wanting to be a coronation. So we're going to continue to have to watch this process play itself out as we head into the convention coming up next month. Lester.
Okay, Ryan, thank you. I'm joined by Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts. He was one of the first Democrats to call on Mr. Biden to end his campaign for re-election. Congressman, thank you for being with us.
Good to see you,
tell me where you are right now. You were among, again, the first to make this call. You have endorsed Vice President Harris. Are you feeling better about the future of your party right now?
Oh, absolutely. This is a great day. It's a great day for our country. It's a great day for our party. And it's a great day for President Biden. I think this will burnish his legacy. He will go down in history as someone who not only wielded great power, but had the courage to give it up, to pass on the torch to the next generation. And he'll be remembered fondly for this moment, in addition to his decades of legislative accomplishments, both in the White House and in the Senate.
But do you miss an opportunity if the party does not embrace the idea of an open vote, to let others throw their hat in the ring if they wish?
Well, I'm not opposed to an open vote at all. I've proudly endorsed Vice President Harris. I think she's ready to go. She's been training, being in the White House for 4 years. She can tap right into all the Biden campaign resources that he's accumulated, this amazing infrastructure across the country. And of course, there's not that much time. She's going to show Americans that she has an incredible vision for the future of our country, in contrast to Donald Trump's dark vision of taking us backwards. But having said that, my endorsement for her doesn't mean that there shouldn't be an open process. I think that the Democratic Party has shown here that, unlike the Republican Party, we are willing to respond to Americans' concerns. Remember, 3 out of 5 Americans said they didn't want Trump or Biden to be the nominees. One party has said, hey, we hear you, America. We're making a change.
Can you do a campaign can a campaign be done that quickly, though, given you're right, there's a lot of cash that's potentially available, but in terms of just covering the territory, finding a running mate, what does that look like?
Well, in many ways, that's why the vice president is so well positioned to take the reins here and run with them. And she has a lot of that infrastructure. She has that experience of being in the White House. But yes, there is time, Lester, because the contrast is so great. You know, this is not running against someone like Mitt Romney. This is running against Donald Trump, his very dark vision for the country, the Project 2025 things, taking rights away from women, bringing us back to the 1950s. I mean, this is not a vision that most Americans want to embrace. So I think there's plenty of time for the vice president or whoever the nominee is to show that massive contrast with Trump and ultimately win the election.
All right, Congressman, thank you for taking time to be with us. Good to talk to you.
Good to see you, Lester.
Still ahead, we'll talk to Congressman James Clyburn, who played a big part in getting President Biden elected, about what's next for the future of the Democratic Party. That's after this.
live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our coverage. President Biden's win in the 2020 Democratic primary hinged largely on the support of one man, South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. He helped secure the nomination for President Biden when he ran 4 years ago. And the congressman is good enough to join us this evening. Thank you for being with us tonight, sir.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Have you spoken to the president today?
Yes, I have.
And can you give me a sense of your conversation and where his headspace is tonight?
Well, I think it's in his letter. The president called me earlier today before he went public with the announcement. And when I asked him a few questions, he read to me from the letter and informed me at that time that he would be sending a second statement expressing his endorsement for Kamala Harris. Of course, he knew for a long time where I stood with this. I always told him that he had my full support, and I was not going to change my mind unless he changed his. And so he called me this earlier today, told me that he had changed his mind and was not going to run.
Congressman, are you disappointed, and I don't mean disappointed necessarily in Vice President Harris, but are you disappointed that it has come to this?
Well, you know, Joe Biden is a longtime friend of mine. We developed this friendship over a period of time. He, being from Delaware, we had similar backgrounds growing up, and we often talked about that. And Brown v. Board of Education, the court decision that changed the direction of this country, 1954, the Brown was 5 cases from 4 states in the District of Columbia. One of those states, of course, it started in South Carolina, but one of the states was Delaware. And that's how we met, discussing Brown and what led to Brown and the similarities between the states of Delaware and South Carolina. And he used to spend most of his vacation time here in South Carolina. And so I got to know him real well. And I think he's one of the best public servants we ever produced in this country. And so, yes, I'm disappointed that his career would come to this kind of an end. But I just think it's coming a little soon. But it's the kind of career that anybody would be proud to have.
Do you think
54 years?
Do you think the party is staged to in a position to win now based on what has occurred?
Oh, I think so. Yes. Campaigns are all about the future. And when we get beyond Labor Day, we're going to go through this process. We don't go into convention until the 19th of August. We'll come out of there 4 or 5 days later, and then everybody will take their breaks for the holidays. And after Labor Day, we are going to take this campaign to the American people, drawing a contrast between the vision that the Democrats have for the future of this great country and that which they see on the other side of the aisle. Project 2025 is a document that is a blueprint for what the Republican Party would like to see the future of this country be. And that is a future without the safety nets that's made this country as great as it is. But for Social Security coming out of the Great Depression back in the 1930s, where would this country be? When we have people committing their total lives to making this a great country, then they find themselves in their golden years not able to fend for themselves. They want to get rid of Social Security. At least this document says raise the retirement age from 67 to 70. Who retires earlier? Working men and women, when it comes to lifespan, is a little bit different than if you're working all your life in an air-conditioned office.
And Congressman, let me
These
ask you.
guys on the other side's got no sensitivity for the working men and women, And we're going to be able to grow that contrast in this campaign, and we're going to win this election.
As we noted, you've endorsed Kamala Harris, the vice president, to get the nomination. Is she being served well, or is the Democratic Party being served well if there is not an open process, if there is the hint or the suggestion that this is more of a coronation?
Come on, the process is open. It's been open ever since the spring of the year. We put in place a process by which anybody who wants to can get into this race, and it's open. You get 300 signatures right now. Get 300 signatures, no more than 50 from any one state, and you can have your name placed into nomination. And then you politic among the delegates like everybody else will. There's nothing closed about this process. And I said that from the very beginning when I was first talking about, should we have a mini primary? I says, you don't need a mini primary. Our Rules Committee put in place a process which is akin to having a mini primary. What difference would you have if you got to run outside of this process? We have the rules, and when you start changing the rules, that's when you get in trouble with people. The rules are there. They're open. They're transparent. And you can see them and you can play within them. That's what we all do. Follow the rules.
And then finally, can you talk to me, reflect, if you will, on the potential history that could be made here, a woman of color ascending to the presidency?
Well, this country has always been about seeking perfection in order to have a more perfect union. An admission from the very beginning that we are not a perfect nation, but we are always in pursuit of perfection. And this is just another step in that direction. This country has been around for a pretty long time compared to a lot of European countries. Not a long time, but a pretty long time. We have been in existence since 1776, and we've never had a woman to hold this office. That is unlike the European countries where we grew out of. And so we will be making history if we were to be successful with this candidacy. And what's wrong with that? That is what this country is all about, pursuing perfection, and this will be another step in that direction. And I do believe we are going to do that come November.
Congressman Clyburn, it's always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you very much for having me.
With President Biden out of the 2024 race now, we're taking a look at what the polls show in a head-to-head matchup between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joins me now to kind of walk us through it all. Steve?
Yeah, Lester, I mean, that is the strategic question for Democrats. They were concerned about Joe Biden's ultimate ability to win this election. If they do end up with Kamala Harris as their presidential candidate now, does it change the basic political realities they were worried about? So look at it this way. This is the average of all of the national polls conducted since that debate at the end of June that started all of this. And you see the average, Biden trailing Trump by 2 points nationally. Of course, very significant, not just that Biden was behind, but if you went back 4 years to 2020, there really was no point in the entire campaign when Biden trailed Trump in the national average. So that made that even more significant. But OK, since that debate, these polls have also started to ask, well, what about Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee, offering respondents that choice as well. In the polls that have tested both of them, here's the average for Harris versus Trump. Not much different. Harris does do a point better than Biden. 45 goes to 46, and the average Trump stays at 47. So at least at the beginning, if Democrats do go with Harris, they'd be taking a candidate trailing by 2 on average, replacing with a candidate who trails by 1 on average. Of course, the question is the introduction of Kamala Harris as a presidential candidate, the Democratic convention, the new attention on her. Would that help those numbers? Would that improve them? Conversely, would that hurt those numbers potentially if the rollout doesn't go that well? Those are some of the variables, though. But that's the starting point on head-to-head. And we also look at the basic image of each candidate. When we ask the question, favorable or unfavorable view do you have? Again, the average for Joe Biden has been very bad. 36% favorable, 57% unfavorable. Now, Kamala Harris, where does she clock in here? little bit better, but not much. 36 to 38 on the favorable side, and the unfavorable comes down 57 to 52. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, who she'd like to run against now, you see where he stands. These numbers are a bit better for him than they've been in the past. 41% favorable, 55 unfavorable. And again, whether it's Kamala Harris or if it happens to be anybody else, whoever emerges as the Democratic candidate, just the basic challenge they're facing is this. Here is the road to 270 electoral votes, and you see the 6 core swing states right here that are expected to decide the presidency. You see Harris would have to win a number of those states here. But the other challenge for her, and something that drove Biden from this race, is that Democrats were starting to get indications outside of these battleground states of unexpected trouble in places like Virginia, New Hampshire, Maine. In the popular vote in Maine, they give out electoral votes by congressional district there, even potentially in a state like Minnesota. So for Harris or whoever the Democratic nominee becomes, the two challenges are, first of all, shore up states like that Democrats weren't expecting to have to sweat over, and then get to work in those battleground states. Again, all those battleground states in 2020 were Joe Biden states, Lester.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you. Our special coverage, our look at President Biden's more than half a century in public service and what his decision means for the next chapter of American history. We'll be back.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
We are back with our special coverage of President Biden ending his campaign for re-election. Let's bring in senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, what happens to Biden's campaign war chest? A lot of money there.
Yeah, and I think there's been sort of a working assumption that it automatically goes to Harris, but it's not actually that simple since they're not actually the official nominee. Now, because donors made contributions to them sort of as partners, there could be an argument, I think, by her that that was their intent. But we've already seen Republicans coming out tonight tonight saying they might want to challenge this, saying she's not necessarily guaranteed to the money since she wasn't at the top of the ticket. And so I think you should watch for lawsuits potentially on this front.
Could those lawsuits be trying to force them to return the money?
Yes, and there could be a situation in which they give the money back to the DNC, or they could give the money back to the donors, and then the donors could actually redonate to Harris. She's already filed the necessary paperwork with the FCC tonight. And also, we should mention, a progressive donation platform, Act Blue, said it raised $27.5 million already within the first 5 hours of her being announced, Lester. So Democrats already mobilizing around her.
All right, Laura, thank you. Let's bring in former U.S. Senator and NBC News political analyst Claire McCaskill. Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications for Donald Trump's 2020 re-election campaign, joins us as well. Claire, former Senator Kamala Harris, officially, of course, running for president. Could we see any Democrats challenge her?
Well, as Jim Clyburn said, they're welcome to. Kamala Harris was chosen by Joe Biden to be there in case he ever needed to step aside as president. And she was on the ballot and gained the votes of 14 million Democrats in the primary process. So you're seeing today, I think, Lester, in some ways, almost a surprising coalescence to people who aren't watching this carefully by the Democratic Party around Kamala Harris. The leaders have held off, wanting to make sure that nobody thought this was being forced down anyone's throats. But anybody can step up and try to challenge at the convention. The delegates have been released. But I have a feeling that our convention, the Democratic Party's convention, is going to be very united behind Kamala Harris.
And Mark, how does this historic shakeup change Donald Trump's campaign calculations, do you think?
I really don't think it changes it that much, Lester. Kamala Harris owns the same horrible policies that made Joe Biden the most unpopular president in 70 years, whether it's on energy, inflation, the southern border, even foreign relations. I don't see a policy change. I don't see Kamala Harris suddenly coming out and saying, drill, baby, drill, or let's do something about the border. And those are big issues on the minds of the American people. So I think the campaign will stay the same, and the name on the bumper sticker we're running against is the only thing that changes.
I was at the Republican convention last week covering the activities there and watching the unity there. I was thinking, what happens if Democrats, are able to get to the place they can have some unity and excitement? They seem to be, from what we're seeing here tonight, beginning to have that. Should that be a worry for the Republican Party?
Well, usually both parties come out of their conventions fairly unified. There might be some grousing here and there. So I fully expect that after their convention, they will be behind whomever their nominee is. And then it's a race to the finish line. But I think when you look at the Electoral College map, when you look at the polling right now, it's all in favor of Donald Trump. And I don't think just changing out to Kamala Harris or anyone else is going to provide that big of a bump. Because remember, the final margin in 2020 was 4.5% in the national vote. It was only 43,000 votes in 3 states in the Electoral College. So they're way behind where they need to be right now.
And Claire, the vice president, is now, I guess, officially a candidate for the presidency. Her actions and movements in this next couple of days, how critical are they? Are there some traps along the way she should be aware of?
Listen, this is going to be a difficult process. It's a sprint rather than a marathon. But I think the American people really don't love long campaigns anyway. And I'm going to tell you on policies, Lester, remember, all the Democratic senators in the battleground states are winning in the polls. So the policies are not the problem. And I think with this now, a youthful candidate compared to a very old candidate, a prosecutor versus someone who has been prosecuted, I like the contrast.
The fact that she has so quickly emerged, though, and received all these endorsements, is there going to be a window here? In other words, are folks going to have to declare very, very quickly where they are on this?
Well, if there's going to be a credible challenge to her, I think it would have to emerge in the next 24 hours, because obviously if somebody was really going to challenge her at the convention, they've got a lot of work to do. So the fact that you're seeing all the candidates who'd been talked about as potential presidential candidates, almost all of them have already endorsed her. So I really don't think there is going to be anyone credible that's going to emerge. And now it's a matter of her getting organized, her getting her team together, and her making sure that she stays focused on what I know she's focused on, and that is the American people and what they want for the future, as opposed to retribution, grievance, and revenge.
Yeah, and Mark, very quickly, at the end of the day, is this going to change the dynamics in a big way in your view?
No, I think it'll give a new shot of energy to the Democrats temporarily, but I do think it's going to come down to the policies in the end, and I think that's where the trouble lies for Kamala Harris or whomever takes the nomination.
All right, Claire McCaskill and Mark Lauder, thank you both for being with us. Finally, he has been a fixture in American politics for more than a half a century. President Biden's historic decision to end his campaign for re-election is what may be the final chapter in the story of a political giant. Tonight, President Biden's decision to drop his bid for re-election, a stunning and abrupt end to a 5-decade-long political career. The president stepping aside under immense pressure from fellow Democrats who feared he could not repeat his performance of 4 years ago when he narrowly defeated former President Trump.
So help me God.
He had waited longer than any other commander-in-chief to achieve his lifelong ambition. Elected to the Senate at age 29 in 1973. Weeks later, a tragic car accident.
My wife and 3 children were Christmas shopping. Tractor trailer broadsided it and killed my wife and killed my daughter.
He led the controversial confirmation hearings of Clarence Thomas, featuring sexual harassment allegations from Anita Hill.
Is this what you anticipated?
This? No, not at all.
And as senator, he helped pass the landmark Violence Against Women Act. In 2008, then candidate Barack Obama tapped him to be his running mate. Later, Vice President Biden famously caught on a hot mic, celebrating the passage of the Affordable Care Act. He also pushed President Obama to support same-sex marriage by publicly declaring his support for it first.
I am absolutely comfortable with the fact that men marrying men, women marrying women, and heterosexual men and women marrying women all are entitled to the same exact rights.
After his son Beau died of brain cancer, Joe Biden said he didn't think about running for president again in 2020 until he saw Donald Trump enter the race.
We're in a battle for the soul of this nation.
That January, he told me he had the experience to unite the country.
The next president of the United States is going to inherit a divided country and a world in disarray. And the question is, who is best prepared at this moment to be able to deal with both of those crises?
That seems like a bold statement from any politician in this environment right now to suggest that you might be able to heal the depth of divisions in this country.
We have to. Lester, if we don't, we are in deep trouble.
Later that year, we spoke at a town hall after his first debate with then-President Trump.
I'm used to bullies. I used to stutter when I was a kid. I learned how to fight.
Democrats celebrated his win over Mr. Trump. And as president, he had success overseeing the end of the pandemic and passing a historic bipartisan infrastructure law.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
But he also struggled with low approval ratings, a record number of migrants crossing the border, and soaring inflation, something I pressed him about. You said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're being a wise guy with me a little bit, and I understand.
And there'll be much more conversation, of course, on all this. For now, that concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have continuing coverage throughout the night on our streaming service, NBC News Now. Also tomorrow on Today. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good day.